Welcome to you wherever you are across the world. From Scarborough for Yorkshire versus Durham in Metrobank One Day Cup Group B action. I'm Michael McCann and delighted to have Aaron Viles alongside me on a slightly cloudy and overcast morning, but one where, as promised, there is no sign at all. Indeed, there isn't meant to be of rain across the day.
No, there isn't. First and foremost, good morning everyone as well. We hope that we'll get a 4 days action here in beautiful Scarborough, but this is a big game, isn't it, Michael? As we'll discuss a little bit later on, two sides gunning for those top 3 places.
Yeah, we can have a glance at the league table in Group B. Yorkshire, with 4 wins from 5, sit top of the pile and know that they can put 1 foot in the knockout stages with victory here. Durham, meanwhile, have got to win. It is as simple as that. When you look down that Group B league table, it is very, very tight up at the top. In terms of the teams, Yorkshire and Durham have both made 1 change from their last game. Yorkshire 1 alteration from the side that won comfortably against Middlesex at Radlett on Sunday. So line up as follows: Adam Live, Imam Al-Haq, Will Luxton, James Wharton. Finley Bean is the 1 player to come in. We expect he'll bat 5. George Hill, Harry Duke, Don Bess, Matt Milnes, Jack White and Ben Code. So Dan Moriarty, the man to miss out on a pitch that it's felt like will do a little bit more for the seamers than the spinners. And 1 change for Durham as well, with that alteration being Sam Connors being unleashed on Yorkshire. I know Durham are very excited about him. He's had an injury-hit season. This is his first white ball game of the campaign. He's only played 1 championship game. Durham lining up as such: Alex Lees, Amelia Gay, Colin Ackerman, Will Rhodes, Ollie Robinson, Ben Rain, Scott Borthwick, Robbie Bowman, George Drissel and Cody Youssef. Durham needing to win to stay in qualification contention. Yorkshire requiring victory to guarantee that they will finish today as they started at the top of the group. Yorkshire's last home game was a narrow defeat in the final over against Somerset, their only loss of the game so far, of the competition so far, I should say. And after that game, I had a detailed, extended chat with the Yorkshire skipper, Don Bess, about the game, the campaign so far, and his hopes of leading this young group.
Sort of lost it in probably 2 stages. The start with being 3 down. I thought Rev and Walsey were awesome in terms, Rev and Hilly, sorry, were awesome in terms of how they rebuilt the innings. And then we sort of lost Hilly, Rev and myself sort of back end as well. We sort of couldn't capitalise on, I think it was 12 balls in the end or 8 balls. So it's one of them. It's quite disappointing in that aspect that how important every ball is, certainly when you see it get down to like the last over. But I think firstly credit to Archie Vaughan, the Roos as well. I thought they played really well on probably quite a slow pitch, and actually give ourselves credit to get it to the last over. It's obviously a shame that it's sort of come out that way, but also I'd rather have the learnings now and the understanding now before we sort of get into crunch time. But I mean, 3 from 4, and the way we've played our cricket, I think, has been outstanding. Naturally, obviously, you want to take wickets because it creates pressure, but I also think it's about breaking down the over and understanding how you can create pressure through dot balls, and then also how you can manipulate people off strike. So I actually thought Vorney played really nicely to get them through, and then it was sort of trying to get him off strike and sort of get him facing as least balls as possible to then allow sort of pressure for him to see how he would deal with it. So there's a bit of ebb and flow, and I think spin, pace off, combinations like that are really important throughout the games. I think once you take a wicket, it's then how can you squeeze and I guess build dots. Yeah, and if I'm honest, I think the batting side was probably I say frustrating part. I think great learning curves, but I think if you want to win games like that, we sort of got to get to 280, 290, and then I think Somerset have to play sort of more. Well, they have to be create more risk. Probably have to play a couple more shots, and then you've also got to get a bit of luck when you're sort of trying to defend 250. But look, I thought it was a great game, and it's one of them. I think, again, I'll go back to learnings. I think there's going to be some decent learnings throughout that. Obviously, Imi was injured today, so it was good opportunities for other lads. Probably shows you how important someone is. If you're going to get a big score, how you can build around that. But look, it's cricket. I thought Somerset played really well, and it was a good game. No, I mean, it's been quite a while now. I think there's obviously there's quite a few boys that have moved on now. So in terms of that group, I think it's only really Tom Lammonby, Ben Green. I played a little bit, obviously Leachy as well. Probably the three big ones that I played a lot of cricket with. But apart from that, it's a fairly young side. But I mean, growing up at Somerset, I think it's exciting to see some really good young talent there. But it's for me, I think it's really proud that I've committed to Yorkshire. I think the way Yorkshire's invested in me and my career, it's very proud. And I really enjoy our boys. I think, speak more about our boys, it's been, we've got some real talent in there. And again, it's driving that. I think there's a great opportunity, this comp, to certainly go all the way, even with a small blip like this. I think there's some great learnings. Yeah, I think it's all about communication. I think a lot of lads have got very good cricket brains out there, and I think it's about pulling through everyone's thoughts and ideas and then sort of going with it. But I think the way we want to go about our cricket now, for sure, is a team-first mentality, and I think that buy-in allows a lot of things to be accountable. People's behaviours, body language, commitment to the team, opportunities in terms of tough decisions, and allowing people to, I guess, sort of stand up in big moments. I think it actually makes it easier for myself. And again, look, I just think it's probably the experience side. But we've got some great cricket brains in that changing room. And I think over these, say, 5 games now with Sussex, it's not just me and sort of my mastermind behind it all. I think there's a lot of lads' thoughts and ideas coming together, and I think that's a real positive thing, is actually having lads giving me ideas and situations. You might take some, but there might be a really good idea within that, and then you go with that. I mean, it might look good for yourself, but that's not what it's about. It's more about the team. Yeah, I think it's really important. I think the accountability is the most important, because I think they're getting to that age now where it's not like they're 19, 20 anymore. They're 22, 23, 24. It's still young in cricket terms, but they've played quite a lot of cricket. And I see this competition just an opportunity to grow that instalment as a team and as a unit, but also now start to be really ruthless and start winning games and finding situations where we can get out of. Obviously, we didn't do it today, but we're so close, and I think they're the opportunities. I think when you turn games like today, and there will be some more in this competition and throughout the next couple of weeks. I think once we do that, we'll see ourselves getting to semis and finals, and then it's all about the accountability on the day and actually being brave to just play a one-off game. Well, the first thing is that's why you play. Obviously, you play for memories, but you play to win things. And that was stated within the group. Obviously, there's a long journey to get there, and it's more about the process. But we're not here to make up the numbers. We're here to win this thing. And that's been really clear. And then you pull it back, because if you've got 14 lads there as a non-negotiable wanting to win, obviously you know the goal. Now you have to pull it back to the process and how you do that. And within that is working as a team, being accountable to each other, but also having the accountability to score the runs and take the wickets, and actually drive that and allow, I guess, when you get your opportunity to really take it. I think that's the important part of it. And look, yes, it's been, well, since 2002, so 23 years. I think the opportunity there is amazing. I think there's responsibility to sort of drive a new era and get a trophy. And I don't see probably a better opportunity than right now. I know the 100's going on at the moment, but there's still some very good teams out there. And I think when you get to crunch time, you'll see a lot of players come back. And I think the more consistent you can, or whatever semis, whatever quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals you play, there's still final games where you end up winning big things. I think that's the important part. But look, we've got I think we'll still be top of the table. We've got a game at Middlesex now, and then we go down south. I think is a great opportunity to drive what we're trying to do here. Yeah, I think the crowds recently have been awesome. I think Scarborough's a great place to play. I think we play really well there. I think if we can certainly go to Radlett, Brighton, Hove, these places, it probably allows us to free up at Scarborough as well, which is a good opportunity. But look, yeah, I think boys are really enjoying their cricket, even if we do just lose out on these games. I think it's not like we're getting battered and it's not like we're getting pummeled. We're actually driving games, and even when we're probably against it here, we're getting close, taking it to the last over. I think that's the sort of switch that we're getting to. Yeah, I think, I mean, really, really impressed with York this week. Obviously the weather helps, but it was packed out both days, 4,500, 5,000 in, I think, and it's nice to play. Certainly with obviously the 100 on, but it shows how strong the 50 over comp is still. I think there's some amazing talent as well out there, sort of in England. I mean, you look at Somerset's side, I think you look at our side, I think the standard's very good. But again, I hope the fans enjoyed it, and look, it's some days you can't win everything. I mean, the past couple of weeks have been awesome because I think we've shown our best, but we're certainly not far off in terms of consistency now.
Well, as you can see there, my co-commentator Michael McCann talking to the skipper Don Bess up at the beautiful York Cricket Club, and we'll just see there the Metrobank One Day Cup Group B table. The White Rose of Yorkshire currently top of the group on 16 points after winning 4 of their opening 5 matches. Their opposition today, Durham, well, they've played an extra match. Their current record is 3-3, and as Michael alluded to earlier, today really is a must-win game.
And the other important point to make on top of that league table is that Yorkshire have got comfortably the best net run rate in the group, which for those relatively unfamiliar to that concept, it broadly works as a version of goal difference in football. You win bigger, your net run rate gets higher in the plus, and you lose by greater margins and it heads further in the direction of the minus. And Yorkshire's right now sits up at plus 1.79. For a bit of context, Somerset have plus 0.4 and nobody else in the group has better than plus 0.1. So there's that huge amount of teams, 6 teams grouped by just 1 win, but Yorkshire and Warwickshire with a game in hand. So Yorkshire will know that victory today will solidify that position at the top and probably put 1 foot into the knockout stages. Remember that 1 finishing first gets you a home semi-final, finishing second gets you a home quarter-final, third an away quarter-final. And those games, those quarter-finals will be on the 28th of August, semi-finals on the 31st, final at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. That's where Yorkshire want to be, and they took another significant step towards reaching a first limited overs final in a generation when claiming victory against Middlesex at Radlett last Sunday. Let's take a look back at the best bits of that one.
It's goodness me, Geddes departs, lines it up one more time, but that is a beaut. Code and Yorkshire have got their tails up here at the moment. That's the best so far. Well, that'll feel better. Certainly for Davies, his 3rd ball, he's off the mark, but for Middlesex as well. Well, he's been looking for that for a couple now, hasn't he, Robson? He gets it away. Lovely clip. Well, that's Sam Robson settling in. Oh, that comes sharply back in. He's a long way outside the line of off, and it's going to go away. Runs are indeed signalled. The appeal went, but it was an inside edge onto that front pad, I think. Now, a bit of width. Oh, that was so close. Boundary for Robson.
Oh, see that? Right arm just went straight out, like plucking an apple off a tree. Shot.
That one gets through as well. That was probably more that distinctive back foot punch of Robson. And there you go. just when Middlesex was starting to think about pushing that scoreboard on. Yorkshire strike again. Line and length from Code, a third wicket for him. And he has. Well, that is a strangle and a half, surely. Right arm around, a loose one first up from Milnes.
Well played. Oh, shot.
Well, we said how long would he wait? Oh, it's gone. And it goes onto the stumps. And that has been the story of the day for Middlesex. Trying to force the matter on this surface is very, very difficult. Nicely done. That's a really good shot, and it'll be one of the shots of the day, that from Fernandez. Whipped away. All of a sudden it becomes a slightly different game, doesn't it now? Oh wow, what a ball. That's probably the most unplayable of the lot. And Fernandez has to go. Well, we said he'd be forgiven trying to dig in, try and bat the overs, but goodness me, what do you do about that? Oh, now. Mind your windscreens.
Oh, you devil.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, the umpires picked a good one there. We said that Hill's last ball to Fernandez was the ball of the day. This one's up there with it.
It's going to run away.
And therefore it is. Cornwell off the mark. Last ball of the over. There you go. Perfect example from Brooks. Stand and deliver stuff.
3 figures reached.
Oh. Edged and gone. There's the game in 2 deliveries, really. Milnes has a third. Yorkshire have a 9th. Goes wide in his crease, and there's the pickup from Cornwell. Flat shot through the onside for 4. And again, down the ground it goes. That'll go all the way, I think. All the way it goes. Second 6 of the innings. Slow ball, top edged over the keeper. I think he just rolled his fingers on that one, didn't he? Edged and over the keeper again. 4 more.
Oh.
That's away for 4 more. Slips out from Milnes. That wasn't far from being a no ball. Oh, wow.
Got to be an even number, hasn't it? Got to be an even number.
It was almost a gasp from the crowd there. It's almost a gasp from the commentator. Hedged. Oh, he got a glove to it. That was a great attempt by Cracknell. He's going to beat Fernandez as well. Now there's a little bit of width. That's what Middlesex can't afford any width, and they will throw the bat at it. Just drops a fraction short, and he's punished by live. That's where the margin for error is not there. That's gorgeous timing. Rocks back. Quite time it, but straight enough for the fielder. A good push in the end for 4. Little bit of width again. Lyth punishes it. Two straight. runs. That goes flying down to deep third. Oh, and a fumble.
Flat pitch, it's not.
Oh boy. Well, that's the shot of the innings. Cry catch went up, but that's a lovely whip from Lyth. Oh, going for the same again. That one doesn't quite get up, and it does for Cracknell as well. Just looks as though it's not going to be Middlesex's day. Oh, it's gone. Taking a backward point. Davies, no gloves, no need. A fine grab. It's a glorious, glorious shot by Imam. Just showing the full face of the bat, easing the ball down the ground.
For a nice straightforward.
That was a little look back at some of the highlights of Yorkshire's last game, where they claimed an important win against Middlesex at Radlett by 7 wickets with 23 overs to spare. And now full focus heads on to Yorkshire against Durham here at Scarborough. Temperature hovering around 14 or 15 degrees. The sun is just trying to poke its way out above the clouds. And alongside me, number 3 in our commentary box batting lineup, getting a warm ovation as if the spectators in front of me know who I'm about to talk about. It's Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell. Very good morning.
Good morning to you. I don't think that applause was for me. I can see Imam and Lyth walking out there, and I think they value it more than I do at this stage.
Yeah, Marmal Huck and Adam Lyth.
Yeah, I saw them both bat at Radlett, and Imam's just such a class player, and Lyth set off really well down at Radlett, went off like a train, and it was a dodgy wicket, so I think he was a little bit unlucky when he got out, but it'd be good to see them set the tone here today against Durham.
Had a chat with the ground staff. We're expecting this to be a much better batting track than the surface which saw Warwickshire skittled out for 137 here on the 5th of August. Pitch is expected to have a little bit less bounce in for the seam bowlers. There is a slope running down from that Trafalgar Road end, so the quicker bowlers will tend to want to charge in from that part of the ground. We're commentating to you from just to the left of behind the bowler's arm from the P-Zone Park end. We're at sort of a deep third for where Lyth is facing up to Ben Rain for the first ball of this game. Yorkshire with 4 wins from 5. Durham must win to keep up their knockout hopes. Rain starting by being guided square at the wicket on the offside for 4 by Lyth. Lovely touch shots lent on it and a boundary from the opening ball.
And that's just the sort of start that Lyth would be wanting, hoping for. He just, as you say, lent into it. Very easy, very straightforward, found the gap, and the ball raced away on this rather quick outfield. I think one of the things we're benefiting from is no rain for the outfields. They're like lightning.
Rain this time being guided down to deep third, so a confident start from Lyth, who had a slow start in this competition with scores of 6, 3, 5 and 13 in the opening 4 games, but looked a lot more back towards his fluent best with 39 off 42 in that game against Middlesex. He absolutely nailed a cut shot straight at point, in the way that sometimes when you're out of runs, dismissals like that can happen. And now facing up is a man who certainly is not short of runs, Imam al-Haq, who has 385 runs in this competition, having been dismissed 3 times, and he scored those runs at a very impressive strike rate of 95 per 100 balls. Starting with an authoritative block off the bowling of Rain, who will get it to nip around early on here. We don't expect too much seam movement, but there certainly will be a hint of swing, no doubt, particularly with these favourable overhead conditions for it.
Imam just checking his guard yet again, just making sure that he knows where his stumps are behind him. He's the sort of technical player that gets in well behind the ball. So that first ball that he faced there was a good example of how he defends.
Leaving that alone, he's someone that is very content to build an innings and then gradually accelerate through the gears as things go on. Yorkshire's unexpected late notice emergency overseas signing in place of Rituaj Gaikwad, who pulled out at late notice for personal reasons. Imam came in, and as they say, the rest is history after his debut here against Sussex, where he was nearly taken out by a seagull while getting ready to face one delivery. And again, conventional leave from Imam, who would have hoped or expected to be in Pakistan's Asia Cup squad. 17-player squad for that prestigious tournament, and a tri-series that starts in just a week or so's time against Afghanistan and the UAE. But Pakistan's loss is Yorkshire's gain. I say that Pakistan have opted not to select him. Has just tailed off a little in terms of ODI form in the last year and a half, which has led to that. That's wide down the leg side, the kind of one that sometimes, if you're unlucky, you can get a tickle on to the keeper. Imam with 280 runs at an average of 23 in his last 14 one-day internationals since August 2023. And that has brought his ODI batting average just down below 50 to 47. This is still someone who is a high-class player with high pedigree, and at 29 will feel like there's a second wind in his career. Right now, Imam watchful against the new ball.
Yeah, it's quite hard as a right arm round the wicket bowler to get the right line to a left-hander, because if you're aiming for the stumps, you can often, it just tails off down leg side. And in order to get any LBW shouts, it's going to have to straighten a long way, because the release point of the right arm round the wicket bowler means that it's going to be a good metre away from the stump line. So in order to straighten, to hit the stumps, blimey, you've got to be a good bowler to get that to straighten that much. So it's quite useful for Yorkshire having two left-handed batters opening the batting, because that's going to give the bowlers a challenge that they don't always get. There are more right-handed batters than there are left-handed batters in the game.
South African test bowler Cody Yusuf is on. Made his test debut against Zimbabwe in June. He'll be coming in from our end of the ground, the Peace-Home Park end 2 live. And he's got just one slip, whereas Rain had a couple, with a deep third and deep square leg in a 5-4 field. Live just respecting what is a good delivery.
And there we see the difference with a right-arm bowler coming over the wicket, because the line is much straighter, because your arm release is nearer to the stump line.
Yusuf, certainly a player of some pedigree. Seamer from Western Cape. Fancy his chances of an early breakthrough. Again, that's a nice length to be, in and around that 6 metre length that you hear being talked about a lot. Sort of in between length. Just trying to shape it across live here, early doors.
It's quite funny when we played these one-day games. I've had a lot of members saying, oh, everybody's in the same colour, and it's like, well, didn't we all used to play in white? Nobody used to say anything when we all played in white, so I just normally remind them the batters are the ones with the bats in their hand, so don't worry.
That's just worked away through square leg for 1. Live moves on to 6. Yeah, Durham do have those resplendently yellow numbers. There's Alex Lee's fields. Lees and Rhodes in action against their former county, of course. It's almost a decade ago, back in 2016, that a 22-year-old Alex Lees was appointed Yorkshire's white ball captain, Yorkshire's youngest permanent skipper ever, from Halifax. So I know he's got plenty of friends and family who've come to watch today. He's already hurt Yorkshire this season in both T20 and red ball cricket with 2 big scores. So now he's watching his old opening partner live, who is troubled by that one. Good early signs for Yusuf.
Yeah, very good ball, that one. Just cut back in.
Your pardon, Imam facing up to that one. He's still yet to get off the mark. One thing you do notice on the YouTube live stream, right throughout Yorkshire's Metrobank One Day Cup campaign when Imam's batting, is an almost incessant chatter in the early part of his innings about his strike rate. And you do think, well, have you watched the game before? Have you watched this guy bat before? But this time Imam is again put in a bit of trouble. There's a slightly tentative LBW appeal from Yusuf.
Yeah, I think just missing leg stump there. Just cut back too much, really. And I agree with you. I've heard people say, oh, he's a bit slow, isn't he? He's a bit slow to get started. And I'm like, that's how you build an innings? They're so used to seeing T20 and even dare I mention that word 100 on live stream. They're so used to seeing Bancrash Wallop that they think that he's a bit slow, but he builds a perfect innings. He's a great example of how to build the innings.
So this time just straying down leg. Yeah, you mentioned that word, so it's worth mentioning it in the context of team news as well to remind you. Yorkshire without 7 players due to the 100 international commitments. Johnny Bairstow, Harry Brook, Jaffa Chauhan, Dawood Malan, Adil Rashid, Joe Root and Jordan Thompson. And Durham without 6.
8 for Yorkshire, Matty Revis.
Good point. Oh, of course, yes, good point. So that's just turned away. They're going to try and get a single here to short fine leg, and it's a well-judged single. 9 without loss after 2. Yes, Revis called up by the Northern Superchargers as an injury replacement. And that left Yorkshire with a dilemma in terms of how you balance the side. And at Radlett, they went with Moriarty, the extra spinner. Today, they've gone with Finley Bean, the extra batter. Durham without half a dozen players due to other commitments. Matthew Potts, who ran through Yorkshire in the T20 game between these sides at York. Bryden Cass, Graham Clark, Nathan Souter, Ben McKinney and Callum Parkinson. As we see the fans still flocking in to get themselves the best seat. The ground filling up very nicely here. As rain starts his new over, and Imam is off the mark with a little flick away. Just to run you through Imam's competition so far, it is quite the list of scores. 55 in a low-scoring game here against Warwickshire, 159 away at Northants, 117 in the Roses clash for Yorkshire at home against York, which the White Rose went on to win, chased down, score just shy of 300, and 54 not out in victory against Middlesex. I'm just guiding into the covers.
It's amazing to see the people still flocking into the ground. You know, it's lovely to see full grounds, and this is what One Day Cup gives you. You know, suddenly everybody starts getting behind it. I think there was a great crowd at York. 2,500 in that temporary stand was full every day, and here the Popular Bank is always a good assessment filling up.
Live this time, driving square for 4 for the second time today. This time with a bit more power than the previous one. Both boundaries for Yorkshire so far coming off the bat of Live in pretty similar fashion.
And that was fielded by looked like about a 6-year-old. Remember last time we were here, and about a 10-year-old took an amazing catch in that same position. So you'll see there, look, there's little 6-year-old just picking that up on the replay.
Left alone by Live. Yeah, you always get plenty of spectator interaction here at Scarborough. Think of the Metrobank game here where a gentleman had his newspaper blown onto the pitch and decided to do the perfectly logical thing, which was, of course, follow the newspaper onto the playing surface. And Don Bess, in the end, at mid-off, made a diving stop to save the best he could of the scraps of newspaper that were left. Live just guiding straight to point. There was a nice bit of pun work on the Yorkshire website in the preview for this game, because it was a photo of a despairing Bess grabbing said newspaper with the caption from Graham Hardcastle of Don Bess is looking to make headlines for Yorkshire by skippering them to Metrobank One Day Cup glory. A very odd-looking picture, because it's the kind of thing that you'd think was almost photoshopped, but he is indeed there, scrambling to chase down a Spectator's newspaper.
Here's the field changes. We're going to one slip now and bringing in a short cover, I think. Oh no, he's wandering around. He's going back to gully. Oh no.
He's gone at a short. This is an unusual fielding position.
Short point.
It's a short point. You don't see that very often for Live. Live is just running it with an open face. Arm was alert to the possibility of a single. It's a nice nerve-settling start for Yorkshire after Durham won the toss and chose to bowl 15 without loss after 3.
Yeah, and apart from the infamous run out when Loxton managed to run himself out at York, I think the running between wickets has really been top class this summer from Yorkshire. You know, I'm sure they've done some work on it, but that was a good example there of where Imam was ready for that single. And there's our 6-year-old throwing the ball back.
No, that's the Finley Bean catch.
Oh, that's the Finley Bean catch. Sorry, beg your pardon. Great catch, wasn't it?
And he got, it's a nice moment as well. Bean came across as well after his innings just to shake his hand and congratulate the young'un. So that is an absolute peach from Yusuf. It has Live just signalling to Imam that managed to cut off the seam. And it left Live poking and prodding.
Yeah, brilliant catch, wasn't it, that 10-year-old one? You never get tired of seeing it. And that's what this ground does. It inspires the young people as much as anything else.
Time. Live is just resolutely blocking. Yeah. Great to have your company wherever you are across the world in the YouTube live chat. Plenty of chat going on about Robin Hood Bay and Whitby as well. Of course, the Whitby Lara, some dub him, facing up here.
Kept a bit low that last one, didn't it? Live just had to get down on it.
Extra cover. Well, I think he was maybe wanting to go more extra cover, but it just slides off the face and goes more through cover point from Live. It runs fast down the slope towards that marquee. Another boundary for Live.
Yeah, lovely positive shot, even if it did run off the face. You know, he's stepping forward and stepping into the ball and swinging the bat through it.
Yeah, there was good enough head position and bat path to mean that even though the contact wasn't quite as he wanted to be, he raced away, and Live is setting the early tone here for Yorkshire. Hunt into the pad, but no real possibility of an LBW. Live was half interested in a single. Of course, Whitby just a half an hour drive or so up north from here. And which yours truly decided to cycled it yesterday, which gets some beautiful views down that cinder track as well. This is a great part in the world for a bit of coastal exploration if you get the chance. This time, playing through extra cover. Shot of the day so far from Live, who's really starting to find a rhythm early doors here. Met with the full face of the bat. That's glorious.
Yeah, wonderful shot there. It's just straight through extra cover. Straight through the covers for 4 runs.
It's been quintessential Live this morning. When you think of a particular area of the ground he's strong in, or two, his trademark is that, you'd say, that cover drive, that extra cover drive, and that square drive as well.
Yeah, in all honesty, this is how he started at Radlett as well. He was. Yeah, I felt like the old Live was returning, because the start of this series wasn't really what we've been used to over the years. You know, he's been Mr. Reliable. He's scored lots of runs, and he had a poor start for his standard. But it's just starting to come back and timing it well, hopefully, as we progress through the tournament.
And you remember as well, Yorkshire fans may be familiar, you know, those outside Yorkshire may not, that towards the end of the Vitality Blast campaign, he lost his place in the team, which you'd have had long odds, given his excellence in red ball cricket of that happening, so either be desperate for a big score today. So Imam is still settling into his work, facing rain from the Trafalgar Road end. Imam, who, as mentioned, has got his own agenda to fight for, not just for Yorkshire, but getting back into that Pakistan side. He was last in action for them in April, played in 2 ODIs against New Zealand at Hamilton and Mount Maunganui. He made 3 in the first game, and he had to retire hurt on 1 in the second, and he's not been picked for that latest Pakistan squad. He's just playing that to point, but being no doubt you're watching someone with some pedigree. This is the person who has the second most 50-plus scores in a row in one-day internationals, of 7 once upon a time. Only Javed Miandad and Babar Azam, his fellow countrymen, have got better than that. And so he's one of the quickest players ever to 3,000 runs in ODIs, the second fastest on that metric. So that's just done a bit too much from Rain, who's just trying to drag Imam's head across with a series of deliveries outside off and then bring it back with that one. But from right arm around to a left-hander, you really need a lot going for you. It's got to be very full to avoid sliding down leg.
And that one was sliding down leg. You could see the shot that Imam was looking to play, just flicking it off his hips almost.
Nicely timed by Imam, who will get comfortable single. Someone in the YouTube live chat says the commentators really are trying to get Imam out. I would suggest you are deeply superstitious. If we were to simply not comment on any player's excellence that you're watching at any point out of superstition that they might make a mistake, then it might well be 6 hours of silence.
Maybe that's what they want.
Is Rain, who
Unlucky.
who himself is excellent with the ball, perennially for Durham. And Rain, who arguably in many ways in county cricket actually made his name from heading to the Midlands for a spell with Leicestershire before heading back up to join Durham ahead of 2019 season. All-rounder from Sunderland. And Durham's leading wicket taker across the campaign, so often right up there. And that's it. Again, a decent delivery. Live wants a single, and eventually Imam is alert to it. Again, you just wonder potentially height and also that angle going down leg, as we discussed.
I think he got an inside edge on it.
And apart from that, 24 without loss after 5. Forgive us for not being completely certain from that end, because the batter does have their back to us. Have a look at this. Some beautiful, beautiful drone shots.
Is that South Bay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't call
because
it,
the castle's up.
Don't call it Scarborough for nothing. This is one we prepared earlier as a popular children's television programme, Blue Peter, once upon a time. We'd like to say it's not quite that sunny today. But this is a sense of what you get when you come to Scarborough. And it's worth mentioning on that note, in terms of dates for your diaries, particularly if you're a Yorkshire fan watching this, that Yusuf starts the 6th over. He's guided down to 3rd for 1. I can tell you, I have it on good authority, that if Yorkshire were to get a home knockout game, it will be here. That's because Headingley is in use for the 100. The temporary seating at York has been taken down after York's 2 games in the One Day Cup relatively recently. So Scarborough would almost certainly be the venue. As there's going to be a change of bat here. So if Yorkshire finish first in the group, they get a home semi-final, which would be here on the 31st of August. And if Yorkshire were to finish second in the group, they would get a home quarter-final on the 28th. The semi-final would be against the side that finishes 3rd in the other group, Group A. The winner of the other quarter-final. If you finish second, you play the team that finishes 3rd in Group A, and vice versa. Imam's got a bat change. He's now ready to face up. Just flipped away, but Straight at short mid-wicket.
I know foolishly mentioned team colours earlier, but, just glancing out there, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but the umpire looks like he's a fielder out there. If you just glance round, it just looks like there's another fielder there. So the batter does need to be aware that there is a gap at square leg for a single, should they want one. There's a deep backward square leg.
Just jabbing that one into the ground. Yeah, it's a contrast of a very dark blue from Durham on the umpire's not particularly bright purple, which if you're looking from a distance, particularly when you see a shot like this, which shows you how overcast it is here at Scarborough, see how one might confuse it.
And there's obviously rhyme and reason depending on what competition it is, what colours the umpires wear, but the bright pink stands out to me as, yes, I can remember that, and I can remember the green and yellow that most umpires around the country will wear. But this deep purple is, it blends in with the players, so the batter just needs to be aware of that when they're glancing round to see where the gaps are in the field.
Imam's still settling into his work, 2 off 15. And now starting to find the kind of shots that have him as the third highest run scorer in this competition. The first sign of any kind of aggression from Yorkshire's overseas star, whips it away very nicely for 4.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that was, and he just came inside of it and just helped it on its way down to deep fine leg, just in front of the tea rooms here at Scarborough.
Yeah, the wrist work on that shot was absolutely beautiful. And Imam will get 4 more here. Just a fine tickle. Yusuf straying in line, overcompensating on length as well. Over pitch, down leg. And 2 boundaries in 2 balls have got Imam's innings really off and running.
Yeah, and even at the start, I was thinking people are going to think he needs to get going, he needs to get moving, and there you go. He's just waited for the balls in the right areas, hitting zones, and he's just helped it on its merry way and scored 2 boundaries there off 2 balls, and suddenly the run rate that he's scoring at goes up, but it's been safe, and I think that's the key thing when you're playing 50 over cricket is you need to make sure that it's safe. And here we see the crowd building up on the Popular Bank in front of the tea room. I just love the fact that it's fielded by kids most of the time when the ball goes out there.
Rain starting a new over and just giving Live a bit of trouble with that one. Oh, and there's a whole other thing by play as well, long before we get to the first ball, where there's a collection of hardy spectators waiting for the time that the gates officially open to charge in and get their particular spot. I know the social media team, credit to Matt White here from Yorkshire for capturing this at York, of just how quickly the front row filled up at York. It's Live again, is just finding himself in a slightly awkward spot there, comes off the inside edge. Rain will feel like that's good signs for him.
Yeah, there's a very small area where you can put your own chairs down here, and it's the same people who sit in the same spots every time I walk round. So they must be here early to get their space. A bit like throwing your towel down, I think, on a sunbed.
On a runnable 21. And wants a quick single here, and it's a well-judged quick single in front of mid-off.
That's good cricket. Just knowing that you've not hit it hard enough to go to the fielder too quickly, and there's an easy single there and very easily run by both of them.
Remember what's at stake here. Yorkshire without a limited overs trophy since the Cheltenham and Gloucester Trophy in 2002. So long ago that cricket back then in the 50 over format was played in whites with a red ball. And Yorkshire looking to reach the knockouts of this competition for the first time since 2021. Durham, meanwhile, runners-up in this competition in that same year, 4 years ago, as Imam just works this down to deep third. And the thing to note about Imam is he might be an overseas player, but he's also a bit of a coach here. And what I mean by that is just coming down yesterday and watching the team train, you saw him in deep, meaningful conversations with various Yorkshire batters about footwork, about timing, about scoring options, and you could tell from the physical actions that were going with that. And the amount of knowledge being passed on is so useful for those players. Live is he's just being caused some problems by rain in this over.
Yeah, I think as a county, Yorkshire are very lucky because you've got Imam doing that now, but you also get Joe Root and Harry Brook doing that at the start of the season as well. And, you know, as a young player, you've got to just listen to every word that these players tell you, because we've got three great batters in Root, in Brook and in Imam Ul Haq.
Live this time, plays it straight to that fielder we were talking about at a slightly unusual short point position. End of the over, 7 gone. Nice quiet over from Rain, just starting to put the brakes on Yorkshire, who will be pretty content with where they've got to. 36 without loss after 7. After a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by the excellent Aaron Vars.
Yeah, 7 overs gone, 36 the score, so Yorkshire will be happy with that. They'll be looking to build this score as they go through the morning. Difficult to set a target out here, but you know, you'd be looking at well over 200 on an outfield that's as quick as this, and with the batting lineup that you've got. As we see, same bowler continuing from the P-Zone Park. And good morning, Aaron.
Good morning to you as well, Dr. Jane Powell. It is Cody Yusuf then, bowling here to Imam Ul Haq, who straight away just climbs into that one, penetrates the gap through extra cover, and that will be 4 gorgeous runs, well fielded by those spectators down in the folding chairs.
Yeah, and that's one of those shots, isn't it, that if you can avoid the infield, you know, it's one of those, don't bother chasing it because it's going to be 4 runs. I feel quite sorry for ground staff around the country because with the lack of rain, the outfields are quite hard to maintain. But they've done a good job here at Scarborough. It's a little bit patchy in places, but that's understandable with the weather that we've had, and they've done a great job.
Nice channel bowling there from the South African international. Yeah, ground staff up and down the country. It's been a challenging year, actually. I was speaking to a few of the members at rugby school. I mean, they've really struggled with the lack of rainfall. It's made it very difficult. Of course, the byproduct of that is these lightning-fast outfields. It's been the same at Wantage Road as well, home of Northamptonshire. But I'll tell you what, they really are a credit to our wonderful game.
That one just squared up. Imam went to work it onto the onside and just got a leading edge. Didn't go anywhere, so he's okay. See, he's rehearsing that. Flick it onto the onside, almost. There's a buzz out there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's the Scarbados hum. Imam looks to work that one fine. A really nice stop there from Ben Rain, just to cut it down to the single. I mean, there are loads of people here today. The Popular Bank, I mean, it was pretty full for the Warwickshire game on the 5th of August, but today, real sea of bodies down there, still people entering the ground. Here to the left of us in the family stand as well. Plenty of both Yorkshire and Durham fans. Really is wonderful to see all of this support for the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yeah, and I don't know if the camera ever pans in, but there's always a great big picture of Johnny Bairstow looking over the ground here, and it's quite reminding of some of the players that aren't here, but let's focus on the ones that are here, and that was just guided down by Adam Lythe to point.
And there it is, right on cue. Brilliant work from Nathan, our producer. Yusuf bowls here to Adam Lythe. That will be a dot ball. It's just one of the iconic outgrounds, isn't it, in English domestic cricket, as we do see the conclusion of the 8th over. Yorkshire 41 without loss. Lythe on 22 and Imam on 16 from 22 deliveries. It's just a special place, isn't it?
Yes, I know. As I travel around the county grounds, I get most of the county committees all saying, can we play at Scarborough next year? Can you have a word? Can we play at Scarborough next year? I think the other counties just love coming to Scarborough because it's just, as you say, an iconic outground. I've travelled around a few outgrounds recently and I can understand why the counties want to come to Scarborough. You know, it's just got so much permanent seating for a start. There's a crowd that come in, knowledgeable crowd, and it's just a great place to play cricket, as well as have ice cream and fish and chips.
Absolutely. Here is Ben Rain to continue then. Bowling up first to Imam Huck, guides that down to backward point for no run. It's just full of character, isn't it?
It is, you know, there's so many, just the quaint tea room, the pavilion, even the comms box, the media box, you know, it's just one of those things that you know is iconic to Scarborough. I think most outgrounds, you're usually in a tent.
Yep, or a marquee.
Yes. Just squared up again slightly there. Going along quite nicely, just over 5 and over. So, you know, you'd be happy with that to start with because we've all seen how players can accelerate or teams can accelerate when they've got wickets in hand later into an innings. And that's the big difference between 50 over cricket and 20 over cricket. You've got time to do that.
Really?
Well picked up there by Rain. Sorry, Aaron.
No, I was just about to echo that. I was just about to say really good fielding off his own bowling there from Ben Rain. And he's a bowler who is full of character, heart and courage. He's one of those who, regardless of the situation that Durham find themselves in, regardless of their position in the table and regardless of the format, you just know Ben Rain is going to turn up to the ground and he will give you 100% game in, game out.
And that's a great drive yet again. Through point for 4 runs as that hit by Imam ul Haq.
Just take a look at the replay there. Slightly too wide, wasn't it, from Ben Rain? Allowed for Imam to just guide it through that gap through point. Got a lovely connection on it.
Yeah, glorious shot.
Solid start as well, this for the White Rose, 45 without loss. And there you go, turning 1 into 2. It really has been the hallmark, hasn't it, of this Yorkshire side in 2025. Just the constant energy between the wickets. Look how hard Imam runs that first one. Yeah. Turns on a penny piece, straight back, yeah. Always going to be 2.
Really great example of what I was saying earlier about the running between wickets has been top draw. Just been one notable one that we can all remember.
That one's short from Rain. There's an appeal from the bowler, select appeal in fact. And after a little bit of hesitation from the umpire, Imam ul Haq has to go for 22 from 28 deliveries. It is the ever-reliable Ben Rain who draws first blood for Durham. And Yorkshire lose their first. The White Rose 47 for 1 after 9 overs at North Marine Road.
And that's a great example of what you were saying about Rain. You know, he put his back into that one, put a little bit more effort in. Slightly short, but directed well. Imam went to try and hook it. Just got an edge to it and caught behind.
That is a big wicket. Imam goes off to applause here at Scarborough as Will Luxton enters the middle. We'll just take a second look at this one. Real effort ball, wasn't it, from Ben Rain?
But it was the angle it was bowled at and the direction it was sent. It was coming straight towards the batter, and he had to play it almost, and he just got a fine edge on it. I think he knew that he'd got an edge on that. Just waited for the umpires to put his finger up, and then that was him on his way.
There we go then. The opening stand has been broken by Ben Rain. Will Luxton, the new man in the middle. Such an impressive player. I think a lot of people will think back to his Blast campaign and those no-look sixes against Lancashire at Old Trafford. That really was a sight to behold. And of course, in 50-over cricket as well, as we've seen in the past couple of campaigns, it is a format in which he can make a real difference. I know this is a knock that we've alluded to an awful lot on commentary this season, but that 105 at Rugby School in 2024, I was there to witness that, and it was an innings of real high class and true pedigree from Will Luxton. Possesses plenty of shots in the locker, but he will be at the non-striker's end as Cody Yusuf bowls here to Adam Lythe.
And that's driven firmly at the short cover, and there's no run there. Yeah, it's nice to see Will Luxton getting a run against, really, and that's why I like the one-day cup. It means that you can play some of the players who haven't necessarily got first-team starts all season, because, as we've already said, 8 players have moved on to the 100. So it means that players like Duke and Luxton, you know, they can come in and get a game every game, really, and it'll pay dividends for the county as they move forward. And whenever there's a wicket that falls, then you almost feel you have to rebuild as a partnership. The key thing in one-day cricket is partnerships, so the batters have to work together. I know often people listening will look at individual scores, but the important thing is, can we get partnerships? So the first partnership was 47. If we got 47 partnerships all the way through, suddenly you've built your score. So it's about making sure that you hang around and work together.
Lythe looks to tickle that one round the corner. Thumps into the pad. Just waiting on the signal from the umpire. Indeed, it is leg bye given. And yeah, just to echo that, partnership's ever so important. And also just giving yourself time for those final 15, 20 overs.
Yeah, and if nothing else, I think Imam's brought far more than this. But, you know, one of the things he's brought is this ability for the other players to see that you don't have to go crazy from the first ball, that you can actually just have a look at, you could look at a whole over, if you like, without going for runs, but then just start to work the ball around, pick up the singles, rotate the strike, especially with a right-hand, left-hander in now, just rotate the strike.
Well, Luxton defends on his first ball faced. Of course, will be looking for a few runs, won't he? When you look at his run in the campaign so far, 25 against Warwickshire, 41 against Northants. Of course, the standout was the 77, wasn't it, in the Roses match up at York. But last couple of games, Golden Duck against Somerset and 1 from 5 down at Radlett against Middlesex. So he'll be looking just to get bat on ball, maybe an early boundary, and just settle back into his groove. He leaves that one well alone, and that will be the end of over number 10. Yorkshire 48 for 1. Adam Lythe on 22 from 30. Luxton yet to get off the mark.
And it'll be interesting when Durham feel that they need to change the bowler. At Radlett the other day, Ben Coate bowled 10 overs straight through. You know, so there's no rhyme or reason, or there's no set rule. But usually when they've had around 5-6 overs, then you're looking to give somebody else a bowl as well, because you want to save your strike bowlers for further on in the competition. And as I said that, then Will Rhodes is coming on from the Trafalgar Square end.
He most certainly is, yeah. A man formerly of these pastures, Will Rhodes, has had a tremendous competition with both bat and ball in hand. Only Durham's leading run scorer in the competition and leading wicket taker. Here he is to Adam Lyth. And that one has just been turned around the corner, will race away down to the boundary for 4 leg byes, and that will be the team 50 up for Yorkshire in the 11th over.
Yeah, good start, 50. Literally 10 overs and 1 ball. So that's a good start, a solid start, 50 for 1.
Beautiful bowling that from Will Rhodes.
Yeah, good line, good shape on that ball. Well, and Lythy goes forward just to blame the pitch for not quite getting behind it. Go and do a bit of gardening.
It's a common sight, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it helps a batter reset their mind as much as anything else.
That one banged in with a little bit more venom by Will Rhodes. Just to bring you a little bit more context with regards to those numbers, 13 wickets already in the campaign, as well as 387 runs. So he really has been absolutely terrific. Came up to Durham mostly for more opportunities in T20 cricket, and he's repaid the faith. Didn't quite get those chances down at Warwickshire. Of course, he played plenty of 50-over cricket and red ball cricket for the Bears, was the county championship captain during the 2021 season when he was part of the side that lifted the championship trophy itself, but just didn't quite get those T20 chances. Durham offered that all formats deal, of course, a place in the T20 Blast side, and he is thriving in the northeast. Lyth edges that one, thick outside edge, and that will whistle away down towards the boundary for 4 runs. First runs off the bats in this partnership.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that, because it did look like Adam was trying to run it down to this area, down to the third man area, but he did get an edge on it. So both people will feel happy with that, bizarrely, because the bowler will be happy they've got the edge, but Lythy was trying to run it down there by the looks of the shape of the shot.
That one played a lot more comfortably by Adam Lyth. It'll just be a single.
And we're seeing now a real example of what this competition's all about, as far as I can say. You know, you've got Lythy out there batting with Luxton, you know, you've got the maturity and the experience with the youth and exuberance of a youngster making their way in the sport, and the same with Will Rhodes. You know, his contribution this year is invaluable for Durham. He brings in all that experience, and they can help the younger players through any difficulty that happens during the season. And that's what, it's a massive benefit to cricket in general, this One Day Cup, because of that ability to play experience with youth.
It certainly is. And he is a really good mentor and role model. As we see a change of bowling here, we'll see Sam Connors coming on to bowl from the P-Zone Park end. Really was a terrific player for Derbyshire, was Sam Connors, across formats. I know that Ryan Campbell thinks very highly of him. And interested to see what he can do here. He's known for breaking partnerships. He sends that one full wide down the leg side. Those are simple runs, been given as leg byes by the umpire.
They've scored a lot of leg byes, haven't they, in the last 2 overs? I think they must have something like 8, 12?
10.
10 runs from leg byes in the last 2 overs. And as a team, that's one of the things I was saying, that don't look at individual scores, look at partnerships, and that adds to the partnership that these two will be creating.
Connors bangs that one in shorter. Just whipped away down towards deep backward square leg for the single. Fielded well there by another former Yorkshire man, Alex Lee's already spoken about Will Rhodes. But of course, this for Sam Connors is his first list day game in, well, nearly a calendar year. In fact, it's been over 365 days. And rather fittingly, his previous list day game, he was playing against Durham for Derbyshire.
Yeah, no, and the other thing is that as we're outside the first power play now, so we've got 4 fielders out on the boundary. They are at cover, third man, fine leg and mid-wicket.
Yep, they are indeed. Just looking with regards to the fielders out there, Emilio Gay, the man patrolling at deep mid-wicket. Down the leg side, Connors has a half appeal, but will be given as a wide, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, that age-old cricketer's ploy that when you bowl it down leg side, immediately go up to make it, to try and get away with the wide, but not fooling the umpire here.
Just see the wide angle there of North Marine Road. Plenty of fans in attendance here today. Luxton climbs into that one, punches it through the covers. Will just be a single, fielded by the aforementioned Alex Lees.
What was the capacity of the ground?
Well, we did look it up on a popular search engine. So, according to said search engine, it was between 8,000 and 9,000 here at North Marine Road. But myself and Noah Kelly, who we'll hear from in due course a little bit later on, we had a look at the record attendance here. It was in 1947. I'm just guided down to deep third. Do you want to guess what that record attendance was?
1947.
1947, yeah.
Probably going to go 15,000.
15,000. That's not a bad guess. Michael's closer. 22,000. 22,000 here at Scarborough.
Wow. Just 2 years ago, I think we opened the West Stand here, so that's a new stand that's in there with changing facilities and faith roomers, etc. That's played out for a single on the onside. And then you lose a few seats, don't you, because of where the sight screen is put. So but there's a fair crowd in today. I would think that it's approaching that said capacity. Probably about 6 at least, I would think, if it's 8,000.
Well, the other thing to take into consideration as well is that marquee. There is a nice story as well with regards to that record attendance. I think I'll leave that up to Noah Kelly when he actually comes on. Very knowledgeable cricket badger is Noah.
He's a good player as well.
Very, very fine player.
It's more about what he can do with the bat and the ball than what he can tell us about these days, but he does know a lot.
Now, Will Rhodes into his second over here from the Trafalgar Square end.
Will to Will. Will Luxton playing that back up the pitch. Sweet timer of the ball when he gets going, Will Luxton. I think, you've mentioned those no-look sixes. Wow, what shots they were. Driven firmly, but straight to cover, no run.
Well, with Will's cricket, it all comes from the bottom hand, doesn't it? Very wristy, very whippy. Really does generate plenty of extra pace and velocity on the cricket ball. And I know it's a very cliche saying, but when he hits the ball, it stays hit, doesn't it? Sails over the rope for 6 runs. There you go, just a beautiful clip out towards Deep forward mid-wicket for 4 runs. Beautiful shot that from Will Luxton. Holds the pose a little bit as well for good measure. And that is a classy shot from a very talented cricketer.
Yeah, and the good thing is that he stays sideways as long as possible, and that it only takes that left shoulder away at the point of contact, and that means he can still middle it. If that ball suddenly moved away, then he can still play it on the offside.
How does Rhodes respond? Slightly uppish. No harm done there for young Will Luxton. Either way, though, it is worth saying that compared to the previous match here, where Yorkshire had 38 for 7 in the opening 12-13 overs, pitch does seem to have calmed down slightly compared to that.
Yeah, a little bit like the other day at Radlett. You know, the bowlers have started off well for Yorkshire on a couple of games, but a pitch is only as good as where the bowlers can put the ball, and what they've done so well is they've put the ball in the right area. And that Warwickshire game that we played here earlier in the season, they were just hitting that same dangerous area for the batter every time, you know, and it does make a difference. If you relieve the pressure by bowling one short and wide, you know, then it's not as it doesn't feel quite as threatening. But if you can keep the pressure on and just keep hitting the right areas, then it makes it very difficult for the batters. And Yorkshire bowlers have done that well on at least 2, if not 3 occasions through this one-day cup, where they've taken the lead by knocking over the opening batters of the opposition.
Well, it is funny you mention that as we just see the conclusion of over number 13. Yorkshire 70 for 1, Lythe on 29 and Luxton on 6. It was right here at North Marine Road where we arguably saw the delivery of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Jack White to Ed Barnard. The bail clipper.
Yeah, where he hit the top of off stump, and he did literally hit the top of off stump.
Connors it is to continue then from the P-Zone Park end. Starts off with a dot ball there to Adam Lythe. How Adam would love to get a big score on the board today. Struggled at times for consistency this season, both the T20 Blast and the One Day Cup, but we all know this man's pedigree. One of the all-time greats at Yorkshire. An all-time leading run scorer in the T20 Blast for the White Rose.
Yeah, good shot there, well fielded. And Adam Lythe, of course, has already hit over 1,000 in county championship games this season as well. So he'll be wanting to build on that start or that contribution throughout the year in this One Day Cup as well.
I want to think height comes into the equation there from Connors. Just generate a nice little bit of additional zip and bounce off the wicket.
Yeah, it just seemed to lift on him, didn't it, just at the last minute.
That one banged in a little bit shorter by Connors. Just whipped away very stylishly by Adam Lythe down towards the long leg boundary for 4 runs.
He wasn't very far away from the fielder, but he had no chance of getting anywhere near it because of the angle that Adam played that one at, and it just raced to the boundary.
I'll tell you what, we've seen a couple of those shots today. That one played a little bit later by Adam Lythe, but it was Imam earlier on. He played a very similar shot down towards that same area. Just looking at the field placement, deep fine leg is in place. Moves slightly wider after that shot, as well as a deep backward square leg. So a decent gap, isn't there, for that particular delivery?
There is, but the square leg has moved a little bit to his left and the fine leg a little bit to his right. They're trying to cut out that particular shot.
Lovely cut shot that from Adam Lyth. Rotates the strike as he moves on to 34. The scoreboard 75 for 1.
What a lovely view of the coast we've got there. This is North Bay now, with the castle on the headland there. Two different bays completely in Scarborough. So you've got the North Bay, which is quiet. Obviously the water is thumping the wall there, but and the south side is very much more family orientated, with a few entertainment, arcades, etc.
Here is Will Rhodes to Adam Lyth, just beats the bat of the Yorkshire opener. A few oohs and ahs there, especially from the Durham keeper, Ollie Robinson. He's stunning. I mean, I saw on social media yesterday, somebody put up a drone shot, and you don't realise just how close to the sea North Marine Road actually is because of the rows of houses, but well, it's absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I think North Marine Road is closer to the sea than Hove is, Sussex County Ground, to the sea. And if you know anything about Sussex, you always talk about, is the tide coming in or the tide coming out, because that affects whether you bat or bowl first. I don't think that's ever talked about here, although there has been sea frets occasionally that have come across the ground and you can't see a great deal.
Short, wide and inviting for Adam Lyth. Just cuts it down towards Cody Youssef, who does the fielding.
Yeah, that's one of Adam Lyth's. Oh, and here we see the drone footage of the pitch and the sea, and it's just magnificent. It's just a glorious, I don't know, I'm sure that was Murph that did that. Brilliant photography there, because you just get a real good picture of where the ground is in relation to the sea. Brilliant photography.
Rhodes bowls here to Will Luxton. Flashes off the outside of the bat down towards Sam Connors. Will be another single there for the right-hander.
Yeah, thick outside edge there from Will Luxton. Maybe just turning square a little bit too early. Just keep his shape a little bit longer. Just play straight down as he rehearses that at the non-striker's end now.
Back to around the wicket here is Will Rhodes. Oh, Lyth advances.
There's just a little tiny bit where Adam keeps going to have a prod, where it's just lifting a little bit, and it's just causing him a few issues there. That's probably the third one that we've seen in the last few overs that has just lifted and beaten the forward advancing of Adam Lyth.
That one played far better by the veteran opener. Just runs it off the bat face down towards Cody Youssef. And that will be a single to round out the 15th over. Yorkshire 78 for 1. Adam Lyth currently on 36 unbeaten from 50 deliveries. Will Luxton alongside him on 7 from 12.
Yeah, and yet again the partnership is building, and that's what they would be looking to do. So far it must be 31 since the fall of the first wicket. So, you know, they're looking to keep building that, and that would be really important for Yorkshire at this stage. Durham will be looking to try and break this partnership, because as soon as you take a wicket, the opposition have to rebuild and restart.
Here is Connors to Adam Lyth. Full and drilled down the ground. Nicely fielded there by Will Rhodes at slightly wideish mid-off.
And we saw a picture before that ball of the marquee. Again, you know, lots of corporate hospitality being afforded people at Scarborough. So it's a great place to bring your corporate team in. So if anybody's listening and looking for a venue, here's your venue. And you get to see good cricket.
Well, you most certainly do. So that one was bowled a little bit shorter by Sam Connors. Allows for Lythe to cut it away to deep point for 1.
And there we see the corporate hospitality. People enjoying good food and drink and watching good cricket. Not quite as big as the corporate hospitality at York, which was massive, but big enough to accommodate anybody who would like to come. That's turned round to square leg. They've run 1 and they're going for 2 runs, and that yet again an example of the running between the wickets that Yorkshire have done consistently through this season, this summer season.
It was definitely well ran, that, wasn't it? Just looking at the overheads, some slightly greyer clouds just forming. Hopefully there's no rain on the radar. Looks and again plays that one late.
Yeah, I'm no expert on clouds and rains, but I don't think I can see any rain in those clouds at the moment. Famous last words. I once said that to a group when I was teaching. Oh, it'll be all right, it's the passing shower. We got absolutely drenched for about an hour, and then we decided I don't think it's going to stop, so we did go in.
Good areas that from Sam Connors. Been a nice, tight, disciplined start. Currently wicketless, but also being economic with these overs so far. Just the 3 runs coming from this one. Tale as old as time, though, isn't it, Dr. Jane Powell? As a bowler, you've got to finish off strongly.
Yeah, you come into the over well and you've got to get out of the over well. What you don't want is to be hit for a 4 at the end of the over when you've bowled a good over.
And he's done well there as Sam Connors. Dot ball to finish, remains 3 runs off the over, and we will have a change here in the commentary box. We'll say a fond farewell to Dr. Jane Powell for the time being. And shortly you'll be hearing the voice of current Yorkshire cricketer Noah Kelly. We had the pleasure of listening to Noah up at York Cricket Club against Somerset, and yeah, delighted to have him back here. Clearly didn't scare him off in that game against the West Country outfit. So, Noah, welcome. Great to have you back.
Thank you for having me. Welcome everyone at home as well. It's been a great day to be a Yorkshire fan so far. Nice start from the lads, and hope that can continue into these middle overs.
Here is Will Rhodes then from the Trafalgar Road end, bowling to Lythe. That one aerial. Should be a catching chance, and taken easy as you like. Sam Connors is the fielder. Down at long leg, and Adam Lythe has to depart for 37 from 53 deliveries. Durham's leading wicket taker in the competition, Will Rhodes, gets the breakthrough. It's the 14th scalp of the competition for the former Warwickshire and Yorkshire man. And the White Rose now 81 for 2 at the start of the 17th over.
Yeah, just a bit of extra bounce. Quite common at Scarborough, as the applause for Lythe is coming off. Very strong off his legs, of course, Adam Lythe. Just a bit of extra bounce, possibly just nips, and as you can see there, just off the top edge, straight down fine leg throat as James Wharton's at the crease. Had a superb couple of years with the Yorkshire Rose on, and be getting about his work with one of his good friends, Will Luxton.
He most certainly will. 2 incredibly talented right-handers at the crease, and just looking at Wharton's season so far in the One Day Cup, started off with 17 from 34 here against Warwickshire, then backed it up with 66 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road, a 41 not out in the Roses match. A little bit like Will, last couple of games have been slightly quiet. 3 from 7 deliveries against Somerset at York, and a 2-ball duck against Middlesex. But with James Wharton, he's just such a powerful and destructive cricketer, isn't he? He can single-handedly win a match for Yorkshire.
Absolutely. Very easy on the eye as well. Plays some very eye-catching shots, as does Will Luxton. So, as cricket is, you get a couple low scores, but it's always how you bounce back, and these two have got incredible form in that.
Wharton deals with that first one. Just runs it off the bat face down towards backward point. Scott Borthwick there, the Durham icon, doing the fielding.
Passionate as ever, Scott at point, trying to gee his lads up. Knows it's a very crucial part of the game here. Durham obviously looking to take 3 and 4 wickets going into drinks. They know how big this partnership is as Will Rhodes comes in again.
Just looking at the wider stats from this season as well, it's currently Alex Green of Leicestershire who's the leading wicket taker in the competition. 16 wickets in total for the Foxes seamer. Someone who I imagine will be on England under-19 radars and potentially Lions call-up as well. Really does generate plenty of extra pace and bounce from his action. But Will Rhodes, well, he's on 14 for the campaign. Searching for number 15. Really has been an inspired signing, hasn't he, for Ryan Campbell's men?
Yeah, he's been really good, as you say, leading run scorer, leading wicket taker in this comp. Obviously brings a bit of leadership as well, having been captain at Warwickshire in 2021, winning the championship title.
Beautiful delivery that from Will Rhodes. The corridor of uncertainty being tested there. This really has been an outstanding over. The wicket of Adam Live with the first delivery. Follows it up with ...
Yeah, really nice from Will Rhodes here. Challenging James early. Obviously got a slip in place.
That one well fended out by James Wharton. A watchful start for the Yorkshire number 4. Currently scoreless from 5 deliveries. Luxton on 9 from 16. And that is a tremendous wicket maiden from Will Rhodes, who continues to impress in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, terrific over. Putting some pressure on James early with a slip and not letting him off with an easy single or an easy boundary ball. As we're looking at Sam Connors continue from the P-Zone Park end. Very exciting, of course, only his second game for Durham this year. And he's impressed so far.
Oh, that's a really nice delivery. Almost cuts Luxton in half, keeps a little bit lower than first expected. You've played against Sam, haven't you?
Yeah, I played against him in the at this ground actually, in Yorkshire second team versus Durham second team. Quite quick onto you, quite a slingy through his action. Gets some good pace and bounce, and I think that's why they've gone with him at Durham. Gone with him at this game in particular, a bit more extra bounce. As you see there, a bit of seam movement, cutting Luxty in half.
That one a more expansive shot, wasn't it, from Will Luxton? A little bit more firm, driven out towards the deep point boundary. But as I suppose as his opponent, what's difficult about facing Sam Connors? Because, of course, plenty of the chat has been about that almost slingy action. He's not a gunslinger as such, but the ball just skids on. Is that his main calling card when you're facing off against him?
Yeah, he's got that extra pace, and with that pace comes the bounce, and when someone bowls a bit quicker, the seam movement can feel a bit quicker off the seam as well. So as you say there, as it looks like he's been beat for pace, it's probably just the seam movement, that extra bit of bounce that he's got from the wicket. He really does charge in all day as well. He's got a good heart. Tries his hardest and never really gives you any balls to balls to get away, feel like he's always going to try and hit the bat, as opposed to you going to let you hit him.
Just looking at his field as well, he's got deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep point and deep third in play. As Wharton shuffles a couple of steps down the wicket.
I think this is why Scarborough's held in such high regard. Obviously, as I came onto the comms, they said it was a Yorkshire first hour, and then they take up the big wicket of Adam Lyth, and suddenly the momentum shifts, clouds are rolling in, ball seems to be doing a little bit more as the lacquer's coming off. So you're always in the game on both sides at Scarborough. That's why it's a terrific venue to play at.
That one's shorter in length from Connors. The Durham fielders on the offside were circling, but does eventually make its way out to Alex Lees for the single. And in terms of that story, I did promise that we'd come back to it. I was having a chat with Dr. Jane Powell about the history of Scarborough Cricket Club, and there's a story about the Don, isn't there?
Yeah, well, you are right in thinking I'm a bit of a badger, but this is actually on the walls in the Scarborough clubhouse, which I'll come back to after this ball. It's on the stairway up to the dining room, and it just says about when they had the record attended. It was when Don Bradman played. It was his final first-class innings in Yorkshire. In England, sorry. I think he made 148 not out by lunch or something like that on the first day. Something remarkable, and yeah, getting 20+ thousand in is hard to believe now, looking around the ground.
Well, it is, because it looks jam-packed now. I mean, there are odd little bits of space on the popular bank and the odd seat, but for the most part, plenty of people in attendance at North Marine Road. It's absolutely staggering, isn't it, to think that at one point in the 1940s, 22,000 people were watching a game of cricket right here.
And I wonder how many had a pie like them on the side of the ground. It's a great day for some pie and gravy. Doing a roaring trade down there on the boundary side. Might have to pop down myself.
Here is Will Rhodes then to continue. Balls to James Wharton. Short, wide, and slashed away through deep backward point for 4 runs. Real shot of anger there from James Wharton, and he's played it delightfully.
Slightly uppish, but I do think he has meant that, James. Obviously, as we say, it's a bit of extra bounce at Scarborough. You don't want to fight the bounce, you want to work with it. So going over point as opposed to trying to hit it hard. Just a little bit less risk in that shot.
There is that shuffle down the wicket again. Can't quite get off strike there, can James Wharton. And for those of us who haven't played here at North Marine Road, Noah, how does the challenge differ from, let's say, Clifton Park? So the home of York Cricket Club, where we've seen those last 2 matches against Lancashire and Somerset. How, as a batter, do you have to set up here compared to, let's say, York as one example? We'll touch upon that after this next ball. Oh, driven delectably by James Wharton. Just jogs rather nonchalantly down to the non-striker's ends. Knew exactly what the outcome of that delivery was. And indeed it is. 4 more runs. Yorkshire now 91 for 2.
Really terrific from James, that. Obviously he got that boundary away over point. Next ball shuffled down, trying to put Will off his length, and just bowled it slightly fuller, and James was tucked into it. But as you say, on the bounce, as a batter you can sort of sit a bit deeper at Scarborough and wait for the shorter delivery. As typically, obviously James has climbed into that one gloriously, but it is typically harder to drive at Scarborough, and you really have to wait for it, because the slips are more in play than an LBW. It's quite tough to get an LBW, so teams will often hold in the channel a bit longer than they will at, say, a York or a typical outground where it's a bit slower and a bit more, with a bit less bounce. If you can use the bounce to your advantage, it's a really great place to bat.
One will be another dot ball. We saw that extra degree of bounce, didn't we, in the Warwickshire game, and it was Ben Cliff causing all sorts of problems. Took his maiden 5-wicket haul in professional cricket, and a number of them were to slip and gully, weren't they?
Yeah, slip, gully, I think we got caught cover as well. But you want to be a foot follower as a bowler at Scarborough.
Rhodes there just holding back his length, and that will be the end of the over. 8 runs from it. Yorkshire 91 for 2. So it will be Sam Connors continuing his spell here, going into a 5th over, currently wicketless, none for 15 from his previous 4. But he has been the most economic of the Durham bowlers to date.
Yep, I heard Dr. James Powell speaking about partnerships with the bat, and it's equally as important with the ball. Obviously, Will Rhodes has taken the wicket, and Sam Connors' job just to be the economic of the two.
There you go, just holding up the P-zone park end for the time being. 2 very different seam bowlers as well, aren't they? Sam Connors and Will Rhodes. Although something we haven't seen today, and I do wonder if it is down to that extra bounce, especially when Ben Rain has been bowling and Rhodes at times this season, Robinson will stand up to the stumps. Do you think that is down to the extra bounce?
Yeah, I think the mode of dismissal at Scarborough typically is nicked off. So that's pushed away to deep cover, and there's a single taken. It's very hard to get an LBW with the extra bounce. So as a keeper, typically you will come up to the stumps to try and trap the batsman in the crease, but at Scarborough it's quite favourable to bat in your crease. It's not like many people who bat in a yard, maybe a yard and a half out the crease to try and negate any movement. It's more a case of sitting back and waiting for the ball. So yeah, I think Robinson will elect to stand back to most of the seamers unless someone's actively charging them, which I don't think they will. But no, it's a really great point.
Shorts, not the most convincing shot in the world, that from James Wharton, as Ackerman hits the stumps at the non-strikers. And that's what the game is all about right there as well. Alex Lees, formerly of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, signing bats, taking photos, interacting with the next generation. And that'll be a core memory, won't it, for those young fans?
Yeah. I've been there myself as a young kid, on the boundary wanting some of your favourite players to sign your bats.
Oh, that's a firm shot, isn't it, from Will Luxton. Drills it through the covers down towards Alex Lees. Did you have any particular big autographs back in those early days?
Lythe, Adam Lythe.
Not a bad one.
Yeah, I remember I've got a picture of Kumar Sangakkara, that's firmly on my wall, when he played against Yorkshire for Surrey. When I was about 10 years old, I think I was.
Bumper bowled there by Sam Connors. A little bit too short for the umpire's liking, wide given.
Properly dug that one in. Trying to get it to that shoulder, grill height, make it awkward for James, but an easy decision for the umpire in the end, just sails over James's head. But see what he's trying to do. Trying to hit the top of the stumps, and then the occasional bounce. We saw it happen for Ben Rain, bowled the occasional bouncer. Got the wicket, so just trying to create a bit of variation.
That one pitched up a bit more. Scott Borthwick.
Had a good view from point there, didn't he, for the LBW? Just forgot that it had to hit the pad first, Scott. Yeah, next one.
He's a wonderful character, isn't he, Scott Borthwick?
Yeah, magnificent servant as well for Durham cricket. Obviously had the 4 years at Surrey, including a county championship winning season, but he's been awesome for Durham.
Oh, that one again, keeping slightly low. Played very deftly, delicately, and runs away for 4 runs. A really smart shot that from James Wharton as he moves on to 14, and the score now Yorkshire 99 for 2.
Guided beautifully from James. Not inherently a bad ball from Sam Connors there, just trying to get out his over. It's just a channel ball, and James with a bit of deft touch Gets it nice and finely and beats the third man. It absolutely races away here at Scarborough. We're very lucky at our outgrounds at Yorkshire. York, Scarborough, the outfield's absolutely rapid. And the pitches are good as well. As expected, Will Rhodes is continuing on from the Trafalgar Square end.
Starts off well with a dot ball. Yeah, just thinking back to those two autographs as well. Both left-handers, of course, Adam Lyth, Kumar Sangakkara, one of the absolute best cricketers of all time in my humble opinion.
Absolutely. One of my favourite to watch as well. Or both of them, both my favourite to watch. Adam Lyth, Kumar Sangakkara, good company there.
So that one is just tucked away down towards square leg, and that will be the team 100 up for Yorkshire. Comes up in the 21st over. Round of applause echoes out here at North Marine Road. Solid start this, isn't it, for the home side?
Yeah, I think we'll be really pleased with it. 5 and over, ticking along nicely. These two just starting to build us a little bit of a partnership.
That one well fielded by Will Rhodes, and I think I know the answer to this question, Noah, but when it comes to batting, do left-handers look a little bit more stylish?
Well, I mean, I hate watching myself bat, so not me, but when you watch someone like Kumar Sangakkara, you can't help but think left-handers look stylish, but as long as it gets to the rope and you're getting runs on the board, I think everyone looks good.
That one's short and hammered away handsomely as well by James Wharton.
Well fielded, it looks like, just trying to pick out his sandwich bag, throw it back.
How does Rhodes respond after that one? As well, responds with a dot ball. Will also be a change of commentary at the end of this over. I'll depart, and on in my place will be the marvellous Mr. McCann. This is a good foundation, isn't it? A decent platform being built here.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we spoke about partnerships and trying to get there and be there in the last 10 to kick the team on. We might see some spin very soon.
Well, Wharton just pushes that one down to a wideish mid-off, and that will be the end of over number 21. Yorkshire 104 for 2. James Wharton out there on 18 from 21, and Will Luxton, his partner, out there on 13. As I'll leave you with some words of wisdom courtesy of Yorkshire cricketer Noah Kelly.
And it is going to be a change from the Peasone Park end as George Driscoll takes his cap off and marks out his run-up. 26-year-old off-spinner. Going to look and change the pace up from the 20 overs we've seen so far. Has been some spin on previous decks at Scarborough. As we are looking at a glorious picture of that can't be Scarborough.
Adrian Murthakrai, our drone man, can take all the credit for this.
That can't be Scarborough.
It's the castle on top.
It's beautiful.
Now here's Driscoll ready to try and break this partnership, which is just starting to build promisingly for Yorkshire. It's guided straight back to him. It's interesting, Yorkshire, you tend to think a home side would know a pitch best, and it is notable that Yorkshire took Moriarty, one of their two frontline twirlers, out of the team. So that's just nibbled away. Briefly looked interested in a single Lux, and I think Yorkshire fans remembering that run out in the Roses game would have had their hearts in their mouths for a second. It's a much easier one for Luxton, who's played the slightly safer role in terms of appetite for risk in this stand between the two so far.
Yeah, Yorkshire electing to go with the extra batter of Finley Bean instead of Dan Moriarty, possibly suggesting there's still a bit of moisture, and they think the moisture is going to be there throughout the day for the seamers.
Yeah, Moriarty actually got in the defeat against Somerset. Not just a list A best, but a career best 30 coming in at the back end. When I mentioned to him the change of team, he was jokingly saying, "What are you suggesting? I can't bat." Gave me a good chuckle. That's just worked away by Wharton. They're interested in 2, but there's probably about 1.5 there. Just trying to put the fielder under pressure. If there was a slight fumble from Gay, and maybe they'd have come back.
The change mid-off's gone out, wandering it long off, but they can only have 5 in the ring between this second power play, so he's been swiftly recalled back into the ring.
Yeah, there's always something distinctly satisfying for all of us village cricketers when you see something on a professional field that looks more at play in the lower level, and there is something about a fielder running pretty much all the way back to long off and then being shouted to come back into the ring that had a vibe of that. Meanwhile, Dressel's done exactly what any good white ball spinner should do. He's hurried through his first over, which has gone for just 2, 106 for 2.
Yeah, nice start from Dressel, pulling pretty straight, keeping the stumps in play. A little bit of spin on offer, and as there's a bit of a deliberation here between captain, keeper, seeing who's going to bowl next, and Will Rhodes has been throwing the ball again. So that stand looks beautiful, nicely packed. Recently done up a few years ago.
Yeah, it's safe to say that Scarborough once again has got Metro Bank fever. Certain parts of the country have had outbreaks of. That partnership building to 25 or 35, only just a tickle over 4s. Wharton is just guiding into the covers. Rhodes hunting more wickets. He's having quite the competition. He's having quite a strange season. I had a chat with his coach, who's very straight-talking Aussie, Ryan Campbell, who immediately just said, look, he's had a disappointing county championship season, but he's been almost like a god amongst us in white ball. He's really embraced this T20 role as a finisher and a hitter. It's ended up being not far off an opposite type of season to what I think many people would have expected Will Rhodes to have at the start of the campaign. In this comp, he's been back to 3, and Ryan's words gave him a role in T20, asked him to do it, and his confidence has gone through the roof. In previous seasons, he's been at best a bit part player often when it's come to T20s. He's just pushing down the ground. Rhodes building the dots nicely. Name that will be all too familiar to Yorkshire fans as well. There'll be some Yorkshire fans watching, much like Alex Lee's, wishing that he's very much still at Yorkshire. Feels like a long, long time ago as a teenager he was starting to make his first very significant steps in the first team for the White Rose. Wharton pulling away again. This time he hasn't quite bisected the gap between those 2 out.
Little advancing down again, James. Few dots, trying to get the bowler to do something else. Bangs it in, expecting a top edge, and nicely calmly played. But yeah, not quite timing it, James, but picks up a single nonetheless and gets Luxton back on strike. It's been a lovely spell from Will Rhodes.
He's just been tidy. He's just tried to stick on that back of a length, not look to do anything particularly spectacular, but then it's just been quietly efficient. He's currently going at a tickle under 4 and over, which in modern day 50 over cricket you take every day of the week.
Absolutely, they know it's kind of a holding part of the game now for Durham. It's not necessarily going searching for wickets and let that run rate go. It's sort of trying to tie the batters down.
Luxton driving nicely through the covers. It's a second consecutive over that's brought just a couple off it, so I'm just building a bit of pressure. 108 for 2 off 23 then.
Yeah, and I imagine there will be a change of bowling at that end. 7 overs on the bounce is quite a lot in the modern day, especially when you only get 10 for the allotted 50 overs, so they might want to keep him for the end. Will obviously very economical and knows where he's going to put the ball. As again, there's a discussion between Robertson and himself, probably asking him if he's ready to bowl another one or save yourself 3 for the end.
Drissell's back for more. Probably his best moment in this campaign was a very nice controlled 1 for 32 off 10, George Drissell against Somerset, after the opening bowlers had gone for a fair bit of tap. The spinner bringing a bit of control. I want to do that again here. And Luxton just trying to get outside the line of off stump there and work that into the onside.
Yeah, I've seen the turn there. So George would be happy with that. Slightly slower pace, drawing a bit more out the surface.
This time Luxton will get single down to long on.
Just trying to work each other out here. See which options that James and Will might go to, and see how George is going to try and get them out or try and restrict the runs. As James advances down, pushes it down to a comfortable single down to long on.
Yeah, something that you'll see any good player do against spin is meeting deliveries either on the half volley with a bit of footwork, going right deep in their crease, or just playing forward defensive with the bat out in front of the pad. So that time Luxton was just a tad early on it. Drissell was briefly interested in the court and bowl chance. Start here from Durham's off spinner. And that is exactly an example of what I mean. Playing against spin, Wharton going really deep in his crease. You can look to few better than Yorkshire's very own Joe Root for this. You're looking for that interception point to be right down the track, almost on the half volley, or very deep in your crease. That time Luxton comes down, and not for the first time this over. It's just deceived in the flight a bit by Drissell. 5 off the over, encouraging signs for Drissell and Durham. 113 for 2 off 24.
Yeah, you're completely right with playing spin there. You don't want to be caught on the crease. And again, I sound like a broken record, but Scarborough, the extra bounce, as we've seen there, a few slightly in the air, but a productive over from Yorkshire, 5 from it. They've probably had a chat and seen using your feet against someone of a slightly slower pace of George Drissell, trying to get to the pitch, and trying to work the singles. So 5 off the over is a nice over.
Looks like from the signals by Wharton at the non-strikers there, there'll be drinks at the end of this over. Rhodes is going to push through for his 8th. It's looking square drive from Luxton will pick him up 1.
Obviously feels most in the game now, Will. Those will have been the discussions. Do you want to try and power through a few overs now or save some for the end? But it obviously feels like it's a very key moment in the game, and he wants the ball in his hand, and he wants to be able to take one of these 2 into drinks and be 3 down at drinks.
Wharton pulling away, almost pulled that to mid-wicket, but he just about got enough elevation on it. He was on it very early, and he actually had to just hold himself back here from not spooning up a simple catch, Wharton. Just watch here, he checks the shot. In the end, it's another boundary.
Yeah, previous overs, he's tried to keep it down that time, saw it early. It wasn't that short, but he's picked up length beautifully and pulled it handsomely over mid-wicket as it reaches the rope.
Nice looking off drive for none. Just jumping back to what you mentioned with that bounce, chatting to the ground staff today, it is a much flatter pitch that will offer far less, and we're already seeing that for the bowlers, than that very lively surface in the game against Warwickshire. But of course the other thing to remember in what you're watching is what a professional cricketer considers to be a flat pitch is a whole different ball game for what a village cricketer would. And he's wristily playing that straight to short mid-wicket. Very much different standards in approximations and understandings of what a surface is and will do.
Yeah, I'd say Scarborough's always a good pitch. It's always going to have a little bit in the start, but it tends to get better throughout the day, hence why teams tend to bowl first. This one, obviously, as you say, is maybe got a little bit, I haven't actually looked at it, but maybe a little bit less grass coverage than the first one.
It does, spot on.
Had some better weather.
This time Wharton will get 1 to deep cover. Yeah, your ability to pick a pitch from almost 100 metres away is very impressive. Noah Kelly, which is rookie professional alongside. There is a bit less grass. It's 4.5 millimetres. They've cut that grass a little bit shorter because they want to avoid doing as much as it did in that Warwickshire game. Warwickshire were bundled out for 137 and Yorkshire chased it down by 5 wickets. Lovely shot, and well, a diving attempted stop is unsuccessful, and so that's confidence boosting for Luxton. He's still settling into his innings. Robbie Bowman coming around to his left, unable to get his body behind it.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot as we watch again. Foot to the pitch, lets it come, and as you can see from that shot there, illustrates it perfectly, right in the middle of the gap. It just takes a little bobble and goes underneath the fielder as we get a nice boundary coming into drinks. You see there James just passing on some information to Ben Cliff and young Will Bennison, possibly indicating challenges of the pitch.
Yeah, Will Bennison is a name since you're going to be hearing plenty about in the future. Talented young batter primarily, holds handy leggies as well, signed a rookie professional contract. I know David Bumble Lloyd has watched a lot of him at Sheriff Hutton Bridge because Bumble lives around the corner, and I think we had him up for a guest stint during the Somerset game, Bumble, and I was just saying to him, and he said to me he would if he could. He'd pretty much buy shares in Will Bennison if he had the opportunity, such as his belief in that young man's talent. Just a reminder of how the group looks, because we are at that point of the campaign where this wider context is so important in what you're watching. Yorkshire top with 4 wins from 5. Durham in 5th with 3 wins from 6. It's very, very tightly packed from Sussex in particular in 6th upwards. There's just 1 win splitting all of those teams, but Yorkshire have got a big boost when it comes to net run rate. Yorkshire's is 1.79. Somerset's is 0.4, and after that the next best of anyone else in the group is Warwickshire with 0.1. Everyone else has actually got a negative net run rate, so that's very handy from the White Roses perspective. For Durham, the equation is actually relatively simple, which is they've got to win both of their last 2 games to make it into that top 3 in the knockout stages. For Yorkshire, 1 win will almost certainly secure their place in the top 3. 2 wins from their last 3 would give them every chance of finishing top of the group, getting a home semi-final, or at least finishing second and getting a home quarter-final. 2 plays 3 for the right to meet 1 in the semi-final, and that's of course intertwined with the other groups. So 3rd from Group A plays 2nd from Group B, and vice versa. So you might look at that table and see Yorkshire at the top, but that's how it breaks down in terms of what it means. It would make a huge difference for Yorkshire to get in those top 2, or ideally first, of course. You skip that entire quarter-final phase by doing so.
And you get an extra day at Scarborough.
You certainly do.
Get that into your calendars, fingers crossed. Either day.
28th or the 31st. First ball after drinks guided back by water. And that quarter-final would be on the 28th in just 6 days' time. The semi-final would potentially be on the 31st. We only know, of course, where Yorkshire have ended up a few days before. As Dristle's appealing here. Height would be the obvious issue. Remember that Durham with 1 game left after this. That's on Sunday at home against Warwickshire, where Yorkshire are in action as well. The first run comes after drinks now, with Wharton just turning that one into the onside. Yorkshire, meanwhile, are away at Sussex on Sunday, and then at home, away again, beg your pardon, against Kent on Tuesday the 26th. If Yorkshire were to win both games, there's a chance they might have a home semi-final wrapped up before that final game, but a long way to go before that point. As Luxton that time is just left a bit uncertain. That wasn't far from maybe being a chop on.
Nice aggressive line from Dristle, slightly wider, asking the ball to spin a bit more on it, and it does just that. Slightly slower in pace as well.
Oh, that's a horrid delivery, and Luxton just happily helps it round the corner for 4. That's a bit of a loosener from Driscoll. It's the first poor ball he's bowled in what's been an excellent spell. And Luxton takes advantage.
Yeah, slightly quicker. We'll watch from the replay from the hand. Sees Luxton step across, goes for the stumps and strays a little bit too far, and it's nice pickings for Luxie. Slightly uppish but controlled over 45, and it races away for 4 towards the hospitality.
Driscoll adjusts nicely for his final delivery from his third over. First over after drinks goes for 5. 1, 2, 8 for 2, then off 26. At what point do these two just start to push the accelerator down a little more as we see another shot of the gloriously well-populated bleachers? Now there is going to be a change of bowling from that Trafalgar Square end. Ben Rain is back on. His first spell was very tidy, 1 for 22 off 5, and he picked up the key wicket of Imam ul-Haq.
Again, same field as Will Rhodes. 2 deep squares, 1 in front, 1 behind, a deep cover and a third man. And just a ring to finish.
Starts by being pulled by Wharton, straight at deep square for 1.
Going to try and bowl at the stumps here, I think, Ben. Going to try and ask the Yorkshire batters to try and hit him down the ground on a bouncy wicket. Known for his seam movement, possibly going to bowl some wobble balls, trying to get it off the seam either way, if the pitch allows.
He often in the second spell has the keeper up Rain, but doesn't right now. And that's to try and trap a batter in the crease, particularly Wharton. Don't be surprised to see him using some foot movement to try and come down the track at Rain here. Luxton tends to be just a little more hesitant when it comes to using his feet. Against pace, tends to often play off the back foot a little more often than Wharton Luxton. Oh, that's leapt. That's done something.
Yeah, slight shuffle down from Will Luxton, trying to negate any movement that Ben Rain has. And yeah, that's probably the reason why Robertson's just electing to stay back. Bit of extra bounce. If that was to catch the edge, it'd be a difficult take up to the stumps. It's a nice start. This from Ben Rain, his first over his second spell, just 1 from it. 3 balls so far as he's coming in again.
This time jamming it into his own pad. You'd say of the two, Wharton's certainly looking the more settled and comfortable at the moment than Luxton.
Yeah, possibly. They're both just trying to figure out this partnership and what the team need from them. At the moment, it's just about trying to see out another 5-10 overs, trickling along nicely at 4 and 5s and setting a really nice platform for the last 10-15, because we know how quickly you can score at Scarborough if you've got wickets in the shed.
Played by Luxton straight to cover this time. So good contract news for Yorkshire fans overnight that they might have missed. Matthew Furbank, young tall seamer, signed his maiden rookie contract. And Matty Ward, Yorkshire skipper in the T20 Blast campaign this season where Yorkshire were runners-up, signed contract extension till 2027 and has moved from a rookie contract up to a professional deal. So that's the end of the over from Rain, who finishes with getting 5 dots in. Very nice start to his second spell, 129 for 2 off 27.
Yeah, really exciting news there for both players. Played a lot with Matty Furbank. Tall, seamer, hits the deck hard, bowls with nice pace. Shows really, really good promise, really nice action, and a really good attitude to learn as well. And yeah, extremely pleased for him, very well deserved, and hopefully he's going to wear the white rose for many years to come.
The kind of bowler you don't want to face in the next when he's got a bit of a cob on.
And exactly that, yeah. He hits you hard, does Matty. Slightly back of a length, just nipping it about. But it's one for the Yorkshire fans to look out for in the coming years.
So continues and meets him with a bit of footwork. We'll get one into that onside. He's only got 4 on that offside, so he's really got to keep the stumps in play here. Can't afford too much width outside off George Drissel.
Yeah, possibly inviting a reverse sweep. It's very much in the arsenal of these two players.
Comes down the track, Luxton helps it round the corner, and it was almost a catching opportunity at square leg for Gay, who instead fields it on the bounce. If Luxton had hit that just a bit harder, might have given the Italian international a chance at getting him caught. Worked by Wharton for one, out to Gay once more. Luxton was trying to get that wristily behind square on the offside, and he just didn't quite roll his wrist on it as much as he'd have liked. This time Luxton will pick up another single. Came in something of a holding phase. Yorkshire content with building this partnership. Durham won't necessarily mind the pace at which Yorkshire are building it right now.
Yeah, exactly that. Holding phase, as we've seen in this Metrobank Cup, is between that 25 to 40, where teams look to expand in the last 10 and set a nice platform.
So again, he's busy out there. Got to be careful fielding at the bottom of that slope. Not necessarily easy. The outfield is in very good condition, but the slope itself is somewhat inconsistent at points.
Seagull feathers typically getting in the way down at Scarborough as well. Dare I say excrement?
You know, yeah, all the joys of outground cricket at times. 5 off the over, 134 for 2 then off 28. So 22 overs left to run a ball from here, and Yorkshire will almost exactly double their score to 266. Though I would say from the position the home side find themselves, and they want more than that.
Yeah, it's really tough to know what a good score is. Obviously, the only game we've played here was when we bowled out Warwickshire for 130. But it does look, obviously, as you said, there's less grass coverage, so it looks like a better pitch. And yeah, as you said, 260 would be a nice score, and then upwards of that would be really good.
It's a fresh pitch. It's a very different track to the one Noah Kelly refers to. Wharton hits that straight at mid-on. Yeah, I know at the time it was tougher for the ground stuff, because having come relatively quickly off those 2 championship games here against Surrey and Sussex, there was then having to get on to preparing that Warwickshire pitch, whereas with those 2 games being played at York against Somerset and Lancashire, that's given the ground staff a bit more opportunity here to build this track up, have it fresh and ready. Oh, that's a little prod from Wharton, who saw just a short backward point in and thought, if I guide this through the slips in the gully region, I'll get 4, but he almost feathered it through to Robinson.
And in all fairness, it was probably a 200 pitch. As you'd say, there's a bit of cloud coverage around, there's a bit of weather around that week against Warwickshire, so if they could have got up to 200, it would have been a really, really tight game. Obviously, Yorkshire 5 down, chasing 130.
Wharton this time is going to have a running race with mid-on, and even if there had been a direct hit, he would have managed to get home comfortably. He's quite the unit, Wharton. When he is one of those players. He's quite tall and almost athletically effortless between the sticks. It looks like it's just a little bit of scurrying with a minimum of fuss that's needed to get down the other end.
Yeah, he's a big lad, James. Holds the record, I think, at the moment for the quickest between the wickets in the Yorkshire squad.
It's funny you say that, because I think back to once upon a time, and the first name that would come to mind is a certain Jonathan Mark Bairstow.
Yeah.
Who I know has been clocked somewhere in and around just over 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Is this something that is now consistently measured by the team?
Yeah, it tends to be over sort of 60 metres. But James very effortlessly, as you say, strides down to the other end of the 60 metres.
Away by Wharton this time. Just a little holding period here where Rain has bowled nicely since he's come back on. His first over of this second spell went for 1. This one's gone for 3 or 5. At what point will either of these two batters think that now is the time to push the tempo a little?
Could potentially see them taking on maybe the right arm off spinner, 2 right-handed batters. We saw in the last over a slight increase of aggression, so they might see that as the matchup to try and take this game forward.
Oh, smashed away. Short ball and not quick enough to bother Luxton at all, who absolutely thrashes it towards the pavilion for a big, big 6. That's cleared the boundary by a long, long way.
That is trademark Will Luxton. Anything above that hip region, he's so quick onto the pull. And that has absolutely flown off his bat.
First 6 of the day. Very deliberately looking to clear the boundary. You can tell from that low to high bat swing. Such a natural timer of the ball. That goes a long, long way back. 143 for 2 off 29 then. That is first boundary in 18 balls. Now, as Noah Kelly's predicted, it's the point where these two look to be more aggressive against the off spin. Wharton will start with a worked single. Luxton still is being causing problems here by Drissel. Drissel will feel like he's got a chance here. He's got Luxton to miss time a few. Wharton's the more comfortable batter of the two against the spin. But Luxton will go back nicely there and down the ground for 1. You look at the power in this Durham lineup as well. Alex Lees, Amelia Gay, Colin Ackerman, Will Rhodes, Ollie Robinson, Ben Rain, a man with a T20 ton. Neither very decent score, you would think.
Yeah, it's a very good batting lineup when you're reading it out on paper there, isn't it? I didn't realise the depth that they have.
Scott Borthwick in at 7 and Robbie Bowman at 8 has already made quite a quick impression on Durham fans with bat in hand. As Luxton comes down, Drissel's appealing, potentially impact outside the line of off stump maybe, and then also just how far down Luxton has come. This time Luxton into the onside, wasn't far from chipping that to mid-wicket. Drissel will feel like he's got a chance there, and he's built quite a nice tidy spell so far. None for 20 off 5, very respectable stuff. Nice. Noah Kelly takes a well-earned rest. Alongside me is someone who's always very respectable. Very good now into the afternoon to Dr. Jane Powell.
Yeah, good afternoon. What a shot that was in the last over from Will Luxton. You know, he just absolutely smoked it into the crowd over down by the pavilion. You know, it's just wonderful to see him pick that ball up so easily as we look out. That looks like the west stand, I think, there.
Yeah. The ball runs really quickly with that slope down towards it as well.
Yeah, I just think the outfield's like lightning, so if you can avoid the inner ring and the split the outfield, then you're going to get boundaries every time.
A few people in the YouTube live chat talking about the fact that Yorkshire need to double this score at 30 overs. I'd say that's about right. Yorkshire will want 300 if not close to, as Connors is back and he's driven straight at mid-on, and had that been picked up cleanly, that might have been a run-out chance for Drissel.
Yeah, and they're the things that you need to do, is put pressure on the fielders, and you can see that as James Wharton played that, he was running straight away, and the fielder may have been distracted looking at which end he was going to throw to, and didn't pick up the ball cleanly, and therefore it was a very easy single.
Connors this time played out through deep cover. I know they're really excited about Sam Connors at Durham. Ryan Campbell, head coach's own word, he said we could have played him the last 2 games, but we've erred on the side of being safe, wrapping him up on cotton wool. He said we've heard about Scarborough's extra bounce, we're keen to unleash him on that. We rate him extremely highly. Sam Connors from Nottingham. It's the only game for Durham before this one this season against Sussex in the Championship in June.
I guess the only thing against the extra bounce now is that he's bowling against James Wharton, who's quite tall, so he'll nullify a lot of bounce. And in order to get the bounce to sort of be hitting James in the chest, you're going to have to bowl quite short. And I suspect that was the shorter ball that Will Luxton just dispatched in the last over. So he's a bit nervous perhaps of bowling that one a little bit shorter.
Wharton this time absolutely crunches that through wide mid-on. He plays that pull shot so effortlessly. It's arguably his signature shot. And Wharton moves into the 40s and takes Yorkshire past the 150 with it this time.
And you'll see on this one, you see there, it's just a fraction short. James Wharton just unleashes the full swing of the bat through that, just over a wide long on really. Not really cow corner, just a wide long on. Good shot straight down the ground.
Responds well for the one which has come off a divot and gone for 4. Well, you have to feel a little for Will Rhodes at mid-off there, because I'm not sure he could have done too much about this. He's not quite in shot, but Rhodes had the long barrier out. He was doing everything you'd want someone to do, and instead away it goes for 4.
Yeah, he was lucky there that didn't bounce into his face. You'll see it on this one. It just, as he gets down to it, gets down nice and properly, as everybody would tell you to, whoa! And it just misses his face there and goes to the boundary for 4.
Does Wharton go again? Wharton does go again, and this time backward point, scampering around to do the fielding, and some good scamperage from Wharton and Luxton means that they managed to come back for a single. Well, they did come back for 2, yeah. It was scoreboard said it single for a moment, had me confused, beg your pardon. 158 for 2 of 31, so it's going to be really interesting to see what Durham do now, because Rain went for 9, but that big 6 off the final ball of his over probably factored into maybe Rain being taken off. Connors has come on and has gone for 12, albeit has been a little bit unfortunate. So there's a dilemma for Durham at that Trafalgar square end, but Drissel from our end, the Peasholm Park end, is bowling nicely, so we'll continue. Wharton wants one, and Luxton's at the wrong end, and a desperate dive gets Will Luxton home. Well, Wharton was charging down to the strikers end wanting a single, and at one point both batters were almost at the same end. Luxton looks to have maybe hurt his right thigh.
Yeah, he stumbled, I think he stumbled before he set off. So just there, he just hesitated a little bit.
Well, Luxton stops twice because he thinks they're not running, and then he realises that Wharton's almost at the same end as him, so he better get his skates on, and he does. And it is the dive that makes sure that Luxton makes it home. Meanwhile, while we've seen that one again, Wharton's just worked that away for a more genteel single.
Yeah, great filming of the run-out possibility, so well done, film crew, as we're back to live action.
Laid back to Drissel by Luxton. Really nice, quietly tidy spell here from George Drissel. Initially came through the system at Gloucestershire before being released in 2020. Played for Somerset in this competition the season after, and signed for Durham ahead of 2022. He's just dropped short there though. Bit of work for Gay out on that boundary, but it's well done to keep it to 1.
These two have just taken the partnership on consistently. You know, this is the type of thing that Yorkshire would have been wanting in these middle middle overs almost, where you've got two batters working together. Even with that run out, they both trusted each other and went, albeit it was short, as that's pulled by James Wharton. Brilliantly fielded. Brilliantly fielded by Amelia Gay.
Yeah, there's a good ovation from all of the supporters, regardless of which team they'd rather see win the game, and appreciate what was a fine piece of work. Gay charges around and then has to get his left hand back in the direction from where he'd been coming, because he was in danger of overrunning the ball. That really was a very, very fine bit of work. So, the key thing in modern cricket is getting your best fielders in the hot spots, and Gay is one of those. You'll often see him out roaming around at deep backward square for an off spinner, which is a really important fielding position, and it stops like that are why. So 163 for 2 off 32. You mentioned the partnership, Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell alongside. Well, this pair have added 82 in just under 16 overs. So the score was 81 for 2 off 16.1. They've almost exactly doubled the score in almost exactly the same number of overs. So they've rebuilt nicely. Durham is sticking with Connors, so he'd gone for 12 from his previous over, and the first ball of his new over is beautifully driven back past him by Luxton for 4.
What a glorious shot that was. Just waited for the ball to come towards him and then just hit straight through the ball. It looks effortless at times when some players are out there, and Will Luxton has that capacity. You'll see on this replay, just waits for it and just hits straight through the ball. Nobody bothers running. That's 4 runs all the way.
Connors will feel like he's got to drag his length back a bit. Connors does drag his length back a bit. And Luxton finds deep cover for 1. So Wharton will have the opportunity to go to half a century. Already has 1 in this competition this season, 66 off 75 in Yorkshire's second game against Northants. Also has 41 not out against Lancashire in that successful run chase. Morton wants to get to his 50 here, and will get to his 50 here with a quickly taken single. Full impressive knock from James Wharton, 50 off 54 with 7 fours. He's in good time helped Yorkshire rebuild very nicely here alongside Luxton. His second Metrobank One Day Cup 50 this season, following on from that 66 in Yorkshire's win at Northants. Luxton has chipped it straight to short mid-wicket. Double fist pumping celebration from Connors, and Luxton has to go 4 short of his half century. Just seemed to be slightly early on it and pushing at it, and Durham have an important breakthrough. That stand of 88 for the 3rd wicket is ended, and Connors is the man who gets it in what is just his 2nd appearance in first team cricket this season. A good ovation for Luxton. He walks off having made a very tidy 46 off 61, featuring 4 fours, and the game's only 6 so far. But Yorkshire's young batter will be really frustrated to have got the start and not capitalised. Luxton's trying to hit that more through a sort of mid-on region. You can see the reaction from Connors, who's pumped up.
Yeah, his weight just went backwards a little bit, so rather than hit through the ball, he was falling away from it, and he'll be frustrated with that. You could see him trying to keep his frustration in there, you know, but he's batted well, and that's a great partnership from the two of them, so he's contributed well to the team effort, and he shouldn't be too disappointed, because if everybody comes out and contributes that many, then Yorkshire will be in a good position. But well bowled and a good catch from Durham.
Regulation catch for Colin Ackerman. Yeah, that replay definitely showed, and let us know in the YouTube live comments, what are your biggest memories of batters showing their frustrations after dismissals. I'm trying to remember, I'm going to say it might have been Stuart Broad's dad once upon a time. The old destroying the stumps
Chris
with the bat.
Broad, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was, because we might get a chance to see that replay at a quieter moment in a second, because Finley Bean's getting ready to face up in at number 5 in a changed role for him. Bean is just nudging into the onside for no run, because you can see the thoughts in Luxton's mind, and he manages to pull himself back from doing something that might get him into a bit of trouble. You can certainly understand his frustration. But it's good bowling from Connors, hitting that hard back of the length. Luxton just losing his weight, using his shape, losing that back path. Back to live action. Bean is just pushing at 1. And Connors, well, it's a great testament to Robinson, his captain, for keeping faith in him. He went for 12 from his first over back, but he came on for a second in this spell and picks up the big wicket of Luxton.
Yeah, interesting that we've got Finley Bean going in now. This is his usual game is to just take his time and build his innings. There's 18 overs left, so there is a little bit of time. I quite like the idea of a left-hand, right-hand in at this stage, but we probably need him to put his foot a little. He needs to get into 3rd, 4th gear quicker than normal. It's good running between the wickets, so that'll keep the momentum going. But if nothing else, he needs to rotate the strike and just keep giving the strike to the in-form batsman at the moment, James Wharton.
Yeah, he's largely been seen in red ball cricket for Yorkshire this season, Finley Bean. His only game in any kind of white ball cricket, match day 4 of this competition against Somerset, when he made 28 or 53, opening in what was something of a batting collapse. So it's a very different role here for Bean. It's often a stabilising force at the top for Yorkshire in red ball cricket. Both of these sides, of course, still have got work to do to secure Division 1 status in that. Bean this time will get off the mark really nicely with a confident push for extra cover for 4. That's one of the finest boundaries we'll see all day. That will settle any nerves he's got at this readjusted spot of 5.
Yeah, great shot there, and that's what we need to see, is him playing with that type of intent.
Good response from Drissel. He's bowled it quietly, a nice spell here.
Over and over again, yeah, if it ever came anybody else, that's around the 67.
That's guided back to him. Wharton was briefly interested in one. It's something Yorkshire have talked about a lot. You can see the way we're running between the wickets now. It's a lot more aggressive. I think we're a little bit passive early season. It's been a period of change on that, the words of head coach Anthony McGrath. Back to Drissel, who's responded well in terms of changing his line length and flight since being hit for that boundary.
Seems to be more left-handed batsman now than you used to be.
Well, I suppose you'd be able to get some stats on that, wouldn't you?
Just working that straight to short mid-wicket. Wharton was interested in one and instead gets hit by the ball, but thankfully seems all okay. So 34 overs gone then. After a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by Aaron Vance.
Yeah, what we saw there was a really good shot through the covers from Finley Bean, and then 3 balls in succession hit straight back down the ground to in the bowler's area. And I guess what I'm trying to say when he's playing with intent is look for the gaps and just drop it into those gaps. Both of these batters are quick between the wickets, and just rotate the strike and give the strike to James Wharton, who is now on 51 and about to face the next ball. And that's a good ball from Connors. Connors picking up that wicket in the last over, and you can see he's half a yard quicker already because he picked up that wicket. Welcome back, Aaron.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane Powell. Yeah, always a boost, isn't it, for any bowler, regardless of seam or spin. You just have that extra bit of mojo and swagger after taking a wicket. That'll be a nice moment as well for Sam Connors to get his first white ball wicket for Durham County Cricket Club. A little bit of a misfield there allows for James Wharton to scamper through.
Yeah, a bit of a double misfield really. It evaded the infield fielder, and then the outfield fielder just fumbled it as well. So very straightforward, and that's the intent, that you need to put the pressure on the fielders, run quickly, run hard, and anything could happen in those instances. Sometimes you'll come unstuck if a fielder has a brilliant piece of fielding, but that's the luck of the draw there.
A huge appeal there for Sam Connors. Umpire unmoved. I think Ollie Robinson as well was just asking the question there to the umpire.
But also indicating down leg side as he, with his hands. You know, it's interesting, if you keep your eye on some of the fielders, they give the game away by their reactions to what's happened down there. You're the Popular Bank there, very, very filling now. As that's worked round to backward square. They've taken one, they should come back for two if they don't run into each other. And it's gone for, did it go for four? No, two. Well fielded out on the boundary.
Really well fielded indeed. Emilio Gay's been a busy operator, hasn't he? Down towards the west stand side.
I have to say there's some areas of the ground that I just cannot see from this box. Not that I'm complaining, we're indoors today, we were outdoors last time, weren't we, commentating?
It's been this time, just clips that in front of square. Should be another 2 runs, and it is Emilio Gay who does the fielding once more. Yeah, I have just been outside. Slight little bit of a breeze. You can see there a little bit of rustling on the other sight screen. Nothing too blustery as of yet, but definitely not as warm as that earlier game against the Bears on the 5th of August. Really was just gorgeous, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was lovely.
Connors again, testing out Bean with the short ball, and we'll have to re-bowl that one. It's been given as a wide.
Both of these batters are now quite tall, so to get over the head and to be given a wide takes some doing. So all credit to the bowlers that they're bending their back enough to get that in from a shortish ball, but not that short. So that's a good effort from Connors there. He's really sort of bending his back a little bit more, as they say.
Oh, that one is beaten. The bat of Finley Bean just strode past it, and that will be the end of the over. Yorkshire 180 for 3. James Wharton on 52. The aforementioned Bean on 8. Really good bowling this from Sam Connors. And for a slight bit of tap, has been the most expensive bowler for Durham to date. Just hovering a touch under 6 runs per over, but of course he got the big wicket of Will Luxton. Will be a continuation here of spin. George Drissel from the P-Zone Park ends. Starts off by conceding a single down towards deep mid-wicket. Will Rhodes, the fielder on that occasion.
Yeah, I mean, James Wharton is taking a single off most of the balls he's receiving. What Yorkshire don't need is Finley to take up too many balls without scoring. He did well in the last over, so he needs to keep playing with that intent, evading the field and looking for singles, if not 2s and 4s.
Good fielding there from George Drissel, keeping it nice and tight. Just holding up an end, it's what every good spin bowler does.
Yorkshire.
Bean looks to cut that one. It's stopped by Emilio Gay.
Yeah, good fielding again from Emilio Gay. He's a good fielder, isn't he? You know, and he's already saved a number of runs, not the least of which was probably saving a boundary there by diving to his left-hand side.
Takes a little dance down the track. Just guides it down towards long on for the single. Yeah, of course, Emilio Gay. I know that down in Northamptonshire, a lot of the fans at Wantage Road were gutted to see him leave. Someone who's been earmarked as being a real future talent, potentially on the international arena as well. Bristol just makes some slight alterations to his field. Colin Ackerman drops in towards backward point. It will be a dot ball to finish. Yet another tight over from the former Gloucestershire and Somerset man. Concedes just 3 runs in Yorkshire now, 183 for 3 after 36 overs.
Yeah, and as we move into the last 14 overs, then instead of scoring at 4-5 and over, then Yorkshire will be looking to push that up to 6 and beyond, because they want to set a challenging total that will give them something to bowl at. As I see Dickie Bird walking past us down below, the great man. He always says to me, it takes me hours to walk round to the ground, Jane. I said, well, everybody wants to talk to you, Dickie. So he's just walking behind the sight screen now.
As soon as you said that, a gentleman immediately recognised him.
Yeah. Yeah. There he is, look. Walking round the ground, the great Dickie Bird. One of Yorkshire's best. 92 years old.
Wow.
Phenomenal.
Really is. Great to see him here.
Stopping to chat to his adoring fans.
Well, here is Cody Youssef to continue from the Trafalgar Square ends. And he starts off by being clipped through deep backward square for 4 runs. Welcome back to the game, Cody Youssef. Wonderful shot that from James Wharton, who just makes it look effortless.
Yeah, and that's the sort of shot that every batter loves. You know, first ball of the over, to hit it for 4 just takes pressure off you a little bit. And now you just need to build on that.
It's a better response from Cody Youssef. Might be 2 runs though. Indeed it is. There is that short, sharp burst of acceleration that James Wharton is known for. Turns it into 2. Now moves into the 60s. Wharton 60 from 61 deliveries.
Yeah, good batting. Very good batting, and even better running between the wickets.
We got it wrong. Well, he felt his dad's very
Not short again, just helped around the corner, down towards deep backward square. Slight misfield there from Alex Lees.
Yeah, I think James Wharton will be frustrated with himself there. I don't think he was just sort of ambling 1 run and then suddenly realised there was a misfield, and I think he knows quite well enough that had he run that first one as quick as he's been running, then he would have already seen that misfield, and he knows that he could have potentially come back for 2. However, it's left-handed Bean facing now.
Slashes his first one along the carpet towards Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, he probably needs to just almost turn it around the corner for a single here, or just try and look where those gaps are, run it down to 3rd man. You know, there's a number of scoring areas that he could be looking at.
One full and driven, gun barrel straight.
Or drive it for 4. Or drive it for 4 down the ground. Perfect. Great shot.
Really is a hallmark, isn't it, of Finley Bean's game. So strong down the ground.
Yeah, I think you see him, don't you, play in the V, play straight most of the time. And I guess the development for him, if he wants to play white ball, is just to be a bit more 360-ish, especially if he's coming in at number 5.
That one again inviting for Finley Bean. Just drives it smartly through the covers. Will be 2 more runs, and in the end that is a terrific over for Yorkshire. Goes for 13 runs. The White Rose now 196 for 3 with 13 overs of the innings remaining. James Wharton well set on 61, and that over has just settled Finley Bean a little bit with regards to run scoring.
Yeah, and I think that was, you know, the 14th, when you've got 14 overs left, it's often a turning point that you just need to put your foot on the gas a little bit more. And I think the first ball helped, you know, being able to hit the first ball for 4 always sets the over off into the batter's ascendancy rather than the bowlers and fielding team ascendancy. And then it was just taken on from there with that glorious straight drive from Finley Bean to add to it.
I'll change of bowling here from the P-Zone Park end. Will be Dutch international Colin Ackerman. Ball in hand. Starts off by conceding a single.
Ryan Campbell used to coach the Dutch team, didn't he? So Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach, has obviously seen something in Ackerman that he likes and wants him playing for his county team.
There is a lot to like about Colin Ackerman. I'll tell you a little bit more about his journey and, well, his record for Leicestershire. So that one can't quite penetrate the gap. Scott Borthwick doing the fielding. Bean that time plays that a lot more fluently down the ground. Of course, Colin Ackerman in 2019 took 7 for 18 in a T20 match against the Bears at Grace Road. Best ever bowling figures in T20 Blast history. That one slightly chipped up in the air by Wharton.
7 for 18.
7 for 18, yep. I was there for that.
Wow. Good bowling.
Unreal bowling. Most of them caught as well. Now just clipped away in front of square, and that will be the 200 up for Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, always nice to hit some of those milestones, one of them being 200, because that just gives you the platform you need to take it on. As that goes down the leg side, a wide is signalled. You get the fairly standard half appeal when it goes down leg side. Honest umpire, it hits something. Honest. We seem to have a young boy with his bat. Young boys practicing their running between wickets behind the sight screen or in front of the sight screen.
Wharton there, just working the ball out towards Will Rhodes, out at deep mid-wicket, and that will be the end of the over. Relatively tidy one, that from Colin Ackerman.
When you see these youngsters with their cricket bats around the edge, you know, you're sort of thinking, well, they must belong to somebody. That's number one. But nobody's claiming them. But, you know, isn't it great that they're just running around with their cricket bat because they, as we see, Dickie's still going to his adoring fans. He's now by the west stand. He'll make it round shortly to the marquee for his lunch.
Just a titan, isn't he? Real icon of the county circuit.
Speaking to the head groundsman there for Scarborough Cricket Club. He's saying you've done a good job, mate, which they have.
They have. It's a nice surface, this. Cody Youssef bowling here from the Trafalgar Square end. Starts off by tucking up Wharton for a little bit of space there. Single taken. Plenty of love for the great man as well in the YouTube comments. Really is a pleasure to have Dickie Bird here today. Youssef around the wicket here to Finley Bean, who picks that one up, sends it aerial, could be a chance for the fielder. And in the end, it's gone for 6 runs. It was a valiant effort from Emilio Gay, flung himself goalkeeper style to try and prevent the boundary.
I think he almost landed on somebody's lap as he dived out there on the boundary. Maybe see that from this angle. He sort of dives just here. Almost takes the guy out there.
Start about 12 o'clock, these league matches nowadays.
Health and safety, you know, be aware that there is a flying golf ball and a flying fielder at any stage around the Scarborough pitch.
Well, something for Cody Youssef just to think about as Emilio Gay been taken off the field. Bean again, it's short and pulled around the corner. Might have split the gap. No, it hasn't. Good fielding out there from the substitute, James Minto. And in the end, they come back for a sharply ran 2. Excellent stuff this by Finley Bean. And let's not forget that Cody Youssef, before these last 9 deliveries, had only gone for 24 runs from his first 30 deliveries.
Yeah, this is really good from Finley Bean, showing real intent coming in at number 5. A position that is not usual for him, but he's playing the team innings here.
There's the intent again, flashes it square of the wicket, out towards deep backward point for 4. This now really is turning into a very, very useful over for the White Rose. 13 from the first 4 deliveries. And now the conversation's starting to be had by Ben Rain and a couple of the Durham fielders. Tell you what, this really has been a terrific 3-4 over spell for Yorkshire.
Yeah, they've really moved it on, haven't they? You know, they were in danger of not quite hitting the numbers.
It's been again, just hasn't quite got the radar here as Cody Youssef. Easy run down towards deep backward square for a single.
No, but it's not easy for, but I mean, at the moment though, Bean has faced all but the first ball with the left hand, right hand. Because when they start going after you, your line can just alter it slightly, and it's, oh sugar, I was bowling at the left hand, now I'm bowling at the right hander.
Well, Youssef responds by bowling a dot ball. That'll be the end of the over. Yorkshire 216 for 3 after 39 here at North Marine Road. So we have a change here in the commentary box. We'll say goodbye to Dr. Jane Powell for the time being, and shortly you'll be hearing the voice of Yorkshire batter Noah Kelly. What should be a fascinating end to this first 50 at North Marine Roads. I mean, this is a really, really good foundation, isn't it, Noah?
Yeah, Beanie's come in and played with some really nice intent. Just starting to flourish these last couple of overs. And yeah, as you say, it's a really nice platform for his last 11 overs, looking to push 300.
Here is Ackerman to Bean. Very languid cricketer, isn't he, Finley Bean? Real style and panache to his cricket.
Very pleasing on the eye, Finley.
Well, reverse attempted there by Wharton.
Nice option from James there. There's only 1 point in place, quite far behind. Gives Ackerman something to think about.
Well, just forces Ackerman there to almost dart it towards leg stump. Allows for an easy single to be taken. Finn Bean back on strike. Oh, and there he's Bean again. He has whacked that out towards the popular bank for 6 runs. Finley Bean, well, this is more than a cameo now. Starting to really motor. Yorkshire number 5 on 37 from 27 balls.
Fantastic shot from Finley there.
Even then, stylishly through the covers. Also worth mentioning, 50 partnership up between these two for good measure.
So important. Partnerships, 50 partnerships. Can they extend this to 100 partnership?
Wharton now tries to sweep that one fine. It beats the effort of the fielder, gathers momentum, and that will be 4 more runs. Excellent way to round out the over. Yorkshire now well and truly gathering up speed. The White Rose 229 for 3 after 40.
Slightly quicker and flatter there from Ackerman, possibly after that reverse sweep. And then it just buys James the opportunity to work it behind square into that vacant, where it's nicely fielded by a few young lads there down on the boundary enjoying the cricket. There's a bit of discussion here about who they're going to turn to for these last 10.
In the first 28 balls, we got 10 sixes.
As I think they're going to look towards Will Rhodes.
Indeed they are. Yep, Cody Youssef being taken out of the attack for the time being. Will be Will Rhodes to continue. So he's already bowled 8 overs today. 1 wicket for 37. Includes a maiden over in there as well. Can he produce the breakthrough that Durham so desperately crave? Because there's still plenty of batting to come, of course. George Hill, Harry Duke, Don Bess, Matt Milnes as well.
And as you mentioned earlier on in the piece about Robinson coming up to the stumps, and he's elected to do that to Finley here. Extremely great bit of commentary work from you there, Aaron.
Oh, we do watch an awful lot of cricket over the summer. Here is Rhodes bowling to Finley Bean. Plays that towards a wideish long on for 1 run. And it is the modern way, isn't it? I mean, we see it all the time now in county cricket. I know that John Simpson does it down at Sussex when Danny Lamb's bowling. Of course, Will Rhodes, when he's bowling, Ollie Robinson will stand up to the stump. Same when Ben Rain comes on in T20 cricket. It's a decent innovation, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Keeps the batsman in the crease, stopping them advancing down and trying to use that momentum.
On half stopped by Minto. Will be a single nonetheless.
Yeah, really interesting to see where Finley Bean goes with this. It's a little bit of a bigger side out towards his leg side, where he's so strong off his legs and picking up length very quickly. There is a massive gap between long on and deep mid-wicket towards Hospitality, where Dr. Jane Powell will be heading down for her posh lunch, as she described it on her way out.
Bean attempts to just work that around the corner. Thumps off of Robinson's gloves, and it will be given as wide. So some more useful runs here for Yorkshire.
Just feel the momentum ever so slightly shifting towards Yorkshire now coming into these last 10. Just starting to pick up speed, the run rate starting to pick up. Now getting up to nearly a run a ball, having been at 4.5, 5 for the majority of the innings.
Beam now looks to heave that through deep mid-wicket. Has he found the gap? Indeed he has. 4 more runs, and Finley Bean, after what was a watchful start, really is beginning to go on his merry way. Just 7 runs shy of what would be a well-deserved 50.
He looks in full flow out there, Beanie, and that's the gap I spoke about at the start of the over. As a left-hander, that cow corner is so important for us. And that's been placed absolutely beautifully in the gap.
Well, this could easily be 2 runs for Finley Bean and James Wharton, and indeed it is. How many times have we said that today and over the course of the season? The best teams always display that intent.
Something that was put to the group at the start of the campaign was our running, and how we want to be the team that, you know, the fielders have to be switched on for the full 50 overs, or you're going to lose, 20 runs in the field. And it's that intent of setting off for the first one so hard that the possible misfield for the second just puts fielders on edge. And it goes both ways. Obviously, Luxton got ran out first ball at York, but that's part of parcel of that intent and the aggression that we've been showing as a batting unit.
Bean slices it over the top, evades the fielders, goes for 4 runs. Finley Bean just 1 run shy of what would be his second career List A 50-plus score. It's been exactly the innings that the home side have required.
He's been terrific, Finley. Different role for him, obviously usually opens in the red ball stuff, slightly more, as Jane alluded to earlier, slightly more about building your innings, but he's got the capabilities to play in the middle order as well.
Well, Rhodes to Bean, heaves it away just in front of deep square. And that will be the half century for the Yorkshire number 5. Well batted Finley Bean. So really classy and quality efforts, which has included 5 4s and 2 6s. Striking at well over 150. And Yorkshire now 245 for 3. Well, not really much more we can really add to that with Finley Bean. He's been absolutely magnificent.
As you say, it's exactly what we needed. He's come in, played with great intent, was watchful for his first 10 balls, it's probably fair to say. And then when the chance to score has presented itself, he has grabbed it with both hands. He's found the boundary with ease. And just that intent to set off and run the first one hard has turned his 1s into 2s, and the momentum's really, really shifting now towards the Yorkshire innings. And as a Durham side, you just need to pick up a couple of wickets as you're going into the last 9, try and kill some momentum. And that's possibly why Ackerman's been kept on, spinning away from the left-hander. Be interesting to see who they go to at the death. So Cody's played a second spell, slightly more expensive.
Ackerman hangs that one out wide. Well, too wide, I think, for the umpire's liking. Indeed it is. Another extra 2 add to the tally. I imagine it will be Ben Rain. Ben Rain has still got 3 left in the tank. Bean rocks onto the back foot, punches that one powerfully through the covers. Another reverse there from James Wharton in front of square. Well, that is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. He's attempted it a couple of times and he brings up the Yorkshire 250.
Just his head position there was incredible. Just kept it so still. I don't know if you can see it on the replay, but Lee sets off running behind square, expecting the reverse sweep to go there, and he's wrong-footed, and that has absolutely flown. That is an incredible shot, and it's warranted a field change here. We're getting mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket's now moving into a second point, so that gap now towards Cow Corner, I imagine, will be looking to go for 2 here, James.
Well, goes for the sweep, gets it fine, and that will be 4 more runs. And the boundaries now beginning to add up with real consistency. Every single over, there's at least 1, if not a couple of boundaries, and yeah, Durham now beginning to leak runs.
Yeah, really smart batting. Really smart batting. Tickles it fine, and there's no fielder down there.
That one's short, little bit of a drag down by Ackerman. Just about dealt with by Will Rhodes. So another single taken. And well, 300 now, well and truly on. 256 for 3, still 8.2 overs of the piece left to go. Some more alterations being made by Colin Ackerman. Borthwick just drops back into extra cover. Bean goes aerial. Take a couple of bounces down towards James Minto. 2 more runs added. And what a terrific over this has been. Already 13 runs from it.
Yeah, you got a sense that they were going to try and target a bowler. Obviously, Ackerman, they've chosen to try and take down, and it's come off so far. Going 32 from 2.5 overs. See if you can get out this over. And
I'll tell you what, that is a terrific effort from Will Rhodes. Saved at least 3 runs there. Really good way to round out that over. Just a single take, and as we take a look at the replay here, skips off the track, little bit of spin, outstretches the right palm. And that we always say it every single game, we're seeing fielding like this, it's just second nature in modern cricket.
Yeah, that's a terrific stop. There's some kids behind there wishing it to go past so they can pick up the match ball and throw it back, but Willow Road sticks out a paw. Takes a beautiful stop and saves 4, and also in doing that saves 2, and just a single from it. As good prediction from yourself here, Ben Rain back into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end. It's like you've watched cricket before, and it's magnificent.
Yeah, watched a little bit too much cricket, unfortunately, Noah. Watch too much and don't play enough. That's why we're up here. It is Ben Rain then, bowling here to Finley Bean. Full toss, whipped away incredibly well for 6 runs. And Finley Bean, this really is turning into an exhibition in finishing. Wasn't the greatest of delivery, was it, from Ben Rain?
Yeah, I think he's attempted off-cutter there from Ben Rain, trying to change up the pace, but just gets his length wrong, and Beanie right across his stumps, flicks it over the vacant fine leg region, and it races away to the ice cream truck.
Rain again, now on heaved away by Finley Bean, who now equals his career best in List A cricket. His first and previously before today, only half century, was a score of 61. But I tell you what, this one has come off of just 38 deliveries. Ludicrously good batting, this.
Oh, someone's just walking right behind the bowler's arm. Not quite sure that's happened, but maybe Durham asking for a 12th fielder, possibly.
Wharton.
Oh my word. Oh my word. I mean, what a shot. That is utterly ludicrous from James Wharton. Just turns around and switch hits it over third man. That's remarkable. I'm speechless. I've got no words for you, Aaron.
Who would be a bowler? Who would be a bowler watching that? And by the way, that's the 100 partnership between Finley Bean and James Wharton. As Wharton continues on his merry way. Oh, and he's been bowled. Beautiful comeback from Ben Rain, who gives it a little bit of a celebration. And rightfully so. That is a top-tier riposte from the Durham all-rounder. James Wharton has to depart for 84. It has been a crucial innings. Came from just 76 deliveries, including 12 boundaries. And he has put Yorkshire well and truly in a commanding position here at North Marine Road.
Really nicely bowled from Ben Rain. Really nice adjustment. It was Yorker full and just unable to get his bat down on it, James. And nice little celebration there from Ben Rain.
He is known for his celebrations, as Ben Rain. George Hill makes his way out into the middle. Oh, look at that. That really is
perfect Yorker.
Yeah. Well, I said who would want to be a bowler. That's why you want to be a bowler, for deliveries like that. Not many more satisfying sights in this great game. Leg stump disturbed, put out of place. And this is what Ben Rain does. It's what he does effortlessly in the T20 format. Really is a good death over bowler. And you bring him on to break partnerships. It seems like him and Danny Lamb, in terms of that role in the county circuit right now, really are the masters of that craft. And I know we haven't really had a chance to talk about it as we see George Hill get into his stance out there in the middle. But when you have got a keeper up to the stumps, does that play into the psyche as a batter?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you've got to be watchful of where you're standing. You saw in the replay, James was very deep in his crease. I do think that is a ploy that he would do anyway, to try and get underneath the bounce and give himself a little bit more time, but it does stop him trying to go at Ben Rain and trying to hit him straight, as mid-wicket's brought into the ring to try and keep George Hill on strike. Timed beautifully up to mid-off for his first ball, George. Very capable, obviously, with the bat. Numerous hundreds in a Yorkshire shirt, recently capped end of last season for his notable contributions to the White Rose and was rewarded this year with his England Lions debut call-up.
Rain just hangs that outside the off stump of the right-hander, runs it down towards Emilio Gay, and that will be the end of over number 43. Goes for 12 runs, has seen the wicket, the departure of James Wharton for 84. Yorkshire now 271 for 4 with 7 overs remaining, and we've had this conversation on many an occasion, but the 50 over format is set up to basically have those final 10-15 overs as your give and go. It's when you can go hammer and tongs, and it's something which, aside from the Yorkshire game, aside from the Somerset game, Yorkshire have done superbly well this season, having wickets in hand. You see here 6 wickets left on 271, and they're good wickets to have left with the likes of Don Bess and Harry Duke, and very favourable position this as George Drissel prepares to continue his spell. Change of bowling from Colin Ackerman.
Yeah, it's a common theme of the teams that go on to do well in the first innings, is having that base and having that, the wickets in the shed. As you say, we've still got Harry Duke, Don Bess, Matt Milnes to come in. And as a batter, you feel so free out there because you just know that you can take the positive option, and if it doesn't go to plan or you do get out, then you've got the guys coming in who can still do real damage in the to the total.
Slight change in the field as Emilio Gay is put out towards wideish long off. That one, will it have to be re-bowled? Yes, it will. Slightly astray with the line there was George Drissel, wide given.
That is slightly harsh. Sharp turn, not rewarded. Started nicely here, George. Had a nice line, and he's bringing mid-wicket across to 2 points. Trying to get out his over. 3 balls left, offering a single into the leg side.
Well, Hill plays that one very late, and the other thing we have to mention, of course, as well, is the word partnership. So you think that 47-run stand up top between Adam Lyth and Imam. So one just clipped out towards mid-wicket, the single. Then we saw 34 runs between Lyth and Will Luxton, but since then is when the real partnerships have begun to develop. 88 runs between Luxton and Wharton, and 101 between Wharton and Finley Bean. Still work to be done here for Yorkshire. You don't want to give away this good start.
Yeah, it's a tough little period possibly for Finley Bean here. He's obviously lost a partner who's going really well. Typically, you can't afford to lose 2 at once. You want to keep a strong batter out there who's in the groove. So you might just see him just not slowing down, but just being a little bit more careful over these next over or 2. Let George Hill settle into the groove of things. And having a set batsman for these last 5 overs is going to be really, really crucial here. And it looks like they are going to have a change of bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, as I believe that Sam Connor's taken his cap off, handing it over to the umpire.
Indeed it is, yeah. Sam Connors 1 for 47 from his 8 overs so far. Got the big wicket of Will Luxton. He'll be bowling up first here to George Hill. Finley Bean still on 61, equalling his career best in the List A format. What can George Hill do, though? I think for the time being, it's as you mentioned, with the school of thinking of the set batter, Noah, you want Finley to have as much strike as possible.
Absolutely. George's job is to get off strike. Obviously, he's a more than capable batsman, but at this time of the game, Finley's obviously seen it very well, and George can try and get used to conditions from the other end. Let Finley try and deal the damage for now, and George gets settled into the groove of things.
Well, there you go, right on cue from George Hill, playing his role to perfection. Puts the dangerous Finley Bean back on strike. Someone who a lot of people would have looked at this game and gone, well, why is Finley batting at number 5? He's more of the top order accumulator. very classy, stylish and languid operator in red ball cricket. But he's just shown today the evolution of his game as long off comes up into the circle. I think fine leg is also being brought up. Indeed it is. Emilio Gay, the man in that position. It's been swivels that one, and this will be a new career best then for Finley Bean. Oh, he'd love to really cash in. Still got plenty of overs at this stage. We're not talking about the 48th, 49th. It's currently just the 45th over, still 4 deliveries remaining in it. Real opportunity to cash in.
Absolutely, you're looking at still 34 balls. 34 balls, if my maths, my A-level maths is coming into it. 33 balls left now. You're looking at, 55 runs, 50 runs plus, getting you up to 325, which I think any Yorkshire fan would take. As George has shown a bit more intent there. Slightly in the air, but evades any field in the ring and goes down to long on for a single, and he's doing his role perfectly, as we mentioned at the start of the over.
Well, Bean just sets up, whacks it away. Has that been stopped? Yes, it has. Will Rhodes has had some day in the field. Saves another couple of runs there and has a nice exchange with a couple of fans out on the boundary rope.
Yeah, Beanie hit that very hard. Slower ball, possibly from the back of the hand from Sam Connors, just sits up ever so slightly on the Scarborough deck and pulled away nicely. And as you say, lovely, smart bit of fielding down there. They've been excellent down there, Emilio Gay and Will Rhodes in particular.
That one's short, muscled away, and that's another 6 off the bat of Finley Bean. It's raining boundaries here in Scarborough. There's a 4th 6 off the blade of the Yorkshire number 5, and the reaction there. Yeah, just bowl another one, Sam. Bowl another one. That's gone for 6.
That is a man with confidence. That is a terrific shot from Finley. Swivels on it beautifully, lets it come and picks his spot in the crowd and places it beautifully. A real strength of Finley. Even in red ball cricket, you stray anywhere onto his midriff or even the thigh guard when he's playing well, and it will be dispatched to the fence.
Connors to Bean, full toss, driven firmly down towards mid-off, and that will be the end of over number 45. Finley Bean, well, actually, it's gone for a single, so Finley Bean goes on to 71 from 43. George Hill goes on to 4. And we will have our final change in the comms box for the first innings. I'll make way. I'll leave you with some thoughts from Noah Kelly, and on in my place, you'll hear the Dorset tones of Michael McCann.
Finley Bean really putting his stamp of authority on this first innings. 71 from 43 balls and still going. As we move into the final 5 overs of the game, and Drissel to bowl his final over from the Peazone Park end.
Smeared into the offside by Bean, who was trying to hit that far more through kind of cow corner type of area. I think it's safe to say a 33 ball 50 from Finley Bean would not be on many spectators' bingo cards when they walk through the gates at North Marine Road this morning.
He's always had the capabilities, Finn. He's such a powerful striker of the ball. Having played against him for Driffield when he played for York, he's always had one-day capabilities. Oh, that is an unbelievable shot. George Hill switches his feet around and plants it into the popular stand. And that is the modern game in one shot. Round the wicket, changes his feet, keeps his head still and whacks it for 6. That is a terrific shot from George Hill.
Quite a way to settle into your innings. It was just mere moments ago that in the commentary box we were talking about knocking it around and giving Finley Bean the strike. Understandably so, given how well Bean was hitting it. But anything you can do, I can do better. But Hill has nailed it at extra cover. Has to go inside out. A couple of yards higher and it would have been 4 more. But as it is reverse swept 6 and then out for George Hill. He's gone for 10, 292 for 4.
Yeah, very unlucky, George. You can see what he's trying to do. He knows it's going to be slightly quicker. He backs away, gives himself room, And dare I say, if it was a yard higher, he'd have gone for 6. He has absolutely smoked it. And an extremely smart catch at extra cover. George Driscoll, you've got to say he's deserved the wicket. He's gone wicketless thus far, but he's bowled with really nice control. He's known his job and picks up a well-deserved wicket in his final over.
Yeah, so out steps Harry Duke. Smart catch in the covers, and Scott Borthwick makes no mistake. It would be easy to say that it was regulation, but that was hit with some venom on it from Hill, right out of the screws, as they say. And so Duke will come out to try and play a very different type of innings to what he played at Radlett on a very tricky pitch, where Duke came out and in the company of Imam al-Haq made a very sensible 28 not out off 47 to see Yorkshire home to what in the end, thanks to that partnership, proved to be a pretty comfortable victory. But this is going to demand a very different style, of course.
Very versatile, Harry. Obviously, a lot of Yorkshire supporters will remember him opening the batting in this competition a couple of years ago, and he's not, he's not a stranger to scoring big runs in this competition. He's had, hundreds in this competition. He's scored at various strike rates, showing his versatility. And as you say, it's a different knock for him. Similar to George, he'll be looking to try and get off strike and give Finley some of the striking until he gets into his innings.
Duke this time just ending up in something of a crab-like position there from the first ball he'd faced. Mentioned hundreds, of course had 100 as a teenager in this competition once upon a time, Harry Duke. 125 in a chase of 328 at Grace Road against Leicestershire, something of a coming-of-age knock. A little shorter, Duke just prods into the onside. They want to. They will get to. That's good scamperage from Duke. He knew as soon as he hit it that he just got it into that pocket on the edge of the circle where a second was a possibility.
Trademark Harry Duke, running the first one hard, and he's good and bad to bat with at times. You feel like you're at the end of your seat when you're the non-strikers end for
Duke. You're doing a cardio workout.
You're ready to go, but it does take pressure off you when he's able to turn them ones into twos, just as you've seen.
Time it's come off something. I'm not certain this is a boundary off the bat. Bristol just losing his line towards the end of this spell. His final over is proving his most expensive. That's flicked off the thigh pad on the way through.
I think it's been given us 4 runs.
I think it has, and I think Harry Duke's very lucky.
Hard to tell from that angle. I'm sure Duke could be telling the umpires got it right. Yeah, straight off the blade.
Classic. So that has gone for that over from Bristol is complete now. Ben Rain on from the Trafalgar Square end, and you may notice our scoreboard software is frozen on just catching up now. So Driscoll finishes with figures of 1 for 48 off his 10. Rain is back, and Rain is being hammered away by Bean into the deep. 1-2, but there's definitely not 2 there that time.
Started with a slower ball, Ben Rain. Finley obviously uses pace very well. We've seen him flick it behind square multiple times, so just trying to take the pace off to Finn, make him generate it himself. As we do see a field change here, fine leg is going out of the ring, and so is deep mid wicket. So 4 men patrolling the leg side boundary. We've got mid off in and third man in. With deep cover, the only one on the offside. And as I say that, long on's come up and third man goes back. So we've got a deep mid wicket, deep square and a fine leg, a deep cover and a third man, and the rest are in the ring.
Yeah, it's a field that's signposting that Rain's got to not offer any width here at all. And Rain is bowling to his field perfectly, and all Duke can do is nudge it to square leg for 1, but it brings up the Yorkshire 300. 300 for 5 at the start of the 47th over. The scoreboard has it as 300. As you might have noticed, our BCS scoring system actually has Yorkshire 1 short of the landmark, but he's just catching up now. So 20 balls left, 22 in fact, and that one has been hit into the West Stand for 6. Big 6 from Bean, who continues on his merry way. in what's been a marvellous innings. His 5th six, just in the slot really. The classic right arm around into a left-hander. If you get that in the wrong place, you're bowling straight into the arc, and that's what Rain unfortunately did, and it disappears.
Terrific shot, brutally played from Finley Bean as he brings up yet another 6. Absolutely motoring along. Moves on to 79 from just 46 deliveries, striking at over 170.
Bean this time will get more runs. Well, he'll get 4. It's another Scarborough divot that has helped Yorkshire out, and this time the unfortunate recipient of it is George Drissel. Well, it looks like a regulation 1 to mid-off, but just in front of Drissel takes a bobble. So back-to-back boundaries for Bean.
Very lucky that's not in front of the hospitality tent, where I believe there's some alcohol being consumed down there.
I believe there's some spectators with a lemon sherbet or 2 that might give them the courage to let him know about the misfielders. That's going to be 4 more. No doubt about that shot. Very nicely fielded out on the boundary by one youngster who is slide tackled immediately with the kind of challenge that reminds me of the iconic rugby league piece of commentary from Castleford once upon a time with "Get him off the field," because this was a very, very late tackle that came in after the ball had gone over the rope. Bean is absolutely flying. Just watch that slide tackle here. We'll come back to that because this is more runs.
Oh
my goodness me, Bean is going ballistic here. 6, 4, 4, 6 to finish the over. 320 for 5. The over ends up conceding 22. This the last 6 of them. Rain just straying onto the pads. It's not a great delivery, but all credit to Bean, who is seeing it like the truest of Scarborough beach balls right now. He is into the 90s.
And that was just a flick of the wrist. Very, very full, almost too full to play that shot, but at the last minute just flicks his wrist, and as you say, he's going absolutely ballistic. What a shot that is, Finn. Terrific.
And remember that you are watching a player who was a selection dilemma for Yorkshire this morning. It was, do they play the extra batter of Finley Bean, or do they look for the second spin option of Dan Moriarty? There's plenty of parallel worlds where Finley Bean is running the drinks today. But Yorkshire, even with Imam al-Haq back and available, gave Bean the chance to solidify the middle order at number 5. And what an innings he has played. He is 7 away from magical 3 figures. He, of course, does a double ton for Yorkshire Championship cricket this season. 6 first-class tons, as Duke this time is facing up and is trying to emulate Bean. And he's had a big swipe. And eventually, after an almost belated appeal from Coda Youssef, he's caught behind. So Duke has gone for 7 off 5. That all seemed to happen in slow motion a little bit. 320 for 6.
It's hard to tell what that's come off. It's a nice bit of bowling from Coda Youssef, just skips on. Dukey just rubbing his side. I'm not too sure he's happy with the decision, but
very casual appeal from Youssef.
It's the life of a batter. It's unfortunate for Harry there if he hasn't hit it. And
yeah, there was. I wonder whether it was almost one of those, saw from the reaction of Robinson, the keeper, where they just assumed that it would be given immediately, and then there was almost a secondary "how's that?" as if to say, "Oh, come on, umpire." So just looking at the reaction of Duke, I wouldn't say he looks like he's been too hard done by, shall we say. Harry Duke is gone. Caught Robinson bowled Youssef for 7 off 5. So Don Bess, Yorkshire skipper, you would have heard from pre-match in our exclusive interview that came before the start of play that you can go and have a look at on the live stream. Comes out to join Bean.
Enjoys batting here, Don Bess. I remember an innings here in the One Day Cup last year where he got us up to a very competitive total by taking on some late innings runs, and he's captained the side beautifully in this One Day Cup. Been looking to play a bit of a innings cameo, should we say, in these last 3 overs. Support Bean.
He skippered a couple of games in this comp for Yorkshire back in 2021, but then hasn't actually captained Yorkshire again until this season in the Championship, when coming in when Johnny Bairstow's been unavailable, and then this has been the first competition he's had a chance to really do it as the leader of that side. And it's safe to say he's relishing that. Anthony McGrath's head coach has raved about him having a very good cricket brain. He's facing up to Yusuf. You'd think we'd want to get Bean on strike. We'll get Bean on strike unless they fancy 2 here, which even for Yorkshire's aggressive running, that's a little too far. So Bean is facing up on 99. 99? Beg your pardon. 93. The reason why 99's in my head is I was about to say, does he continue with that ultra-aggressive approach? At 6 would take him on to 99. He will have had a moment between overs. Like any batter, that scoreboard is huge on the far side, and the one that is to our right is even bigger. So he will be all too aware that he is 7 away from a first ever white ball 100.
Yeah, although knowing how Finley's how brain works, he will just be thinking about what do the team need from me right now. And obviously, as good hundreds are, he'll just be thinking the team need me to carry on this aggressiveness and try and take them to the highest total possible. So I'm just sure he's just looking at this white round thing.
Yusuf into Bean, who hammers it down the ground. Well, that will help him towards a maiden this day, Ton. A shot of real authority from Finley Bean. It almost went for 6. He's on to 97. He is 1 boundary away.
Slightly over pitched and drives it beautifully, stays dead still, swings through the line of the ball, and gotta rethink where he's going to bowl this here. Yusuf, not got a lot of protection on the leg side.
This time Bean gets good contact, and a few fans there you could hear hoping for another Scarborough divot to take Finley Bean to his 100. He'll have to settle for being at the non-striker's end on 98.
2 balls left in the over. You see a fully leg side field on the boundary with 4 men up in the offside, so possibly going into the pitch slightly straighter, a few slower balls perhaps.
Bess goes on the reverse, and Bess gets hit by the ball. Thankfully doesn't seem in too much trouble from his immediate reaction, Bess. He does like these kind of shots. He scores a lot of his runs behind square, either side, with little flicks and guides and dabs. It's one of his strengths.
As he's there rehearsing a left-handed pull shot over the tee room. It's a nice option for him there, using the pace of Cody Yusuf.
Smashed down the ground by Bess. Baseball style really for 6. Got that bottom hand through the ball. It was in the from Yusuf, and it got the punishment you would expect. 332 for 6. The over finishes with Bess's first boundary. And Yorkshire have got 2 overs left to, you would think, be eyeing off 350 plus now.
Absolutely. Let's see what they can do the last 12 balls. We watched that one again. It's in the slot and dealt with beautifully by Bessie. Tried to hit it the other way the previous ball, and this time decides to stand still and delivers, and he does just that. Sails into the popular stand.
Just having a glance as we wait for Bean to face up at his wagon wheel. There's been shots all over the place. 2 to get his first this day 100. He'll get 1 here. Definitely not 2 there. He was looking to go down the ground, right back over the bowler's head where he's hit a couple of boundaries. Shouldn't run out of time here. It would be very unlikely for Bess to end up facing all of 11 legitimate deliveries left here. Yorkshire will finish, you'd imagine, short of the 374 for 5 they posted against Northants, but on course for another imposing total, batting first. Ben Rain with a cutter. That's hits it hard to deep mid-wicket. Yorkshire fans imploring the Scarborough turf to help them out again. Bean on 99 off 52. Given his chance at number 5 in this Yorkshire order, better known often as a builder in red ball cricket. Goodness me, shown everyone another side to his game today. He's 1 away from a maiden List A century. And it's smeared away down to fine leg, and Finley Bean has 100 off just 53 balls. An incredible knock. 14 fours, 8 fours and 6 sixes. 14 times he's found the boundary. He scored at almost 2 a ball. A magnificent innings from the man given a chance at number 5 in a reshuffled batting order, and a knock he will never forget. A coming of age innings, and an innings that shows the versatility that he's got in his game. First ever white ball ton for Yorkshire for Finley Bean, as Bess is trying his best to reach one that is certainly would have been a wide without his intervention with bat on ball out to deep cover. And it's interesting to note as well, he's still yet to play a T20 for Yorkshire at senior competitive level, Finley Bean. You would speculate after an innings like this that might be changing next season.
What a knock. Exactly what the team needed. He's shown his full array of shots and he's still going.
It's flashed away straight to deep cover. There'll be just one more.
What a reception from the crowd as well. Goosebumps listening to that. Very, very well deserved from Finley. So pleased for him. He's worked so hard in his white ball game. He's finally been able to show people what we all know he can do. And he's been well awarded by a beautiful reception from this Scarborough crowd.
In comes Ryder at the crease this time, and Bess just flicks this down through fine leg for 4. Classic Tom Bess. Mentioned how he loves to work the ball behind square, either side the wicket, particularly over the keeper's head often, and this is a great demonstration of that.
Gets into some funny positions, doesn't he, Dan?
I was going to say,
he must be very flexible.
It's giving very dance floor stuff from Bess.
Keeps his head perfectly still.
And that's the thing you notice, even with the more modern shots that you see, still at the point of contact, Bess. That head position is still, the bat path is good, and that it's not just hand-eye coordination, there's a lot of work and practice that goes into a shot like that.
And we're seeing a change of bowling from the P-zone park end. Sam Connor's been given the thankless job of bowling the last over to the short side for Finley Bean.
341 for 6 with 1 over left. 350 would be the mini milestone Yorkshire will have their eye on. 1 for 53 off 9, including a maiden so far for Connors. Only George Driscoll's been more economical. Can he try and keep Bess and Bean quiet? Well, he started with a horrid full toss, which almost picks him up a wicket. Goes for 1 out to deep mid-wicket and eventually is given as a no ball. Took a little while for the umpire to signal that. A bit of me thought he might have got away with it. 3 hit time. So, of course, still hasn't bowled a legitimate ball in the over. And that's already a couple more to Yorkshire's tally. 3-4-4 for 6. It's worth remembering just how rapidly Yorkshire have accelerated here. It's not that long ago, in fact it's only about an hour ago, that Yorkshire would have absolutely bitten your hand off for 341. I think Yorkshire at one point would have bitten your hand off for 320, to be honest. Oh, that's short, that's helped round the corner, and that will run away down that slope for 4 more. Well, we've seen at Scarborough that you can score quickly once you're in, and Bess is now giving Bean plenty of support with a lovely cameo here. Bess is flying along to 17 off 7.
Lovely shot from Bessie again, just another flick just behind square.
It's not the first time he's done this either. He got 18 not out of 6 in a T20 at Headingley against Leicestershire earlier on this season. This time Bess smears it away straight at deep square leg, and that goes for 4 as well. Well, it's another Scarborough divot helping Yorkshire out, and it's another one that has escaped past Drissel, who's having a tough day out there. He's bowled really well, but for the second time he's been done by an undulating bit of the outfield, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Bess. Yorkshire past 350.
Oh, just takes a little divot there in front of him. George, you got to feel for him. It's not nice in front of a crowd and the ball's flying around the park.
Slow ball, beautifully bowled by Connors. Bess has to go for 21 off 9, completely deceived by a really nice change-up from Sam Connors, who keeps his composure, having been very expensive at the start of the over. 3-5-2 for 7. Bess gone for a thoroughly entertaining 21 off 9. You won't see many more 9-ball cameos this season that will provide more value in terms of entertainment per balls faced.
Lovely cameo from Dom. Exactly what the team needed. Captain's not, just stays a touch low. A nice back of the hand. He gets a warm reception. And Matt Milnes is off to go and join Finley in the crease. Hero down at Grace Road versus the Foxes.
Yeah, that was exactly where I was going as well. If you wanted someone to come out and hit a long ball, Matt Milnes would be right up there. Hit both of the last 2 balls for 6 of Yorkshire's T20 campaign. Unfortunately for the White Rose, previous poor form meant that it was a consolation win as opposed to sealing a quarter-final spot. Of course, Durham have got a home quarter-final coming up against Hampshire on the 5th of September. The head coach Ryan Campbell said it's a big achievement, something the North East has been starved of, having home knockout cricket. Durham, of course, winning both T20 meetings with Yorkshire this season by 6 wickets with 12 balls to spare at York on the 15th of June. 5 days later by 63 runs at Chester Street. Yorkshire well placed to get revenge in the 50-over format. Sides, of course, drew in the championship at Durham in April. Milnes facing up, 3 balls left for Yorkshire to grab what they can. Milnes gets decent clout on that down the ground. Fielded at the expense of a single. Weren't too interested in pushing for a second, and it makes sense. Being all too content to say, you know what, I'll face these last 2. I think I'm seeing it pretty well on 102 red off 55.
You've seen it beautifully all day, Finley. And he will look to finish with 2 lusty blows, I imagine. He'll be thinking straight towards us in the commentary box, I imagine.
Does Connors go pace off again? Well, he goes pace on wide Yorker. Really nice change up from Connors.
Beautifully bowled for a man that's 102 from 55 balls. It's exactly where you want to put it, wide hole. Very hard to get your hands through that as a batsman. No length to work with as we draw to the final ball of the innings. Yorkshire 353. Let's see what we can take it to.
It's another swipe and a miss. They try and get through for a single. The throw misses. So it will be a cheeky bye to finish things for Yorkshire. 354 for 7. Finley Bean thumping his bat in frustration at not scoring from his last couple of deliveries. But he'll get a hero's reception as he walks off here. Nice Durham players quick to come up to him and congratulate him on a fine knot. 354 for 7 then, being 102 not out off 57 balls. It means Durham will need more than 7 and over. Remember, Durham must win today to stay in the competition. Yorkshire looking for a victory to consolidate their position at the top. And whilst the crowd do head out to enjoy the Scarborough outfield at the interval, plenty of them also making sure to give a standing ovation to a man who's played a fine knot today. A first list 800 for Finley Bean means that it will be 355 to win for Durham.
Yeah, excellent. what a half for a Yorkshire fan, Finley Bean. You know, you can't forget James Wharton's contribution as well, scoring 84
off 76.
76, going over a run of ball. And yeah, so going to be a tough chase for Durham, but we know if you get in, it's a very good pitch and runs come quickly. So I think Durham will be hoping to replicate someone going big and batting around them.
Yeah, it was really, really noticeable that, you know, at the risk of saying something that makes people think Captain Obvious, the way the scoring really did quicken up at the end there. Those last 6 overs have gone for 12, 13, 22, 12, 9 and 13. So it was really a lovely bit of acceleration for Yorkshire, because when you look at 30 overs in, 158 for 2, they've actually comfortably more than doubled their score from that 30 over point. The wickets in hand, giving the platform for Bean to go big, ably assisted by Wharton, and don't forget, nice 46 to tee things up from Luxton, 37 for Live. In terms of the bowling figures, Drissel bowled better than his 1 for 48 off 10 suggested, and Ben Rain and Sam Connors with 2 wickets each. That's the table, just reminding you of what's up for grabs. Yorkshire looking to consolidate their position at the top. Durham need to win to continue their hunt for the top 3, but with a power-packed batting lineup, visitors will fancy their chances of a chase. We'll see you in about 25 minutes or so for the reply. Well-earned rest at the tea break. 3-5-5 to win for Durham. Welcome back to Scarborough for the run chase. 355 to win, and it is do or die stuff for Durham. It is very simple for the visitors. They must win to stay in contention for the Metrobank One Day Cup knockout stages. Great to have your company wherever you are across the world for this live stream. Records have been tumbling about as frequently as E-numbers at a children's birthday party. Yorkshire have posted their 6th highest ever List A total in that first innings. It's their highest ever List A total against Durham, and Finley Bean's 100 was Yorkshire's fastest ever in List A cricket. 53 ball ton, 7 balls better than Adam Live managed on this very ground back in 2016 against Northants in a high scoring contest. Opening up for Durham, he's the former Yorkshire white ball captain once upon a time, Alex Lees, alongside Emilio Gay. I'm Michael McCann, and back alongside me to my right is Yorkshire's rookie professional batter Noah Kelly. Noah, it's safe to say that we've got an exhibition of some beautiful batting in that first innings, and Durham are going to need something broadly similar to get even close to chasing this.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It was a simply remarkable knock from Finley Bean.
Lees and Gay getting ready to start the reply, which sees Lees just guiding out to cover. Ben Code bowling from the Trafalgar Square end. Code who bowled right through for his 3 for 26 off 10 against Middlesex at Radlett that really set the tone. But I think it's safe to say this pitch has got far fewer demons in it, even with the new ball.
Yeah, it looks a terrific cricket wicket. There was enough in it early doors that kept the batters honest, and once you got in, I mean, you see the state of this outfield. You can cash in.
He's still unable to get the reply going. These, of course, it's from Halifax, started out at Bradshaw CC in the Halifax Cricket League, also played for Illingworth, also went on to play for Lightcliffe as well, made his way through the Yorkshire age groups, and once upon a time was a big backbone at the top of the order in back-to-back county championships for Yorkshire in 2014 and 2015. It feels like a long time ago now, of course. Just guiding this straight to mid-on. I know his head coach Ryan Campbell couldn't speak any higher of him. He said to me on the phone earlier this week, Ryan, in his words, not mine, an amazing cricketer who's been shortchanged in the Test arena. The irony now with Bazball is that Alex probably scores faster now than he ever has since he's been out of that England team. The best players can suit any format, and he's shown that. Oh, that's a lovely ball that's cut Lees in half. Fantastic delivery from Code that cuts in.
Brilliant from Ben Kerr there up top. He'll know his opposite number very well. Alex Lees, having played with him, as you mentioned there, Michael. Just trying to challenge that off stump of Lees. That one cuts back on this occasion. Cuts him well in half.
Oh, a bit of weight, isn't it? What do you think? Is this good for Yorkshire?
Drops his bat on that one with an authoritative defence. But Code is just one ball away from maiden here. Durham can't afford to hang around too long at the top, albeit it's worth saying, we were looking at this split in the interval. Yorkshire were 146 for 2 off 30. Yorkshire went at more than 10 and over for their last 20 overs. They scored 208 for 5 from the last 20 overs of the innings. So they did build a platform and then accelerate rapidly from that point. And it will be a maiden to start the innings. Coe continuing his tidy work from that excellent 3 for 26 off 10 straight through at Middlesex last time out. Durham none for none off 1 then.
Very typical Ben Cordova, beating the bat, bringing the batsman forward most deliveries and asking a lot of questions. If there's anyone that's going to extract anything out of these wicket, it will be Jack White, Ben Curd, Matt Milnes, George Hill, the list goes on.
Yeah, just jumping back to those Lees quotes, Ryan Campbell said, I've got no doubt nobody looks at him for a T20 franchise gig, but his consistency and form It's outstanding. Right now, Lees is watching from the non-striker's end as Emilio Gay faces up. Someone who is head coach, the aforementioned Ryan Campbell, said should be someone people's talking about for an England side. He was named in the England Lions squad for the England A series in May 2025 that Yorkshire fans might remember George Hill was also part of. It's going to be Jack White. Jack Kirtley White, to give him his full name. A name that incorporates his parents' love of Kirtley Ambrose, a little nod to a bit of cricketing history. White is right on the button. And right across the county circuit, he's been one of the signings of the season, but a very, very understated signing.
He's been
the way he goes about it.
He's been absolutely phenomenal. His ability just to hit the 6 to 8 metre length mark, extract movement, it's very economical. You know, the way he bounds in is quite unassuming, but he's really highly regarded as one of the best opening bowlers in the county championship.
White in a nice area outside off, asking questions of Gay. He has 35 county championship wickets at 22 this season. And he has 7 blast wickets at an average of 15. He's been a very dependable performer across all formats. He's been rotated in and out during this competition, but whenever he's in the side, he's certainly been very, very handy, Jack White.
He's a fantastic lad around the group as well. Very, very outgoing. Very loves his nature, loves his fishing. Being from Cumbria.
Just guided back to White. There's a lot of comparisons that are sometimes made with Richard Gleeson. Grew up on the other side of the Pennines from the Yorkshire point of view, plucked out of league or national counties cricket to play for Northants. And then, of course, both of those two in slightly different directions, progressing very impressively since then. Has quite a few winters in New Zealand, White, because he's got family out there, and that's helped to bring on his career. He's something of a late bloomer at 33 now. I'm still looking for their first run. Bit of pressure building. White again, this time, much like Code in the previous over, almost finding the inside edge.
Yeah, lovely contest this between former teammates. Last year would have played a lot of cricket together at Northamptonshire and know each other very well. Yorkshire's batting coach John Sadler being both of their head coaches for a long time. It's going to be a nice contest, this.
Yeah, one spectator distracted by the cryptic crossword, but there's plenty to enjoy on the pitch as well.
3 down.
That, just from the way Gay just took his bottom hand off the bat, might have got an extra bit of bounce from White, who, whatever there is in a surface, he's very good at extracting it out, Jack White.
What do you like with crosswords, Michael?
Not my strength.
No.
Sudoku, more than numbers. Far too much time spent in a field calculating numbers in a cricketing capacity rather than just stood there. This strange sport we all love that involves trying to hit a small ball over a rope with a stick. It's just turning to the onside. You can see Gay's eagerness to try and get off the mark, but there's no run there. So back-to-back maidens, and all of a sudden it's effectively become a 48 over game because of those 2 overs. So both batters have had a chance to have a little look at things, but at the cost of time, and that required run rate's already up to 7.29.
As you mentioned at the start of the innings, Michael, you know, Durham shouldn't get too flustered if they fall slightly behind the rate. We know how quickly you can score at a ground like this, but it is just about having some intent at the start of the innings. Obviously, these two have started exceptionally with the ball. Can they just find a little bit of intent?
Oh, fantastically rolled by Code. It nips back, it maybe keeps a touch low as well, and Alex Lees, who's really hurt his former club in red ball and T20 cricket this season, has to go for a 7-ball duck. That's a really important early scalp for Yorkshire against one of their a wicket from Coe before a run in the innings has even scored. None for one in the third.
He flirted with the inducker in the previous over, cutting Lees in half, and that one just keeping a touch low. And it's a perfect start from Yorkshire.
It's not a pitch where you'd say we've seen too many balls really misbehave. We have seen some new ball movement, and it clatters into about 3/4 of the way up off stump. You can see Lees looking round in almost disbelief as to what's happened there. Even from right arm around, that has come back quite a lot. Take nothing away from Code. When you hear coaches talking about bowling top of off, well, as that replay angle shows, he couldn't have done it much better there.
And that's why he's held in such high regard around the county circuit. Been highly, highly valuable for Yorkshire over the years. Been a great servant, and he's only 30 years old as well.
He's 31. He's probably
31.
He's probably better known for his contributions with the red ball, but with a new white ball, he's so valuable as well to Yorkshire. It's often forgotten that he does have a quietly excellent record in list A cricket for Yorkshire as well, a bowling average of under 30, and his list A economy rate, Ben Code, is 4.5, which is exceptional. Here's Will Rhodes. Just nudging into the onside now. Rhodes has had an excellent competition. He started today the second highest run scorer in it, 2 behind Imam Huq, who overtook him in that first innings. Rhodes is Durham's highest run scorer. He's having a quite superb campaign, including 100 against Somerset and 96 against Sussex, 63 against Middlesex. He's another key wicket for Yorkshire to try and grab if they're to win this one. Rhodes out to short mid-wicket, and still no run on the board.
Nicely fielded there by Will Bennison on a sub-fielder. Signed his maiden rookie contract with the club earlier in the month. Terrific young batsman.
Yeah, you would sense that's a name we're going to be hearing a lot about in the future. Bowls handy leggies as well, and is making waves in the twos. Leave from Will Rhodes. Of course, we're talking about Alex Lees, but Rhodes, once of Yorkshire as well, played for Yorkshire at senior level from 2013 to 2017 before moving on to Warwickshire, where captained them to county championship and a Bob Willis Trophy success as well. I know Ryan Campbell and Durham were absolutely chuffed to get him at the start of this season, and it's been a bit of a white ball revolution in this campaign for Will Rhodes. Rhodes this time pushing to mid-off, and we are 1 ball away from 3 consecutive maidens to start this innings. And I know it's a game full of stats and numbers, but it can't be too many times relatively recently that in a competitive senior List A game, a side's taken so long to score their first run. It's a wicket maiden for Code, and it is none for 1 off 3. It's an exceptional start from Yorkshire with the ball. Alex Lee's gone for a duck, and Durham desperately needing to do something to change the momentum shift. 2 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1 for Code.
Vintage Ben Code. There and thereabouts, top of the stumps, nibbling it around. Nipping it back, nipping it away, and as I said at the start of the show, two of the finest bowlers in the county championship going at it, and they've got some total to go at as well.
He's got the best economy rate in the competition this season, Ben Code, and that was before this spell.
That does not surprise me.
Two maidens will pin that economy rate to the floor. Here's White. This time is pushed into the covers. Still no run. Code with 136 off 8 in the win against Lancashire, and then 3 for 26 off 10 in that Middlesex game. You might think, well, how come he's only played 2 of the 5 that Yorkshire have played before today? Well, of course, Ben Cliff has played in 3 of them, including taking a 5 for here against Warwickshire. Highly competitive and coveted spots in that Yorkshire seam bowling lineup at the moment. Comes a little wider of the crease, White. It's driven straight at mid-off, so okay, you can see is visibly restless looking for that single. He's still yet to score from 8. We are 20 balls into the innings, and do not adjust that scorecard that you see, or your sets, or your, I was going to say your TV sets. It feels a bit antiquated to say that these days.
What's a TV set?
Yeah, well, there you go. 19-year-old Noah Kelly alongside me, summarising that point perfectly. That is the score. It is none for 1 or 3.2. Extraordinary start to this reply. You'd think something's got to give. And Gay this time almost chopping on. Inside edge onto pad and dribbles out into the offside. This opening pair really making the ball talk.
It's quite a remarkable start from Yorkshire, this. Just been absolutely relentless with that length. Not giving absolutely anything to get away. And you get a real buzz as a fielding team when you look up at the scoreboard and there's no runs off 21 balls. You just feel something's going to happen here, a big drive or a wicket.
Well, the stats would tell you normally you're well past the point now by which point you get a boundary or a wicket. We have, of course, already seen Lees go. And that is driven, but straight at point.
That's what happens as a batter as well. Face some dot balls, and when you do time on it, just get a fielder gets a hand to it, and the pressure builds. I just need to wrestle a bit of momentum back here, Durham.
And nice to hear as well some home spectators very kindly, rhythmically reminding Durham of the county that they're facing today.
It's not the smartest of chance, is it? Just shouting Yorkshire.
Well, it rolls off the tongue, and plenty at Scarborough here are making their voices heard, and they're rightly delighted by what they're watching. Flowing cover drive. So finally, Durham do get their reply off and underway to some sarcastic cheers from the more raucous Yorkshire home supporters. It is a lovely square drive from Gay that will settle his nerves. 4 for 1 with 1 ball left of the 4th.
It's a beautifully expansive drive. He allows the ball to come right under his nose and smashes it away with real authority. And that races to the boundary in a matter of seconds.
Now does Gay look to be aggressive again? Still getting the... well, we got the ball fetch back. We're now... Dom Bess, hopefully we can get a camera shot here of Dom Bess, who's on crowd moving duties. We've seen Dom Bess fetch a newspaper here at Scarborough this season. We've now seen him on traffic stewarding duties. That's just guided down to deep third. Gay wants 2. There won't be 2 there. Into the 4th over. 5 for 1. More words from Noah Kelly. And I'll shepherd myself to the back of the box as he's joined by the excellent Aravals.
It's finished to the over there for Emilio Gay, the 25-year-old opening batsman. Made the journey up to the northeast from Northamptonshire. Has had England Lions call up already and is regarded as a very good prospect in the county game. Plays very aggressively, even in red ball cricket. And he's made a good impression at Durham, hasn't he, Owen?
He really has, yeah. Excellent cricketer. He's Emilio Gay, facing off here against Ben Code. Starting off defensively here, and it was just incredible, of course. We were just basically tallying up every single dot ball. 22 dots before the first runs were scored. Not often you see that in modern list A cricket.
Not at all, but it just shows shows to any youngster out there the benefit of just smashing top of off and not trying to overcomplicate it. just running in and hitting your best ball.
Okay, they're looking to shuffle down a little bit, create a different angle of attack. Of course, if he can get a little bit of space on that onside, there is green grass. Got the fielder down at long leg, and Jack White's just operating a deep third at the minute.
You hear Harry Duke marshalling the troops as usual. Getting the lads going, trying to get these 2 and 3 wickets early, because we know how good the wicket is. You think key early wickets are going to be what we need here.
That's a lovely shot from Emilio Gay. So strong, square of the wicket. Just caresses the ball down towards the popular bank for 4 runs. That is the danger, isn't it? Man of his class and quality. Slightly wider, wasn't it, from Ben Code? He's a little bit disappointed with that one. And easy pickings in the end for the Durham and Italy opener.
Yeah, doesn't necessarily move his feet a great deal, but allows the ball to come into his area and places it beautifully.
Slightly off the inside of the bats.
Nice adjustment there from Ben Code. Slightly shorter. A little bit of nip back. And creates a bit of a false shot. But you can see his intent already is changing here, Emilio. He's not going to let Ben Code just keep bowling at him. He's going to try and walk it in, put him off his length. Showing some nice intent already.
Edged and taken straight to Adam Lythe at second slip. And Ben Code is on flames here at North Marine Road. Emilio Gay departs for 9 from 17. And Yorkshire's outstanding start with the ball in hand continues. Durham restricted to 9 for 2 here in the 5th over as we take a second look at this one. Just threw the shot, didn't he, there? Emilio eyes it up, looking to force something. It's been a very slow start for the visitors. And in the end, it just doesn't get much worse than that, does it? Going to Adam Lythe.
A bit of scoreboard pressure you'd feel as well from the Durham batters here. You got 350 plus on the board. Emilio there possibly just driving a ball that wasn't quite under his eyes and getting a full shot out of him. And as you say, no better person for the ball to go to as a Yorkshire fan than seeing it travelling to Adam Lythe.
And of course, from the opposite perspective, as an opposition, you don't want to go into Adam Lythe.
Absolutely
because
not.
He is safe as houses. Really is the worst sight ever, seeing that ball travel into the breadbasket of Adam Lythe. Alas, that is the case though. Ben Code, figures of 2 for 4 already. He's got his second wicket on the board. And Colin Ackerman now comes into the middle. These two have got such a big role to play, and I know we have alluded to it throughout today's broadcast. Durham do bat incredibly deep.
Hang on, what's going on here? Ben Code's been taken off the field. He's bowled 5 balls, taken a wicket, and he's being taken off the field by the physio, and Adam Lythe is going to continue the over. I'm sure we'll get some updates on that for you at home, but it's not good signs to be a Yorkshire fan seeing Ben Code being taken off the field mid-over.
No, he just pulled up a little bit. So Code in a little bit of discomfort there. Will be Adam Lythe to bowl the final delivery of this 3rd over. Of course, we hope that's nothing serious for Ben Code. Adam Lythe straight after taking the catch, given the ball.
Yeah, and he is a bit of a golden arm, Adam Lythe. He's often chucked the ball in red ball when there's been a bit of a partnership. Can just create some magic, and what's he got for us here?
Well, starts off with a dot ball. So that is the end of an eventful 5th over. Saw the wickets of Emilio Gay, as well as the departure of Ben Code. We'll try and keep you updated as best as we can with regards to that injury to the Yorkshire seamer. But at the end of the 5th over of the run chase, Durham 9 for 2. As we welcome back to the comms box for the first time on this increasingly sunny afternoon, Dr. Jane Powell.
What a start. What a start for Yorkshire, that is, you know. Great bowling by both Jack White and Ben Code. Good catch by Adam Lythe. And then for a minute I thought Adam Lyth might come on and pick up a wicket as well. But no, the really good start from a Yorkshire perspective, and Durham will need to try and knuckle down. I don't think I've ever seen 22 dot balls in my life.
No.
Which is a long life, as you can imagine.
No, it was a staggering start, wasn't it? 22 consecutive dot balls to start the run chase, in a run chase which was already over 7.5 required. So we just have some movement behind the bowler's arm. Here is Jack White to continue then. Bowling up first here to Will Rhodes, yet to get off the mark from his first 6 deliveries faced. Also just watching there, Matt Milnes just going through the motions in his warm-up, so I imagine that we could see him sooner than intended.
Yeah, we've got a number of bowlers out there, haven't we, with Milnes and Hill, Bess himself, you know, so that we've got enough bowlers out there, but I'm sure Adam will say he'll carry on, but we'll see what happens. I suspect it'll be Matt Milnes. But I heard you speaking earlier, there's still movement behind the bowler's arm here. And Don Bess is still on crowd control. But no, they don't seem to be taking much attention. No. Yes, no. Have we got any connection there?
Well, White is to continue. So Rhodes works that backward of square. Will just be a single.
Yeah, I heard you speaking earlier about Jack White. I think you're absolutely right when you say he's the most under-the-radar bowler in the Men's County Championship at this moment in time. I just think he's been phenomenal this year for Yorkshire. At the start, I had a lot of people saying, why have we signed White? And I think they've all stopped saying that now, because he's just consistently taking wickets and putting it in good areas too.
So White bowling here to Colin Ackerman.
And we'll remember that ball he bowled to Ed Bernard earlier this year against Warwickshire. It's just the most, as a coach, it's probably one of those absolutely perfect balls where you say, hit the top of off. And he did. He hit the top of off stump, the bail came out, and Ed was on his way, and that was a key wicket for Warwickshire. And he's just done that consistently, just put it in those key areas.
And that's what he did for Northamptonshire as well. Speak about that red ball form. 35 wickets this season. Bowls here to Colin Ackerman. Resolute in defence once more, and 2023, of course, when Northamptonshire were in Division 1 of the County Championship, took 50 wickets, was a leading light for the Tudor Rose.
Yeah, I've got some friends down in Northamptonshire, and they were gutted when they heard that Yorkshire had signed Jack White. You know, really sort of like, oh God, no, you've taken our best bowler. So he was regarded as very much one of the best bowlers at Northamptonshire last year, and now one of the best bowlers at Yorkshire this year.
Really keeping it tight here is Jack White. Both he and Code getting Yorkshire off to the ideal start. It is a cliche, isn't it, in any format of cricket, but early wickets, you can just see the body language. Of course, Yorkshire already had the momentum in their favour following that breathtaking century for Finley Bean, but when you get those early scalps, especially the two openers, Alex Lees, who has punished Yorkshire across competitions already this season, really does have a profound impact on the psyche. Great end to the over from Jack White. Concedes just the solitary run from it. And after 6 overs, Durham 10 for 2 in their chase of 355.
It's an incredible start from both a batting and a bowling perspective. The fact that, you know, the run rate is 1.67 after those 5 overs, and they require now 7.74. Before they know where they are, that'll push up to 8 if they're not careful, because it gets increasingly greater the less that you achieve the run rate. And as predicted, Matt Milnes is coming in from the Trafalgar Square end.
Yep, not surprised by that at all. He was scintillating, wasn't he, against Middlesex. 4 for 29 from his 8 overs. Also bowled nicely against Lancashire.
As the sun comes fully out now, it's really starting to take on Scarbados fields.
Well, Rhodes, well, it's uppish. It flashes off the outside edge. Goes down to the pavilion for 4 runs. And every single boundary matters at this stage to Durham.
Yeah, he's playing that ball very much away from his body. He never got anywhere near it with his head, and just flashed his bat at the ball, and he got a very strong outside edge there down to third man. Rode his luck well there.
That's a lot more authoritative from Will Rhodes. Just looking at the field placement here from Yorkshire, I know it is a little bit of an unorthodox fielding position. We saw it earlier with the short point, but early in his innings, I wouldn't mind seeing a short backward point in for Will Rhodes, because we have seen in red ball cricket, not just this season, but during his previous time at Warwickshire, he can just fence at them outside off, around about 10 to 20 balls into his innings. I think that's the ideal time to strike. Keeps resolute and compact in his defence there, but for a player of Will's calibre and quality, and he can score big runs, and he showed that this season. Durham's leading run scorer in the competition, second overall with 387 before a ball was bowled in anger today. When you've got players like that, if there is a potential weakness, you've got to try and exploit it. And that would just be my nitpick at the moment. It's not the field which I'd hope to see against Will Rhodes, but I'll have to wait and see.
What a great ball from Matt Milnes there. Had lift and just went through past Rhodes. I didn't know much about it. He was going to that same area that Adam Lyth was gardening at this morning. So there's obviously something around that length that just causes the ball to lift a little bit. You've got to keep it in a fairly straight line, because if it goes wider, then it's a very easy hit ball.
Well, quick single taken, little bit of a misfield there from Ben Cliff. Means there won't be a shy at the non-striker's end. Will Rhodes does scamper through for the quick single.
It's never easy when you come on as 12th man and you have to try and pick the ball up straight away. You know, you feel like you're ready, but let's face it, you've been sat down most of the time. You've not done no warm-up, and suddenly you're out there and you're having to charge around the field. I always think cricket's one of those really awkward games for warm-up, because you never know when you're going to be called into action.
And just smothering that delivery, and that'll be the end of the over. Milnes concedes 5 from his first of the run chase, and Durham now 15 for 2 in their reply to Yorkshire's 354 for 7. The requirement 340 off the next 43 overs, and Jane, it is something that you mentioned, but that required run rate, even at this stage, is almost touching 8.
Yes. Yeah, I think the pressure will just keep mounting. Scoreboard pressure is strong anyway, and that's one of the reasons teams like to bat first, particularly when you have somebody of the calibre of Finley Bean smacking 100 today. What a great knock that was. Wharton 80, Luxton 45. You know, you've got 3 good contributions at least, and you've got to try and maintain that run rate.
A white around the wicket here to the left-handed Rhodes. Works that out towards backward square leg, and it will be a single taken. I mean, even Adam Lyth today, I know it wasn't the big 50 or 100 that we're used to seeing Adam Lyth craft.
Contributed well.
Yeah, 37 up the top. Useful runs.
Yeah, I mean, you compare the two teams. Adam Lyth got 37 as number 1. Unfortunately, Durham have lost their two openers for very few runs, if not any.
Tell you what, though, it has been a rip-roaring start, hasn't it? From Jack White and Ben Code. White here to Colin Ackerman. A reminder that this is essentially a must-win game for Durham. They have got just one game remaining after this at the Riverside against Warwickshire on Sunday. And Warwickshire, of course, in action today up at Egbert. So we'll keep you updated with that one. Those are the two matches taking place in Group B today. Plenty of action in Group A. We'll also talk about what I'll update you on those a little bit later on.
And once again, Jack White just puts that on the spot. No run there for Ackerman. It just becomes very difficult to score off Jack White. If he can keep this line and length, it's just that awkward. I need to get after him, but I just can't because he's just cramping me. It's almost like trying to put it into the rib cage of the batter, and that's the line that he's bowling. But because his line is so good, it becomes very difficult to manoeuvre it.
Just hitting consistent lengths here is Jack White. I mean, that really is staggering. Hasn't got the wicket that he would have hoped for just yet, but none for 7 from 3.4 overs. So difficult to score runs against, and for the first time that required run rate does tick over 8. So the early pressure is beginning to tell here. A big partnership between these two, Durham.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, we're in the power play, so there's only 2 fielders allowed out. And generally, teams are looking for, at the end of the power play, they want to be at least 4, if not 5, 6 and over after 10. Unfortunately, well, unless there's an absolute seismic change in what's happening, they're going to be nowhere near that. Their run rate at the moment is 2 and over, 2.04.
Again, Jack White really testing Colin Ackerman here. Just squeezes away a single on the onside. That will be 2 runs conceded from the over. Durham 17 for 2 after 8. And it is interesting just looking at the analysis of this spell from Jack White so far. I mean, the vast majority of the deliveries are on a good length. He's pushed the odd one full, nothing too short as of yet, but he's so reliable at just hitting that penny piece.
Yeah, he is. He's very reliable and very consistent. Reminds me a little bit of Mike Hendrick running in. He doesn't look the most fluent, but jeepers, he is fluent, he is consistent, and he's bowling the line and length that is required to really keep the pressure on the opposition as Bess has a conversation with him, whether that's about saving his other 6 overs or whether that's about, can you do one more? We'll find out after the end of this over.
On the on drive, great bit of fielding that from the Yorkshire captain.
Yeah, and what's happened all season is the bowlers have been bowling consistent line and length, but they've been incredibly supported by the fielders, and that was a case in point there. Bess moved quickly to his left to stop that ball and prevent any run, and sometimes there's quite firm shots from the opposition that you think, well, that's probably going to be a 4, and they're not even getting one off it because of the fielders out there.
Come on. Goes the big swish of the bat.
And that's what pressure does. It makes you try and force it and you think, oh, I'm just going to have a good old swing at this one. And he did there. And for him it's good. He missed it completely, but he could so easily have taken an edge there.
Just needs to calm down here, does Colin Ackerman. Really is a brilliant cricketer. And there you go. Has he induced the outside edge? Indeed he has. And Matt Milnes gets his first wicket on the board. The pressure continuing to ramp up on Durham. And Colin Ackerman has to go for 1 from 14 deliveries. Yorkshire well and truly on top here in Scarborough. And Durham, the visitors, 17 for 3 in the 9th over.
And that's what you call a pressure wicket, because he's taken 17 balls or 14 balls. You can see that he's frustrated and he feels he needs to get going a bit more. He took a swish at the previous ball, didn't get an edge, but here we see on the replay, he takes a swish at this one as Matt Milnes comes in, just a little bit short, swish, slight outside edge, and the ever reliable Harry Duke adds to his collection of catches behind the wicket this year.
That's very uncharacteristic from Colin Ackerman. He's usually someone who keeps his shape regardless of the format, and it was just frustration. That's where that shot was born out of, and in the end, simple catch for Harry Duke. He won't drop those, and Durham now staring down the barrel in desperate need of a big partnership as the captain, Ollie Robinson, enters the crease.
Yeah,
still only 26 is Ollie.
And Harry Duke definitely won't drop those after his record-breaking 6 catches at Radlett on Sunday. He didn't even realise he'd broken a record. That was the great thing, you know. And, you know, he's very, very unassuming and just takes them and carries on, you know. But that's another good catch from Harry Duke.
Plenty of work to be done here for Ryan Campbell's side. Slight adjustment in the field. As George Hill operates at short cover. Robinson plays that one very nicely indeed. Chase on here for James Wharton, and it's one which will be won by the ball. Great start that for the Durham captain, striking at 400 by my maths. And that'll just settle the nerves. That's the important thing. There really has been the amping up of pressure. Yorkshire tightening the screw over after over for Robinson just to get the early boundary, that bat on ball. I think that will really help him settle into his groove. And there you go. That one even more dismissive. Just slaps it down towards deep point. It's back-to-back boundaries for Ollie Robinson. Really lovely shot, that.
Very good shot. A little bit short and wide from Matt Milne, and he'll know he's got to tighten up his line and length this next ball, and we'll see how he responds to that. He's bowled 2 now that Robinson's been able to just guide it out almost to the offside with some power.
Well, huge appeal for Milnes. Umpire not having any of it. Huge appeals there from Yorkshire. But it will be a dot ball to finish. End of the 9th over. Durham 25 for 3 as we just take a look at the replay here. I think judging by that angle, potentially sliding down.
Yeah, I think that's probably just sliding down leg side. You can see that Matt Milnes is disappointed, but Harry Duke's already given it up. He's appealed, but he's already moving up to the other end. As Jack White does continue for one more over by the looks of it from the P-Zone Park end.
Yeah, terrific opening spell this from Jack White. 4 overs, no wickets as of yet, just 8 runs conceded. Of course, that maiden over to kick things off. Bowling here to Will Rhodes. Quick push down the ground. Milnes a little bit wayward with the throw. Allows for the Durham number 3 to scamper home safely for the single.
Fortunately, Adam Lyth was aware that the ball was coming down to the far end and managed to stop that going for overthrows. That was a little bit wayward. you want your players to pick it up and have a shy at the stumps, but ideally you want them to get closer to the stumps. But Adam Lyth was aware of that and covered it well.
Even though it was on the edge of the square on Saturday, it was consistency, balance, and back to place as well. It was a good wicket.
That's that good length again from Jack White. It really does. He is Mr. Consistent. Just keeps it there or thereabouts. Ollie Robinson, who found it quite easy to hit 2 through the offside, was struggling just to keep that one down from a ball that lifted a little bit.
Robinson advances, chips it over the top. Could be a catching chance, will be difficult for Don Bess. Just couldn't quite get there. Valiant attempt from the Yorkshire captain. And Robinson, in the end, just Scarpa back for a second.
Yeah, Don Bess wasn't far away from that. Moved quickly, got very close to it, made a desperate dive out really with his hand, and it just evaded him. But great effort there from Don Bess.
We can see here the intent from Ollie Robinson. He's looking to apply the pressure back onto the Yorkshire bowlers, shouldering that responsibility as the leader of this side. Let's see what White can craft here. Slightly shorter and clubbed away down towards deep mid-wicket. Will take a few bounces out towards the spectators for 4 runs, and already Ollie Robinson looking to up the ante in these early stages.
Well, this is the final over the power play, so you know this is the opportunity he's got to take advantage of the fact there's only 2 fielders out, both of whom are behind the bat, one at deep fine and one at deep third man. So if he's going to take advantage of space that's there at the moment, then he's got to do it in this over. He's got 2 balls left of this over.
Slightly upish and taken straight into the hands of the fielder. And Yorkshire now really are running riot at North Marine Road. Ollie Robinson goes for a quick fire 14 from 7. And Durham in all sorts of bother on a score of 32 for 4. You can see what he was trying to do. Hit those flurry of boundaries, 3 to be specific. But in the end, it was just 1 shot too many as far as Ollie Robinson was concerned. And Finley Bean, well, he doesn't drop those. Simple catch in the end for the Yorkshire Centurion.
Yeah, great ball from Jack White. Jack White is the sort of guy that just keeps turning around and bowling it. He's not too concerned about him being aerially hit in the last few balls, and he's just going to, I'm just going to keep putting it there. And that one just actually nipped back into Ollie Robinson there, and he just couldn't direct it. And, well, he directed it straight to Finley Bean. And no doubt Finley Bean said thank you very much, because he didn't really have to move at all, and was gratefully received. And as you say, Durham are in all sorts of trouble now, 32 for 4. And the key thing at this stage in the league as well is net run rate. So, you know, Yorkshire will keep pressing on and Durham will try and recover as best they can. But at the end of there's 1 more ball of this power play, and then the field can be spread a bit more, and that will cause even more problems for Durham.
So Scott Borthwick, the new man entering the middle, an icon of Durham County Cricket Club, product of the academy, made his debut for the side all the way back in 2008. Of course, had that 4-year stretch at Surrey. Here he is, back at his home club. Just feels right seeing Scott Borthwick in a Durham shirt. He's got a mountain to climb here for his side. As White pops it in the avenue of apprehension. Finishes off his 5th over with a dot ball. And Jack White, well, he will get a very warm round of applause from this crowd at North Marine Road. 1 for 15 from his opening 5 overs. And Durham now 32 for 4 at the end of the 10th.
What a spell, what a great spell. It's put Yorkshire in a very strong position at the end of this power play. And who knows what would have happened had Ben Coates stayed on. You know, he was also his partner in crime at the opening, the bowling, and they've just really set the match up well from a Yorkshire perspective, not giving anything away. 32 at the end of the... Is there 1 over to go in the power play, or is that the end of the power play?
That's it done. We're now in the 2nd power play, so more fielders allowed out on the boundary rope.
Scoreboard just changes from 9 overs to 10 overs. That's why I hesitated. I'm sure that's power play as Matt Milnes comes in once more.
Will Rose just tucks that away down towards backward square for 1 run.
The field is changing a little bit for the left-hander.
Well, it's Borthwick on strike here against Matt Milnes. Gets into a nice defensive position there, does the Durham veteran. And this feels now like the partnership as far as the visitors are concerned. Still got Ben Rain to come. He's no slouch with the bat in hand. Robbie Bowman, very impressive young cricketer, product of Tynemouth. And of course, George Drissel as well. It's been a very difficult start, though, for the North Eastern outfit. Milnes here to Borthwick. Spoons that away.
Yeah, that's that ball that's just lifting off a length, and because it lifted and cramped him for space, then it almost looked like he was just lifting it onto the leg side, and that will give the fielding team a lot of sort of encouragement, thinking it could come to us any time, and the batters will know they've got to get on top of that, because that one that's lifting, you've got to get right over the top of it, or you've got to clear it. You've got to clear the field, which is what Finley Bean did so well.
Nice leave that from Scott Borthwick. Yeah, just to almost leapfrog onto that sentiment, it is what Finn Bean did, and he did it in style, didn't he? Those shots down towards the west stand, they were full-blooded. They were just muscled away, and they would have been 6 on any ground. He was soaring it over the rope.
And that's the difference between when you're confident and you believe, and when you're suddenly at 33 for 4 and everything's like a minefield in your mind.
And testing spell of bowling this from Matt Milnes. Very easy to almost give that position away after Ben Coates came off. But Milnes, he's just hit the ground running, hasn't he? And that's the key. We speak about batting partnerships all the time, but that idea of bowling in tandem, and Milnes and White so far really are complementing each other superbly. And most of it has just come off that good length as well. If you look at this, hardly any really short balls. As we see here, the final delivery of the 11th over. Borthwick just clips that away out towards deep square, and that will be a single to round out the 11th. So Durham move on to a score of 34 for 4. We'll have a slight change in the commentary box. I'll make way for Michael McCann, and I'll leave you with a few words of wisdom courtesy of Dr. Jane Powell.
Good start from a Yorkshire perspective. The end of the 11th over, Durham 34, which means the run rate is just over 3, and the run rate from a Durham perspective, causing that scoreboard pressure, goes up over 8. And welcome back, Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Jane Bell. Period of consolidation desperately needed for Durham here. It's easy to forget that Yorkshire were 146 for 2 off 30. It was late acceleration that brought Yorkshire on to 354 for 7. So Yorkshire chasing more wickets now. So that's guided down to third by Borthwick. George Hill is on from our end of the ground, the P-Zone Park end, and it's worked away for a couple. I'm delighted to say I have the company of a good old friend from the cricket circuit, and a man who is fronting up even with his side in a slightly difficult moment. So all the more respect to him for still coming up to join us for 10 overs. A very good afternoon to Ryan Campbell.
Good to see you, mate. Thanks for having me. Yeah, obviously hasn't been our day so far, but hats off to Yorkshire. They played very well.
Swipe and a miss outside the off stump. Yeah, I know when we were chatting about Yorkshire earlier this week, you said, I'm an opposition coach and an Aussie, so it makes it doubly hard to say, but they've got a really good, exciting core coming through of the likes of Revis, Luxton, Wharton.
Yeah, like English cricket need good young players coming through the system. You know, the county game, and this is the foundation stones of English cricket, and it needs to be strong. And you know, it's very much like in Australia. You know, you talk about strong New South Wales, strong Victoria. Generally, Australia are strong, and I can say that about, you know, English cricket. Yorkshire traditionally have been very strong and produced a number of English players. And those big counties, Surrey's are obviously another one, Lancashire in the past. You know, really important for the English game. Of course, Durham, we're the little boys, but we've been, you know, I think punching over our weight division with our ability to produce English players. And I think it's, again, as an outsider who's been here for a while now and really enjoys the game, you know, I think it's really important that every county understands that, yes, we're here to win. We all want to win stuff, but we do have to produce English players.
Nice looking square drive, but straight at point from Rhodes.
And, you know, looking at Luxton, Wharton, Bean, you know, those three youngsters, you know, they're very impressive. We've been looking at them for a while, and obviously Revis is another one who's found form, a really talented all-rounder. And this bloke here, Hill, was leading wicket taker in the county championship at some point. So,
yeah, got himself an England Lions call, Hill, who this time is driven out to deep cover, 2 off the over, 37 for 4, 3 off the over, I should say, 37 for 4 off 12. Yeah, I know you were saying to me before, in your words, we have an unbelievable record of producing England players. We're really proud of supplying the entire England bowling attack. Stokes, Potts, Castwood, etc.
Could use a couple now, to be honest. So can I take that back and steal a few back? But, yeah, look, and again, I don't know what it is in the northeast. It's, you know, we have a very good tradition of producing fast bowlers, and that's, you know, when you talk to the like of John Windows, who's our academy manager, has been, you know, for 20, 25 years, and, you know, he helps produce them. A lot can be said about our strong club cricket in the north. Not so many private schools, so the club system has to be strong. And
whipped away for 1 by Borthwick.
And, you know, you talk to the down south clubs, and their production line, I guess, of county players comes very much from their private school system. And, you know, lots of good in both sorts of stuff. But, yeah, we as a county are very proud with, you know, what we do. And, you know, obviously having the England captain is something that Durham are very proud of.
And just nerdled away, this time Kane wanting to, but good ground covered by Wharton to keep it to 1, because I guess this in a different way links into, it's producing that England talent, but, you know, you and I were talking on the phone about this earlier the week, the difference that can make on what you're left with in your own words, the facts are our injury toll has been ridiculous at times. We managed to break the unbreakable in Neil Wagner as well as Brendan Doggett too.
And again, look, you don't want to use things as an excuse, but we have struggled with an amazing amount of injuries at times. We couldn't field 11 fit players, which is quite ridiculous, and we battled away. But again, this competition, people can have their opinions on the 100, whatever, again, but this 50 over competition is so important because you are seeing the likes of even the younger, the next generation of county players coming through. And in my opinion, some of them are unbelievable. We had the unfortunate experience of watching young Thomas Rue at just 16, 17 years of age, and man, he looked unbelievable prospect. You look on there's video of a young kid, Lumsden or something, bowling 85, 86 miles an hour at just 16, and of course we have our own James Minto, which we'll unleash, in the next few days. Again, that's what this is all about. As long as you can, continue to, surround them with some experienced players, so they're not just, left to do it all on their own. Because I think that's really important as well. But there's a good feel and a good cross section of players, and the cricket's been outstanding. It looks like there's a lot of runs being scored, and that's probably a lack of experience in some of the bowling attacks. But it's been some really good cricket.
That's just worked away for another single. 5 off the over, 42 for 4 or 13. The voice of Durham head coach Ryan Campbell alongside me. Eric in the YouTube chat says, if Yorkshire lose from here, I'll take Ryan's hat and I'll eat it. Which feels like the closest thing from a Yorkshire supporter you'll get to a friendly greeting. But on that note, and it's something we were talking about, like how much do players enjoy playing at a ground like Scarborough? You were talking about, back in your day for Western Australia, once upon a time, you'd have the odd game where you go and play out in the country where you get spectators a little closer to you, able to give more technical advice right in your ear than they might normally be able to.
Well, I think most of your Yorkshire faithful are in our PMOA area at the minute, but I think it's fantastic. We do sometimes forget that this wonderful game we have, we've got to take it to the people. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity. We played at Liverpool 2 days ago, and, you're up close and friendly with the crowds there.
Brilliantly bowled. Shaping back in from Hill. It's a 5th wicket for Yorkshire. Lovely delivery. It gets George Hill his first of the day. Borthwick gone for 7. 42 for 5. Real shape and movement back in. Gives Yorkshire another breakthrough.
Yeah, disappointment. Just the angle from around the wicket there of Scotty Borthwick trying to play a little bit too square. And unfortunately sees his castle get knocked over. A little bit of shape back in. Clips the top of the stumps.
I think he's chopped on there as well. Might be able to just catch that again on the replay. I think there's just a small inside edge onto the top of leg stump from Borthwick.
Yeah, but here we go. This is where we talk about, he's a young kid, Robbie Bowman, who's fresh out of our academy, just 17 years of age. He gets the opportunity to march to the middle and bat with the experienced Will Rhodes and find something for Durham.
He turned 18 in July, I have it as. But regardless, this is someone who is the type of player that we've seen break through in this competition a lot in recent seasons. He's from Kingston upon Thames. Plays his club cricket at Tynemouth. First joined Durham at under-16s level and made 27 on debut against Northants, the Riverside, in this competition earlier this season. came in as Hayden Mustard pulled his hamstring. He's out for the rest of the season, which is unfortunate.
We're even breaking wikis at the minute. But, yeah, look, we obviously have a lot of belief in young Robbie Bowman. He works in club cricket and, with the academy. He's played a lot of second-team cricket for us this year. Hayden actually was out injured at the start of the year, and he took over the gloves in the second team and played really, really nicely. So,
now to Bowman, who's just pushing one out to mid-on. And for those just maybe only just tuning into that live stream, I'm laughing in the background as Ryan says that, not about Mustard's injury, but about Ryan with his classic dry sarcasm discussing Durham's unfortunate injury list this season. Still yet to get off the mark, Bowman. It brings us on to another point that I'd wanted to talk to you about, which is the schedule. Because the Blast has just been chopped down from 14 to 12 games. Regionalised groups, so Yorkshire and Durham, unsurprisingly, have ended up in the same group, the North Group, which will also have Leicestershire, Lancashire, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. A broadly positive change from your perspective, and the knockouts completed before the 100, which is
that's the main thing for me, is that has to go. The competition has to be in one block. The Blast is such a wonderful competition, and supported by so many faithful, and we're in a situation where we had a magnificent win in our last game of the season to host our own quarter final, but then you don't play for a month, or our overseas players go home, and then the cost of bringing those guys back is ridiculous. So I just think the powers that be, they had to make sure it goes back into a block. And like I say, I'm the outsider here, but I've been here 3 years now, and I'm pretty invested in this game. And I think, and again, without being too political, I think we do some stupid things. We don't help ourselves. And so the schedule really needs to be taken a look at. Obviously, the Blast is the first step. I'm hoping that the second step will be the schedule for the county championship for next year.
This time Bowman will nudge that one away.
And before we get a million, text messages and stuff abusing me saying, oh, you don't want to play and all this sort of stuff. But let me tell you, I've trained 3 times with my team, with the second team and the first team, 3 times in a whole season, because the schedule is so crazy. You do not get a chance to actually stand there and work on your game and prepare people correctly for the form of the game that you're going in. And that's what disappoints me, is when some players, they're backing up over and over again to try and get up and play well, and they're just not given the opportunity. And so for me, I would love to see the schedule changed a little bit, even if it is we're losing maybe 1 or 2 games, but that gives you time. That's 8 days of, and a couple of minutes, 10 or 12 days. Doesn't seem a lot, but it is. And then you can tinker with everything else. But again, that's above my pay grade. But I would have thought that anyone in the high performance area of your club have probably got the same opinion that something's got to change.
Adam Live is on from the Trafalgar Square end. Yeah, it's noticeable that a lot of Aussies refer to it as the county grind. Nathan Lyon, again, was another person to describe it as that when playing for Lancashire. It's a phrase that you hear commonly used by Australians when coming over and comparing the amount of cricket they're used to seeing at state level and equivalent level to what there is here.
Yeah, that's it's actually banned from our change rooms. You're not allowed to call it the county grind at Durham, because we have a wonderful job and we should enjoy every minute of it. But it's as close to us as you can. I can hear why people say that's that.
That's flicked away to deep backward square. I mean, on a positive note, a big thing to look forward to for Durham that we've already mentioned this earlier on in the broadcast, that home quarter final against Hampshire, 5th of September. You know, in your words, it's a big achievement, something the North East has been starved of.
It is. It's it's been a long time since we hosted our own final, and I think as a club we've made some positive moves forward in our T20 game, and we saw last year we managed to get a quarter final against Surrey, and put up a pretty good effort considering we were 6 for 60, and then managed to recover to get 160, and probably a fast bowler short on a wicket that provided a bit of assistance, and came up short. Surrey batted extremely well towards the back end, so to follow on from that and to be able to host our own final is a really exciting thing for us. And again, we're not saying, oh well, we're hosting, we're job done, so to speak. We have the opportunity now to play against a very good team in Hampshire, and as long as we play our brand of cricket, I have no doubt that we can be very successful. And our next step is obviously getting to finals day.
Just worked into the onside, good diving stop there to prevent the single. Yeah, of course, Durham, like Yorkshire, one of the 4 teams. So another over ticks by, 45 for 3 now after 15 overs, who are yet to win the Blast. That's a shot of a balcony that has got plenty of history in it, shall we say. But the man you can see in shot there, Howard, is your in-ground announcer, your so-called voice of God, and it's his birthday today as well. So very happy birthday to Howard, who you will hear his voice at Scarborough and Headingley and York as well right throughout the summer. It's a bit of a soundtrack to things. Most recently and most importantly was making sure that spectators got off just in time for players to be able to warm up before the start of the second innings. It's always great to see the fans get a chance to be on the outfield. It's now going to be spin at both ends because Bess is on from our end, the Peaceown Park end. But again, for just jumping back to what we were saying, just like for Yorkshire, it would be a big deal for Durham to win that Blast. One of the 4 teams left out of 18 that haven't, and that ever narrowing net, of course, after Gloucestershire did it last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet first ball, missed.
We're 3 games away. It's not going to be easy because there's some bloody good teams left in it, that's for sure. But you got to be in it to win it, so to speak. And I know if we can play our best cricket, we can test any team, and that's going to be interesting to look to see how we go. Absorbing the nerves, and hopefully that experience of playing in front of 25,000 at the Oval last year will resonate in a lot of the guys.
Works that through mid-on for single, 46 for 5.
And so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Like I say, it's been a while since anyone's played a T20. Obviously the guys in the 100 are probably, are around the mark, so to speak. But it's going to be an interesting week of cricket with all the quarterfinals. There's some very exciting games amongst them.
Worked away for another single. Yeah, Durham, of course, under Ryan Campbell, their head coach, is alongside me now getting promotion back to Division 1 in 2023. But you have to look back to the 2014 One-Day Cup for the last piece of major silverware. Also won that comp in 2007. And then 3 county championship titles brings the overall haul to 5. So again, is that something that the group have spoken about, that chance to, you get to pass the decade, you're into almost generational stuff in terms of putting your name up in lights as a team? Yeah,
of course. Like at the start of every year when I first signed on.
Smashed away. Catch it is a shout, and it's a simple take at deep mid-wicket. James Wharton just doesn't drop those. He accepts something of a gift. A first wicket for Don Bess. 48 for 6. Robbie Bowman has to go. Yorkshire just keep chipping away here.
Yeah, disappointing. That's for sure. saw a bit of air, thought he could take him downtown for 6, but unfortunately, just another mistake from Durham.
3 off 11 for Bowman, caught by Wharton or Bess. So out to the wicket comes George Drissel, bowling all-rounder, originally from Bristol. He will take some confidence from how well he bowled earlier on. 1 for 48 off 10, including quite an expensive last over. Figures maybe as good as they look, not actually fully doing justice to the control that he managed to bring at points in the middle of the innings.
Yeah, I thought he was very good today, George. He's had an opportunity this year where both with bat and ball has been very, very exciting with what he's brought to the table. But again, this is another opportunity for him with the bat to make the most of it.
Just to remind you, if you're just tuning in, 3 wins and 3 losses for Durham, who must find an improbable way to win this game to stay in the top 3 chase. Yorkshire looking for a 5th win from 6 in this competition, set the running in Group B. Wicket was off the final ball of the over, so here's live, starting the new one. Goes back and again hits it straight at cover.
Yeah, getting back to your point, obviously since we took over, it's we don't want to just be here to make up the numbers at Durham. You know, we want to become the best club in all of England. So to do that, you got to win stuff, and you know, that's why every competition's important to us, and that's why it's probably really disappointing the way we played in this one-day cup.
Pulled out to deep mid-wicket for 1. What do you think has been the primary cause of that inconsistency? Just looking at the numbers, it seems like it's more often been the ball rather than the bat.
Yeah, look, we've played a lot of our youngsters from the bowling department in this game, and you know, the experience is not there, but that's how you learn. You know, we managed to make, I think, 388 one game and couldn't defend it on an unbelievably good wicket at Durham, and it kind of summed up where we were at. Just youngsters not being able to consistently hit that line and length or get out of an over after bowling 5 good balls. You know, there was always a boundary ball coming. So, again, that's something that we're not just going to accept it, but we're also, those kids got to go through it to understand it, if you know what I mean.
So that's blocked back off live. Yeah, fair to say. So that's the end of another over, 49 for 6 now off 17. Fair to say that is a bit of a pivot point in the campaign. You know, win by 51 runs against Sussex, a close-ish loss by 4 wickets with 22 balls to spare against Somerset. That 7-wicket win against Kent with more than 10 overs to spare. You come into that Middlesex game with 2 wins from 3. That big score is on the board. If you win that game, you're 3 wins from 4. You're in a very favourable state with 4 games to go. Instead, obviously, Sam Robson plays that incredible knock. Then there's a big defeat against Northampton. Then, to Durham's great credit, of course, there's a really good run chase the other day against Lancashire to stay in it.
Yeah, look, I think everyone will go back, you know, through your season and, you know, pick out points where you just know you just wasn't quite good enough on the day, or you made a mistake here and there, and I'm sure, no doubt, every team goes through, or we should have won that game, or we should have, you know, done better here, or whatever it was. So, yeah, that's a reflection that we'll definitely go back on. But, you know, halfway through that game, you know, you're probably looking at a top 2 position, and unfortunately now here we are in all sorts of bother, and again, it's a reflection that myself and Marcus North, obviously the Director of Cricket, we'll analyse all that sort of stuff.
Half wanted a single there, but definitely wasn't one there.
And the facts are, we're not just going to sit here just because it's the one-day cup. That we're just going to accept, you know, how we're playing. We're always looking to get better. And and that's the frustrating thing when you just haven't had that consistent run of form. You know, it can be a frustrating time.
Bess gives that one a bit more flight. That's down the ground for one. Durham finish off their campaign at home against Warwickshire on Sunday. Yorkshire are in action on a little South Coast tour in the same way as Durham have just had a bit of a Roses tour the last few days with Lancashire and Yorkshire away, because Yorkshire got Sussex away on Sunday and Kent away on Tuesday, as that's pummeled away for a much needed boundary. Best dropping short, poor ball, and it got the treatment it deserved, and that as well helps Durham go past somewhat belatedly 6 down the 50 mark. Will Rhodes making sure that a bad ball got the treatment it deserved.
Well, he's actually been the find of this competition, Will. He's, again, by his own lofty standards, has probably not had the county championship season that he would have liked, but got an opportunity in our T20 team and has played an unbelievably good role as our problem solver / finisher in the middle there, and he's done a really nice job. And then in this competition, you know, we got him back at number 3, and you know, he's really controlled our batting nicely in nearly every game, and also he's bowled quite nicely as well.
Yeah, it's almost been, we were saying this earlier, compared to what many would have expected from his time at Yorkshire, his time at Warwickshire, it's not far off being almost a reverse of the season many might have expected from Will Rhodes in terms of returns.
Yeah, for sure. It's, you know, and he's, by his own admission, has found that very difficult. You know, not getting the runs that he's used to. He's had plenty of starts. It's been one of those seasons for him that he's got to 20 or 25 quite a number of times, but just hasn't been able to carry on with it. And yeah, as a quality player that he is, that can be extremely, you know, frustrating. And unfortunately, then found himself out of the team. And you know, that's where those 20s. It's again, as an individual, you look back and go, "Oh, if I only just pushed on with one of those innings, you know, would have been so much better."
Do you look at the championship? Because both of these teams that you're watching right now, when we get back to Red Bull cricket eventually, for Durham it'll be after that T20 quarter-final, of course, which I hope will lead to a spot in finals day. Both of these sides have got work to do. Yorkshire is 7th with 126 points. Durham is 9th with 114, with only Worcestershire below them. And there's a tight grouping of sides. Essex, Yorkshire, Sussex and Hampshire all split by just 3 points. That's the pack of 4 that Durham are chasing. Just 3 games left for everybody. And of course, to add to the intrigue, the season finishes, in terms of these two teams you're watching, with Yorkshire against Durham on the 24th of September.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish, that's for sure. You know, we play Worcester, we play Essex, we play Yorkshire. So, you know, we've got, I guess, control of our own destiny if we can find a way to play our best cricket. You know, and at the top, obviously, Surrey and Notts are going hard at it for the title. So there's lots of cricket to be played. And, you know, I make no, you know, secret of the way that we've always played at Durham since I've taken over is, you know, we play to win. So that's not going to change. We're going to go gung-ho at it. And we're going to try and put the opposition under pressure by, you know, scoring reasonably fast and... or if we're, you know, bowling quite well with our bowling attack. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this last month of cricket. It just can show, you know, when the season hasn't gone so well, you find out about not only yourselves but individuals and us as a team and us as a club, and we will find a way. And, you know, for those others around us, look out because we're coming.
57 for 6 off 19, yeah. Reminds me of an old Aussie phrase, which is a lot of Aussies in particular like to talk about the size of the dog in the fight, that kind of thing, the characters that you've got in that group that respond to tough situations, and then in that quarter-final, of course, a pressure situation too. So that's sweetly driven, inside out, one of the shots of the innings, no doubt, really, really beautifully struck by Drissel for 4, his first boundary.
Yeah, and that's where, you're looking for your leaders to step up, and, those experienced players in our last T20 game, for instance, when, we needed to win that game, Northants batted really nicely and made 200. And again, it was Ben Rain and Matthew Potts at the back end really curbed the run rate. And, even though the 200 was a lot, it could have been 220, 230 very easily, but they stood up.
Hit across the line and over the head of Wharton for 6 through deep mid-wicket. Really nice pick-up, over-pitched and back-to-back boundaries. Or 2 boundaries and 3 balls, I should say.
And then, it was Alex Lee, so the captain of the club, stepped up and made his first 100 in T20 cricket. And, him and Graham Clark just literally blitzed the opposition, which was fantastic to see. And again, that's what good senior players do, when it's, you don't need to have the captain's armband on your arm when you need them to stand up, and that was a great win for us. And again, this whole last month is going to rely very heavily on our senior players standing up when it gets tough, and finding a way to make a big score, or to take that crucial wicket at the right time, or take the classic catch, so to speak. And like I say, I think there's going to be so much good cricket played in September. Let's hope the weather stays away and we can fight on through.
Yeah, it's been a very good summer for the English weather after a very poor one in 2024. And on your future as well, Ryan Campbell, Durham head coach, is the voice that you can hear alongside me. That's it, another dot that goes by. Yeah, you are out of contract to the end of the season. Three-year deal is up, but from the noises you were giving to me the other day, is very much in the works.
I'm very much a Durham, person now, and the club have backed me to. I guess from the day I walked in the door, and that'll hopefully continue, and. I just see so much good that this club still has yet to achieve, that, the path is only just beginning for us. And
Slog swept, and it's more paddle swept around the corner, and Marmol Huck fields nicely, wanted 2, and he's left scurrying back to the non-strikers, Will Rhodes, because Drissel wasn't interested.
Well, I've got to say, that's poor batting from George Drizzle. I think he was ball watching there. That's not his call. Will Rhodes was desperate to come back for the second.
Yeah, and Rhodes had the danger end as well.
All of a sudden it disappeared, didn't it?
That's just worked straight to sort of shortish mid-on that Live's gone.
Yeah, so like in summation, so to speak, I'm hoping that I'm going to be at Durham for quite some time to come.
I think you can take that as Live shows some of his football skills to field off his own bowling. End of the 21st, 71 for 6. I think you can take that, those of you listening, is almost an unofficial confirmation that it's very, very highly likely that Ryan Campbell will still be at Durham next season. And I know one thing you were talking to me about is we were always a red ball focused club, and people will think of you as a coach, and I know you're very modest about it, but you as a player once upon a time were someone that, in terms of things like scoops and paddles and how you were looking to push the white ball game forward even in the 90s, and then your time at the Netherlands, your time involved with cricket at Hong Kong, has always had not just that white ball mindset, but actually trying to push the white ball game forward. So what's it been like taking that into a club like Durham, who probably first and foremost made noises initially in the red ball game?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I think, like I say, if you want to be the best club in England, you've got to play all formats well, and so you have to start having a different outlook on the way you go about it. And I think through my time with the Dutch and so much white ball cricket, you get to, I guess, you put a different focus on, or a different lens almost, on how you see the game. And I always loved red ball cricket. I always revered the 4-day games, but obviously just coming in and looking at our T20 team, what was a bit of a misfield. What I wanted us to do was think of it differently. I wanted to look at players differently. I wanted to put people in different roles. Like my first year, Michael Jones was an opening batter who's now at Lancashire, but I sat him down and said that we're going to bat you at 6 and I want you to be the finisher. I want you to hit sixes every time you face. I want you to think differently. And like sometimes you get a bit of a giggle from people thinking, coach has gone mad, but that's the way you've got to see things, and you see it differently. And Michael Jones has become an excellent finisher in the game. Will Rhodes. But then conversely, I was told Graham Clark was not even talked about in red ball cricket, and from the moment I walked in the door, Graham Clark has been my flag bearer, so to speak, because I wanted him to play his natural aggressive game in the red ball, in our red ball team, and you just got to look a little bit outside the box and don't pigeonhole people. I'll say the same about Will Rhodes playing in the T20s, team this year as that sort of role as well. It's just, that's the art of coaching. It's having the courage to see talent and then think of it differently. Don't just pigeonhole people. You just got to give everyone an opportunity, because I'm a big believer that no matter the format, if you're a good cricketer, you'll find a way. I often love listening to people talk about the old days. And again, I know I'm old, but you don't want to go too far down it. But then they say, who could have played T20 back then if we had the game, back in the the 90s or 80s or stuff like that. And you think, well, all of them, because they were good cricketers. It's just they needed to be exposed to that sort of game. Imagine Dennis Lilly running in off the side screen, and blokes trying to reverse sweep him and things like that.
I think your Western Australia team in the 90s would have been a pretty handy T20 team.
It is.
It's better than a lot of international T20 teams or franchise T20 teams.
And I'm going to sound like a coach now. And I'm saying this to any young kid, and I'm hoping my boy Jake and Emily are probably listening in now thinking, geez, we're not going too well, Daddy. But, I say to them all the time, you got to learn your technique.
Big appeal from live.
To all those young cricketers out there, learn your basic technique first. Doesn't matter what game you want to play. Get your technique right and you'll be amazed. And after that, you can do whatever you want. Because I do think at the times, a lot of the youngsters of today, they watch the highlights and just think, Joe Root only just does that reverse scoop whenever he wants to do. They haven't seen the 10,000 hours of technique he's done to then be able to expand that and go different ways and stuff. So yeah, I love the game of cricket and I love all the parts of it. The bad days. Of course there's bad days, and it's an elite sport, so you're going to have some bad days, but it's how you bounce back and work it out. And like I say, did I rock up to the game today thinking, even at the halfway point where we were going to get hit for so many and be at 6 for 70? Obviously no, but we need to find a way to dig ourselves out of it. And what can we get to go and take with us to make sure September becomes a really good month?
Just to ask a very forward question, 23 overs gone, 76 for 6. If your side do go on to lose this, would there be a bit of a looking ahead? You talked about rest and rotation. Would that change potentially selection for Sunday, knowing that you're out of qualification? Would that, in terms of giving youngsters further opportunities, maybe picking a side to what you might have otherwise picked with that top 3 out the picture for that home game against Warwickshire?
Yeah, I would think so. I think we would, look very closely at our young fast bowlers, especially to give them more of an opportunity in the helter-skelter of this competition. Someone like a Sammy Connors, for instance, who has played his first one day for us today, has been out with injury for so long that we need to now see if he can back up, because he is going to be a really important part of our red ball competition. So yeah, I've no doubt we'll sit down, and I'll sit down with Northie and the captain, Ollie Robinson, and work out.
Down the track, hit towards us in the commentary box. One bounce 4. Nice shot of intent, that. Lovely footwork. And Driscoll gets 4 as reward for it. Good positive intent.
Is there something different we can do with our batting order? Just to, have a look at someone different in different parts, because, you got to make the most of every opportunity, and, we're not going to roll over, that's for sure. Warwickshire will come, they need to win to move on, and, we're going to do our best to make sure that they don't. But there'll be a number of questions that we want to get out of our blokes, and, how do we get guys back in form if they're off a little bit, or, can we get a Robbie Bowman, for instance, maybe batting earlier and see where he's all about? But we'll have to look at those in the next day.
Flicked away for at least one, will be only one. And then we are in that portion of the summer that almost feels like football's version of the transfer window. It feels like every single day another player moving in one direction or another. Neil Killeen heading to Essex. What do you make of?
Yeah,
what do you make of the business that Durham have done so far, and what more, without giving too much away, might you have an eye on doing?
Well, we're very excited about the 2 young fast bowlers that we've signed in Archie Bailey and Casey Aldridge. Archie has come to us on loan in this competition, and has already made obviously a great impression. Not just on the field, he had never actually played a 50-over game before he came to us, but just getting to meet each other and, finding out how he ticks. It's important that Graham Onions, who's our bowling coach, is going to work with him. How do they, find each other? And, and Casey Aldridge was another one that, was on loan to us for the whole T20 season. Felt that as soon as he walked in the doors at Durham that, he was really excited with what the place does.
Sliced and caught. Just about caught by Jack White coming forward. You can see how pumped up Adam Live is about it. Gets his former Yorkshire teammate Will Rhodes out. 84 for 7. It's a really nice take coming forward from White, who just about gets his fingers underneath the ball. And the big fast bowler running in holds on to get rid of Rhodes, who's providing more resistance than any other Durham batter in this innings. But now has to go for 27 off 41.
It's one of those situations now with Durham having to win the game. This is the run rate that's soaring, so to speak. Will Rhodes trying to go downtown, unfortunately.
So Yorkshire closing in on victory, but out comes a man who does have a T20 once upon a time. Ben Rain, who can be very destructive down the order. A 41 ball ton that was against the Bears at Edgbaston back in 2018. In some ways, it's almost a free hit for him here. Might as well come out and try and repeat an innings like that, because while the odds are against him, he's certainly not burdened by too much sense of pressure or expectation in the Scarborough sunshine. The score 84 for 7. From Yorkshire's point of view, they already had by a country mile the best net run rate in Group B, and this is only going to help them maintain a very strong metric when it comes to that, which could be decisive. That's prodded away. Of course, Yorkshire can also make their equation very simple, because if they just win their last 2 games, net run rate is totally irrelevant. Yorkshire are the only side in Group B to have only lost once. Even that was a final over defeat to Somerset. That's prodded away by Rain.
Yeah, so Aldridge and Bailey, we're very excited about. They're both youngsters, in age and in bowling years, but both bring a really exciting skill set to the table, and you know, the fact that we have had so many injuries this year that, you know, we probably needed to look at a couple of new fast bowlers to try and get us through a full season. And like I say, I think, you know, they're far from the finished product, but, you know, we're excited to see what they bring to the table, and yeah, it all goes well for next year.
Played straight to point, end of the over. 24 gone, 84 for 6. Thank you very much to Ryan Campbell.
No worries. So
always appreciated.
I wish you came in better circumstances.
Really appreciate Ryan's time, particularly with his Durham side in a little bit of a pickle. Far lesser people would have maybe shirked coming up to the commentary box to join us, but instead has given us the best part of an hour of his time and insight on all things Durham and his view on what it comes to when we're talking about wider county cricket, the schedule, and all of those bigger conversations. So very grateful to him. He heads back to the dugout with Yorkshire 3 wickets from victory, and Yorkshire's president, Dr. Jane Powell, settling into the seat alongside. And whilst Ryan and I were chatting, Live and Bess have got through things nicely for Yorkshire, and a phrase you won't hear too often from a sports commentator: Adam Live is currently comfortably out-bowling Don Bess. When it comes to economy rate, just to be clear before that's misunderstood, 1 for 32 off his 5 for Bess. Live, meanwhile, has an economy rate that is currently below 2, and has picked up a wicket as well, of course. So that's played out to deep cover for 1 by rain.
Yeah, some fascinating insight listening into that conversation with Ryan Campbell, you know, and I have to say I found myself nodding quite a lot about the state of cricket.
Overpitched and smashed away, out for 6 over count. Really good pick-up. That's the game of a spinner. Bess trying to play the temptation game with rain. He was all too happy to take the bait. It wasn't rain, in fact, beg your pardon. It was swung away nicely by Drissel, who has played well here as he's lost partners around him. George Drissel, who's just blocking that one back.
Yeah, it can be a hard game as a spinner, because when the players decide to go after you, if a ground's quite small in boundary length, that one's a bit wider.
That's a real tempter from Bess. That was a bit of a lollipop. He's trying to juice an aggressive stroke. He's well guided out through extra cover. It's Will Bennison out there fielding, who is on a rookie professional contract, plays his club cricket at Sheriff Hutton Bridge, and he's already into the spirit of signing autographs for the youngsters.
And photos.
Another over ticks by, 92 for 7 off 25. After some more thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by Aaron Vast.
Yeah, and obviously a very difficult situation for Durham at this moment in time. Just 3 wickets remaining, 24 overs left, but a mammoth total, 354, 353 to try and chase down. And it's just like a slow death at the moment. And Yorkshire will be wanting to finish it off quite quickly.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you don't want too many more runs being scored at this stage.
The only downside for Yorkshire is a couple of players off the field with injuries, and that is always not a good sign.
Rain this time takes a couple of steps down.
Looking for 2, but the ball's gone to James Wharton, and I think he's slowly developing a reputation in the men's county circuit as a fielder that you don't take on the throw. He's got a rocket arm, as well as some of the catches. He took an outstanding catch here earliest this season.
Drissel this time looking to take the attack to Adam Lythe.
Very tempting. Bowls slower, doesn't he, than Don Bess, and it's very tempting to try and get off after him, but he does turn the ball, so you've got to make sure that you get there.
It's a better shot from George Drissel. Just working it down towards deep mid-wicket, where Will Benison doing the fielding there.
Always great as a young player to come on and be a fielder. You know, you feel part of the team, and you're out there. You're behind the popular stand behind you.
Smart shot that from Ben Rain, which turns it into a full toss down towards wide long off. And that is what the competition is all about, isn't it? I know that Ryan Campbell has just been speaking there about the Durham youngsters, the likes of James Minto and Luke Robinson. Another single there for Drissel, this time in front of square for one. But it's a great way for them to not only get match experience, but to rub shoulders alongside the more experienced veterans in the side. And for Will, I mean, couldn't have chosen a better day really to be a substitute fielder as the sun continues to shine in Scarborough. As Rain sides that away down towards square for one.
Yeah, he's charged Adam Lyth twice, and twice he's not quite middled the ball. He's got inside edge that's run out to mid-wicket, and just the single there as we come to the end of the
27th over.
7th over.
Yep, 27 gone. Durham 98 for 7. Reminder that the theoretical target 355, although at this stage 257 more runs from 23. Well, that'd be a very difficult task with 10 wickets in hand, let alone 3. But this is the key, isn't it? If you're going to go down with a bit of a fight. Don't just allow the game to drift and allow Yorkshire to romp home to a comfortable victory.
Discussion between the two spinners, Adam Lyth and Don Bess.
So it is Bess to continue. Bowling at first here to Ben Rain. Of course, Bess so far 1 for 42. Adam Lyth 1 for 13. So economical. And he's got turn, that's the other thing. I mean, we've been watching, of course, from the back here of the comms box in Scarbados, but just taking pace off, allowing the pitch to do its magic. As Rain this time goes for the big slog sweep. He's connected with that one very handsomely indeed. 4 runs off the bat there of the Durham all-rounder, and that'll be the team 100 up for the North Eastern outfit.
Yeah, good sweep shot that, kept it down, got his head right over the ball and just helped it round the corner for an easy 4 runs.
Durham now 103 for 7. Scoreboard will update in due course. Rain looking to advance down that one, turn it into a full toss.
Yeah, I'd suspect that his head is not quite level when he's, or not quite still when he's reaching the ball. He's charging the wicket, charging down the pitch.
Well, there, straight back to Don Bess, who has pulled off a terrific caught and bowled to dismiss Ben Rain. And that is the end of his innings. He departs for 8. And it is the 8th wicket to fall for Durham. Yorkshire closing in on what would be a thumping victory here in Scarborough. Don Bess, that is a tremendous grab.
It's a shame really for Rain, because that's the first one he's middled when he's come down the wicket. So he came down the wicket, actually middled that one, but hit it straight, literally straight at Don Bess, and Dom took a very good catch. I mean, to say he couldn't get out of the way, but it would be a bit unkind, because he did see it. He did pick it up. We'll see on this replay here, we'll see the reaction time. He finishes his action, and before he's had chance to get there, it's come straight back at him, and he's got his hands behind it and taken that catch, and that's a great captain's catch there. You know, you've got to lead by example, and there's an example of how to take a good catch that you don't have much time to think about.
Yeah, smart reflexes there from the skipper. And that means that Cody Youssef will be the new man coming in at 10 for the visiting side as we take another look at this. Split seconds there to react on Bess. As you said, thankfully he had completed his action, so he's got into position here. And then after that, it's all just reactions.
And that takes, to be honest, that takes hours and hours of practice, especially with youngsters. Finish your action and then get ready for the return catch, because if not, you don't get into that good position that Don Bess got into there, where you don't finish your action and all of a sudden it's flying past your right shoulder as a right-handed bowler. So good, the hours and hours of practicing that made it look simple, but they're not simple when you're finishing your action and then the catch is straight back at you.
Going back now? Where are you going to in the legs?
Yusuf defensive on his first delivery faced. Second wicket, of course, we have to mention there for Don Bess as he rounds out the over. Durham remain 103 for 8. It is getting to the stage now where Yorkshire just 2 wickets away from a victory which would very much consolidate their position at the top of Group B. Heading into a massive weekend, especially in that group. I mean, it's tight in Group A, but Group B really is a tensely fought affair. These would be 4 invaluable runs for the White Rose as they look to cement their place in that top 3 and hopefully, of course, Jane, top 2 and just secure a home fixture.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great, and that would be what the team would want as well, and obviously a home quarter or semi-final back here at Scarborough. False start from Adam Lythe. Didn't know if he was trying to keep the batter in the crease, but I'm not sure he'd moved, to be quite honest.
Nice late cut from George Drissel. They turn it into 2. Yep, good running that between Drissel and Yusuf. The Seagulls circle overhead. Couple on the outfield now. It is one of the familiar sights, isn't it?
It is. We had one that just seemed to sit there the whole of the county championship game.
It's all there, looking to utilise the footwork. Bit of a wild throw there from Matt Milnes as Harry Duke doing a teapot.
Quite rightly. I mean, that was quite way off that. So just need to tighten up, keep concentrating.
One wide, flighted, inviting. It was tempting, wasn't it, for George Drissel? But in the end, it will go down as 5 wides.
Yeah, that was a shame that. Was it very wide? Difficult to tell from where we are. No, it looked like it surprised Duke, so you'd suspect that it turned.
That one far tighter in line from Adam Lythe. Drissel cross bats. Whacks that one just in front of deep forward square for the single. I mean, just quietly, George Drissel has actually batted very, very well indeed. 37 is what the Durham spinner is on. Highest score by any of the visitors so far today. We've already seen 27 from Will Rhodes and 14 from the captain Robinson. Just offering a little bit of resistance, but that just turned into Yorkshire's day, really. And I think that Finley Bean deserves all of the credit in the world for that. That really was a barnstorming and electrifying century. One which has put Yorkshire well and truly on top in the wider context of this game as Drissel drop and run there. Has Lythe taken a little bit of evasive action. And that will be the end of the over. Durham 113 for 8 at the end of 29 overs.
Yeah, Drissel has batted very well. If you look at the scorecard and you think, not many people have scored double figures, and yet only Rhodes with 27 and Robinson with 14, and there's Drissel with 38 of 44 balls. You know, that would be a very good contribution had the top order come off, but it must feel like he's walking uphill against the wind, really. You know, it's one of those, this is hard work, because he's had little support, and it's a long, big mountain to climb.
Well, yeah, it was early 1900s, yeah. Century for Yorkshire.
And he looks to work that one through mid-wicket. Just looking at George Drissel's list A career, this is now a career best. Not the first time we've said that today.
You seen Michael Son?
Well, I saw him about a month ago.
Make that now 39 runs. The right-handed off-spinner has just been the lone zone of resistance here for Durham today, and what has been a disappointing day in Scarborough for the visiting side.
Oh, yeah, there's Michael Son.
But then again, on the flip side, you've got to give Yorkshire tremendous praise and plaudits. The fact is, Finley Bean was unstoppable. James Wharton, Adam Lythe, Will Luxon all chipping in. And then with the ball in hands, well, it was White, Code and Milnes, wasn't it? Those opening 10 overs really setting the tone and setting the standard as well. And since then, we've seen Dom Bess and Adam Lythe just pick up the mantle. Really has been an exhibition from the White Rose here today. So that one a lot fuller from Dom Bess, drilled down towards long on for one run. And I suppose the other positive, as the end of the over is signalled, is that home playoff tie would be here.
Yes.
In Scarborough, which when you look at the two performances which we've seen from the group here in the 50-over format, a dominant win over Warwickshire and what's looking like a pretty convincing victory over Durham as we head into the final 20 overs, should give the group plenty of confidence heading into that fixture, providing that it happens, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the team will be feeling positive when they play at Scarborough.
Plenty of flight on that one. Drissel looks to drive it through extra cover.
We've seen them bowl very well against Warwickshire and against Durham here, so they'll be coming into it full of confidence. And the batters will thrive on that confidence that the bowlers are giving them, knowing that if they can set a reasonable total, then they know that the bowlers will make them on top against any opposition, really. Lythe has been incredibly economical. This is his 9th over, and he's only gone for 24 runs. Now, no doubt he'll be, as Imam hugs the umpire there. Always nice to see some friendliness out there on the field, isn't it? No doubt Lythe will be reminding Dom Bess that he was more economical, so it'll cause a little bit of internal banter, you know. Always good to sort of keep pushing each other in the team to get the best out of everybody.
That's another nice looking shot from George Drissel. Just rolls along the turf down towards long on for one run. And that will be the end. Another pretty tight over, courtesy of Adam Lythe. Durham now 119 for 8 at the conclusion of the 31st over. Of course, after these two, only Sam Connors left in the shed.
I think that means that Adam Lythe has bowled out now, because he's bowled 9.1 overs, which that 0.1, the one ball, constitutes a whole over, because he finished off Ben Code's over, so he'll have finished his bowling spell. So 9.1 overs for 27 runs and 1 wicket, 2 maidens, 34 dot balls. 34 dot balls from Golden Arm, so he'll be pleased with that, and Yorkshire will be pleased with that as well. It's always good to have somebody in your ranks who's in there primarily as an opening batter, but knowing full well that they can come on and do a really good job with the ball as well.
Well, he's definitely done that. As we see some nice wide shots here of North Marine Road, one of the iconic venues when it comes to county outgrounds. And, well, this crowd have been electric today. Of course, when Bean got his century, I just went out there into the stands and the roar was, well, it induced goosebumps. It was that loud. Here is White bowling to Drissel. Slightly wide, invites the drive out towards point. Only as far as the aforementioned Finn Bean. But it was that early spell, wasn't it, from Jack White, as much as the batting was absolutely phenomenal. White and Code getting those early wickets. Code, of course, getting both of the Durham openers out in Alex Lees and Emilio Gay in the opening 5 overs. And White getting the wicket of the Durham captain. It turned what potentially could have been, well, an exciting game had Durham have got one player scoring big into, well, the visitors being on the back foot ever since.
Yeah, I mean, that opening spell from Code, 2 for 4 off 2.5 overs, you know. I don't think anybody would ever have imagined that you'd have started a one-day game and there'd be 22 dot balls. That's where it started really well for Yorkshire. It's just worked off the hips down to fine leg. Imam, who's been quite quiet really today, he's not had much to do, even though he's been out on that fine leg boundary most of the day. And they come through for the one. Jack White still continuing to bowl that good line and length. And he'll be looking to add to his wicket total as he comes into bowl.
Looking to bring those stumps into play. I was just looking here for George Drissel. 7 runs shy of what would be a maiden list day 50. Had a really good game today. Was tight, was miserly economic with the ball in hand. Had 1 for 48 from his 10 overs. And he's backed it up as well with the bat in hand. Definitely green shoot for Durham to hold on to from today's performance.
It's been a good crowd here today, but it's thinned out a bit. I think a number of the spectators decided at about six wickets down that they might as well start making the long way home, whether that's in Yorkshire, because even other parts of Yorkshire are 2.5 hours away, depending on where you live. It's probably closer for Durham than it is some people in Yorkshire to come to Scarborough, but well worth the visit.
Oh, it really is. Absolutely spectacular place to come and watch your cricket as we see the conclusion of the 32nd over. Durham 122 for 8. George Drissel on 44. Cody Youssef, the Durham number 10, currently on 4. So helmet has been removed off the field here. So imagine that it will be seen for the foreseeable. Indeed it is. Matt Milnes replaces Adam Lai from the Trafalgar Square end. And Milnes so far in this innings, 1 for 20 from his 4 overs. Oh, the wicket of Colin Ackerman, which really put Yorkshire well and truly on the front foot. Since then, the White Rose have not looked back.
Yeah, we've still got 3 fielders out on the leg side on the boundary. Matt Milne did drop a couple short in his first spell, while still picking up a wicket. So, and as I say that, then one comes into the circle, the deep mid-wicket comes into the circle.
Yeah, slight alteration there as well. Finn Bean goes more towards deep square leg. Drissel clips that Down the onside, up towards Jack White for 1 run. I tell you what, we've seen that a few times today. There has been a bit of a wicked bounce. I know earlier on we saw the...
I think the outfield and the old strips, the old pitches, they're not always easy. So if it hits one of the little ruts that are there, then it's just lifting. One nearly took one of the Durham players' heads off out in the outfield, didn't it? You know, I think that's a byproduct of no rain, which we're grateful for, but it doesn't make it easy for the ground staff when they have no rain on the outfield whatsoever, and it's a bit patchy in places because of that. It's not an easy outfield to field on, that is for sure.
No, it isn't. A few have just spat up, haven't they, over the duration of the game. That one played well by Cody Youssef.
Yeah, I think everybody is just like, we don't want to go 18 overs now. We need to finish this off, and that's where we need to show a bit more of a killer spirit as a Yorkshire team. Durham will be trying to add to the runs to just go home with a bit more positivity.
That's a lovely shot from Cody Youssef. Just pulls it away in front of square for 4 runs. Really top shot that from the Durham number 10. There you go, that is that change in intent and approach from the South African international. He moves on to 8. Durham 127 for 8 here in the 33rd.
And that brings about a change in the field. I think it's one of those things where you go in as the number 10 and you've got nothing to lose, so if it's there to hit, then you just hit it.
I think the managers actually managed to, quite reasonable.
A trademark batting that from Cody Youssef. Hit your boundary and then next ball don't offer up any opportunities to the seamer.
Oh, what he was set it off, yeah.
That one's short again. Youssef goes for the pull shot. There's no fielders out there, so Finley Bean will have to race across to cut it off. Another 2 runs there for...
You can't help but think, the 2 fielders you got out there, I think one is better placed as mid-wicket than square leg, because I think Cody is just swinging, and it's cow corner is the one where most 10s and 11s tend to, if they connect, that's where the ball's going to go. So I think I'd tend to almost leave square leg open, and then just put a mid-wicket in and put a square by the umpire, or, just play around with those fielders out there. But the last 2 shots that he's played have both gone to cow corner, so it would tend to think that if you give him a room to swing his bat, then it's going to go cow cornerish.
So Jack White has ball in hands, just doing his last little bits of preparation as he prepares to bowl his 7th over of the game. 1 for 18 from his previous 6. Here he is, bounding into George Drissel. Deft, delicate guide off the bat face down towards deep third for the single.
Yeah, when you've got a bowler the pace of Jack White, it's probably easy to just run it down to third man, which is what Drissel did then. It'll be interesting how young Cody
Youssef, yeah.
Youssef
Cody Youssef
plays against Jack White.
Keeps a little bit low. In fairness to Cody Youssef, he is predominantly in Gauteng with his cricket, so he plays for the Lions out in South Africa. So for those who are aware of your South African cricket, they play their games at the Wanderers, Johannesburg, and there is plenty of pace and bounce in that wicket. So I don't think this surface will give him too much issue. In fact, to be honest, more than anything, he'll enjoy it. Does like taking on the short ball. White bowls here to George Drissel.
Bizarrely, I played a hockey international at the Wanderers in Johannesburg, so so I played hockey as well as cricket internationally, so I was lucky to play at the Wanderers and at down in Cape Town as well, a hockey international. So I've played on the surfaces in a different context. That's that line and length that Jack White can. I reckon he could bowl that in his sleep. I reckon he could just come in and just place it on that spot time and time again.
He has done a tremendous job, hasn't he? On a couple of occasions, he has just dragged it back to introduce a little bit of variation, but aside from that, just dropping it there time and time and time again. And there you go, Drissel covering that one up.
The other thing with Jack White, he always looks tired, but he never changes. He always comes in at the same pace. It's just his mannerisms almost that makes him look as if this is a bit of a slog, but then I'll turn around and I'll run back in, you know, and just a fantastic contributor to Yorkshire cricket this season. What an amazing contribution he's made.
Drissel advances down the track. The ball balloons up in the air, and it's a simple catch for Matt Milnes at mid-on. Durham now 9 down. Jack White gets his second wicket of the game. Yorkshire now just 1 away from securing these valuable 4 points to try and consolidate and cement their place at the top of Group B.
Yeah.
Yet there is that variation from Jack White. It paid off quite superbly, didn't it, Jane?
Yeah, he deserved this. Push that on the same spot, and that went up the air. The batter was already walking before the ball was caught, but knew that was going straight into the hands of Matt Milne, who didn't have to move, just watched it, hands up high, and he takes it to the chest. 9 wickets down now, Durham, so looks like the last rites are being played out now.
It does, and it's just not been Durham's day today. All that I would like to say, though, is well batted to George Drissel.
Yeah.
A career best 46 in the List A format. He has offered that grit, that resilience, that resistance, and he's had a really good game. He most definitely has. So, yeah, just wanted to say a few words of praise and credit there for the former Somerset and Gloucestershire man. It's one of those performances where, yes, it hasn't come in a winning cause, but at the same time, he showed a lot about his character there.
Loving seeing the teamwork of the Yorkshire team with the coaches and the management doing the drinks running out, because both extras are on the field fielding. Harry Duke moving the field slightly as Matt Milnes comes in.
That one just dabbed down to deep third by Cody Youssef, puts Sam Connors on strike.
Just what you want when you're fresh in there, number 11. I'll give you the strike. You probably look forward to this. I think all bowlers look forward to having a good old swing at the end, don't they?
We have got an update as well from Egbert. I'll provide that at the end of this over. Connors just about gets bat on ball there. Shy at the non-striker's end from Harry Duke. That will be a single taken. So, of course, there was that other game taking place in Group B between Lancashire and Warwickshire up in Liverpool. Warwickshire now just 11 runs shy of the victory with 6 wickets and 11 overs remaining. So an already tense and tightly fought Group B really does get even closer. Means 3 teams will be on 16 points. So that's gone through everything. Really sharp take that from Harry Duke.
That was an excellent take from Harry Duke. I thought, oh, that's through for 4. And he just dived across to his left-hand side and took that. That was sharp work. He'll probably say that's what I'm there for, but at the same breath, you know, sometimes they're quite difficult. Looks easy from a distance, but when you're only just behind the stumps, then that becomes sharper still.
Face off there from Matt Milnes, and he's been deposited straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Real disdainful shot that from Cody Youssef. He now moves on to 16.
Great shot that, wasn't it? No fear. I'm just going to hit through this ball. It goes straight back down the end of the pitch.
Shorter and muscled. Back down towards mid-on. Don Bess does the fielding. A full driven back to the bowler. And that will be a dot ball to round out over number 35. Durham 138 for 9. And Yorkshire, of course, just 1 wicket away. And that sweet, sweet taste of victory. So we'll have another change here in the commentary box. We'll bid a fond farewell to Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell. And coming on for what is looking increasingly like the Yorkshire victory lap, we'll welcome back prodigious talent, Noah Kelly.
Good evening. Is it good evening yet?
Well, 5 o'clock, I think that constitutes evening.
That's evening. I'll be having my tea. It's been a very good watch from Yorkshire, for a Yorkshire fan. Been very clinical with the ball, never let off, and from the 22 dot balls at the start of the innings, Durham have never really had a foot in this run chase.
Here is Jack White to Cody Youssef. Tell you what, I know it's obviously coming in losing cause, but Cody Youssef might be looking at a promotion above the number 10 role.
He's playing with freedom, isn't he?
Yeah.
Nothing to lose. Just trying to get the net run rate up, if anything, or cricket's all about momentum, so I imagine they're going to try and take it as long as they can, get some momentum into their last game and take it into September, which is set up to be a really nice finish in the County Championship.
Youssef again muscles that through wide mid-on for 4 runs. He now moves on to 21. 142 for 9.
Yeah, brutally, I don't want to say hacked, but brutally dispatched to the boundary. Not necessarily a bad ball, but it's given the treatment from Cody Youssef.
Yeah, an impressive little cameo, this. As I said, I think he'll like this surface. Used to pace on the ball back in South Africa. Oh, that's a really good response, isn't it, from Jack White? Just pop it in the block hole.
It's been a terrific crowd down here at North Marine Road, as ever. That's as full as Warwickshire, a bit more.
I think it's been fuller, to be honest. Although it's kind of expected. A lot of Durham fans have been here today. Bumped into a number have made the trip down.
I don't think they're here anymore.
Oh, that beats absolutely everything.
Tell you what a ball that is. You can hear the groans from the crowd.
Take a look at the replay now. Jack White.
That was 0 in for his big toe there, wasn't it? Fast bowler to fast bowler. Beautifully executed Yorker from Jack White.
He's looking for his 3rd wicket of the game. The one which will take Yorkshire home to victory. It's White against Yusuf, very full again, just about dug out by the South African. And of course, we talk about momentum, looking ahead to Yorkshire's next 2 fixtures. This is the end of the home campaign, but going into those next 2 matches against Sussex and Kent respectively, a performance like this is a massive boost, isn't it, to take into that Southern road trip?
Yeah, definitely. You want to obviously win as many games as you can so you don't have to rely on any other performances. So if we can look like we're going to wrap this up pretty soon and then get on the road down for a 3-day trip down to Sussex and Kent and hopefully wrap them 2 games.
Well, appeal from Jack White, and that will be the game. He gets his 3rd. Yorkshire get the all-important 10th, and Durham have been bowled out for 142. It's a 212-run victory for Yorkshire here at North Marine Road, and it is one which firmly puts the White Rose at the top of Group B. Before we take you through the tail of the tape and run through the major scores and major performances, Noah, just run up your gut feelings reaction to that. That is a commanding performance from the home side today.
Clinical, first one that comes to mind. An absolute template of how you want to play one-day cricket. Setting out with a platform in the first innings. As Michael mentioned on comms, we're only on 150 after 30 overs, but the key thing, we're only 2 or 3 down. So going into them final 20, we managed to score upwards of 200, which was powered by a very impressive knock from James Wharton initially, scoring 80 odd at just over a run a ball, and then finished off in quite a ridiculous manner by Finley Bean, scoring his maiden list day century. And then with the ball, just relentless from ball 1. 2.5 maidens, or 3 maidens was it? 3 maidens to start us off. And Durham really never could get a hold of the run chase. And it was very impressive victory from the White Rose, and takes momentum into the away trip down to Sussex and Kent to finish off the Group B fixtures.
Well, it most certainly does, and we'll just run you through the scorecard. Of course, Yorkshire racking up a mammoth total of 354 for 7, the highest total in a list day match between these 2 sides. Of course, Finley Bean will take the headlines, 102 not outs from 57 deliveries, the fastest ever list day century by a Yorkshire cricketer, included 8 fours and 6 sixes. James Wharton also contributing heavily with 84 from 76, and Will Luxton and Adam Live chipping in with 46 and 37 respectively. As for the run chase, it was a really difficult start, as you mentioned, Noah. 3.4 overs worth of dot balls got Durham off to the nightmare start. Then they lost the openers Alex Lees and Emilio Gay to Ben Code in quick succession. And after that, although there was a little bit of resistance and riposte from Will Rhodes, he scored 27. George Drissel with a career best 46, and Cody Yusuf hitting a quick-fire 21 down the order. Well, it was a run chase dominated by the Yorkshire bowlers. Jack White taking 3 for 24. Ben Code taking 2 for 4 from his 2.5 overs, and Don Bess chipping in with 2 for 49 from his 8. And just as a reminder, Yorkshire top of Group B at the moment. They've just got a little bit of breathing room above the sides below them. And for those interested in the fixtures, well, if it's a home quarter-final, it would be on the 28th of August. If it's a home semi-final and Yorkshire top the group, it will be on the 31st of August. Either of those games would be right here at Scarborough. So if you are in the area, and of course Yorkshire do book their place in the top 2, get yourself down here and support the boys. So, no, before we say our final goodbyes and wrap up the broadcast, just final thoughts. I mean, heading into those last 2 games, really top-tier stuff.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more from the team. It's been absolutely superb from ball 1. Lythy crunching it away to the boundary for the last wicket, Jack Wright being right onto the stumps. As I say, wraps up a really good campaign so far, taking it into the last 2 games. And yeah, hopefully we can get some couple of wins on the road and secure that home semi-final right here at North Marine Road.
Fingers crossed. That is the aim, isn't it? Sussex away on Sunday, followed by Kent at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury on Tuesday, the 26th. Well, I think that is a lovely place to wrap up what has been a thoroughly professional performance from Yorkshire County Cricket Club. All that's left for me to say, first and foremost, is a massive thank you to you, Noah Kelly, for joining us here on commentary, as well as the wonderful Michael McCann, who's taken you through the majority of the action here at North Marine Road today, as well as Dr. Jane Powell, as well as Durham head coach Ryan Campbell. Of course, another massive thank you as well to all of our behind-the-scenes crew. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. And of course, a massive, massive thank you to Nathan, our producer, for all of his tireless efforts behind the scenes. All that's left for us to say is a massive, massive thank you as well to everybody who's tuned in today. We wish you a very enjoyable and safe end to your weekends. And until next time, folks, see you here on Yorkshire TV.